Hey guys! This is part 9 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Kurama. And hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 20. Blossoming into a Beautiful Flower. Konohagakure 8 years ago. It was a beautiful and sunny day, with only few clouds peppering the crisp blue sky. In Konohagakure's busy central market district, its villagers and merchants regularly greeted each other with pleasant expressions and well wishes for each other's good day. Some of them ended up chatting happily about news and rumors. As this normal, everyday activity went on, a tall man, who had his long pale blonde hair tied up in a high ponytail with a simple outfit consisting of a white long-sleeved shirt, black pants, and a comfortable pair of loafers, appeared out of a side street to walk through the market toward a certain destination. At his left side walked an adorable little girl nervously gripping on to the man's large hand with both of her tiny hands as if it was her lifeline while she took in the strange new sights and sounds. The cute sight made even the most hardened hearts melt easily. She had short platinum blonde hair that went down to the nape of her neck, and it was styled with several hairpins. She had on a pair of white spaghetti strap sandals and a pale blue sleeveless sundress that matched her eyes perfectly. As this little girl nervously smiled in greeting at a waving villager walking by, she wondered where her father was taking her through this unfamiliar part of the village, since she rarely ventured this far from her family's flower shop/home in her short life. If she ever did, it was only to go into the clan's district to see her two playmates, Shikamaru and Choji. This young Yamanaka thought about how her father, Inoichi, suddenly brought up the subject of a play date with a new boy the night before. After quipping for a moment about needing to find more girls to play with, she was surprised to see an odd mixture of pain and grief flash through her father's eyes as he explained how this boy needed friends, and that he thought she would at least like to meet him and see how that went. Being a smart and curious girl, she knew there was something he was hiding from her but decided not to press it. Having been born to parents who trained to be shinobi, she understood the importance of keeping some secrets, despite her cat-like curiosity that sometimes got her in trouble. "Hello? What a cute little girl you are!" A woman's childishly high-pitched voice broke into Ino's thoughts. She hated that kind of condensing voice and wanted to make it known, but somehow managed to keep it all in. She barely showed a strained smile toward a plump middle-aged woman who walked up and bent down at her hips to get an uncomfortably close look at her face. She almost gagged on this woman's overpowering perfume, and really wanted to run all the way back home at that very moment. At this point, Inoichi would have just chuckled and exchanged a few words with whoever this woman was about how smart and beautiful his little princess was, like he always did with any other villager. However, she was surprised to feel her father's grip tighten a little around her hand as if he was preparing to yank her away from this woman for her own safety. "Hello? I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're running late for a meeting and we need to move on. Thanks for taking the time to speak with us, however." Inoichi's voice was calm, but Ino knew there was cold rage behind his polite expression. She had already seen that face many times due to his work in the torture and intelligence department. "Oh, forgive me. Please do carry on with your business, Yamanaka-sama. I hope you'll bring your adorable little daughter around here often," the woman simpered before going back to her vendor station. Ino almost scoffed as that annoying woman didn't catch on to her father's hidden emotions at all. She then stared up at him as he continued onward, gently leading her along. He had been never like that to any villager they met until now, and wondered what happened recently. As they exited the market district into a side street, Inoichi let out a deep sigh as if to expel some foul emotions, and she overheard some quiet muttering. "How dare she act like that after what she did? His memories. I know otherwise." Ino deduced that her father saw something that woman did while mind-walking through someone else's memories. However, she would rather not pry. It was taboo in the Yamanaka clan to even jokingly ask about another's mind-walking experiences unless offered. She quickly learned this after having her father scold her sternly the first, and also the last time, she tactlessly prodded him about what he had seen in others' minds. After another minute of walking, the side street opened up to a small public park with a large playground sitting in its center. It looked empty to her for the moment. "Let's see, he should have been here already," Inoichi muttered to himself as he moved his gaze around the park. Ino helped out as well and nearly missed a flash of bright yellow as she searched the swing set. Blinking, she focused her vision to find a small boy sitting on a swing, not moving at all. His spiky and untamed sun-kissed blonde hair shadowed his eyes as he stared down at the ground so she wasn't able to see what color they were yet. His white t-shirt and blue shorts looked like they were way too large for his small and weak-looking frame. What of his face she could see was blank and emotionless, and it reminded her of a puppet. He had almost no presence at all, which was apparently why they didn't see him right away at first, despite his blindingly bright blonde hair. "Is that him?" Ino whispered as she pointed. Inoichi looked where she gestured, and his eyes tightened. The same mixture of pain and grief from last night flashed through them at that moment. Letting out a sigh, he slowly crouched down next to Ino to level his eyes with hers. "Ino-chan, my little princess, I'm not going to force you to become his friend. If it doesn't work out, then it can't be helped. However, I want you to keep an open mind with this young child. Right now, he's never had a friend before, but he really is kind, and I think you can get him to open up to you if you're patient with him. I honestly believe you two will get along well enough soon. It is up to you two to make this work, however," he whispered gently as he put his hands on his daughter's shoulders for assurance. Ino nodded, not quite sure what to say yet. She knew something was wrong when her notoriously overprotective father was actively encouraging her to make friend with another boy. She often wondered what was so dangerous about boys that he would rather throw kunai at them than let them get within 20 meters of her. He was fine with Shikamaru and Choji only because he was best friends with their fathers. For him to willingly encourage her to play with this unknown boy, something was going on. "Daddy, is there something I need to know?" she asked hesitantly as her gaze occasionally flickered to the boy on the swing. He hadn't made any indication that he noticed their presence. In fact, he hadn't moved a single inch since they found him. Inoichi's eyes narrowed and he seemed to be contemplating something for a silent moment, before his lips curved upward into a sad smile. "No, my little princess. He is just a normal child like you and your other friends. And, like any other normal child, he needs at least one friend to play with," he whispered. Truthfully, it took all he had to say this with a calm expression. He was surprised his voice didn't break as he remembered mind-walking through that boy's memories the other day in the hospital after his suicide attempt. All he remembered was the crushing loneliness and despair that young boy felt as he dealt with the villagers' cruel and constant denial of his very existence every single day ever since he was born. No child deserved that. "Okay. I'll play with him," Ino asserted with a bright smile, trusting her father's words. She then began walking toward the listless boy. Inoichi stood up out of his crouch to move to a nearby bench and took a steadying breath as he watched his precious little girl step up in front of the boy who still hadn't noticed her. He would watch this from afar and hope for the best between these two. "Hello?" Ino said carefully as she stood in front of the blonde boy still sitting listlessly on the swing. As she now got a good up-close view of him, she had to admit she was envious of his beautiful blonde hair color, and also found those odd whisker marks on his cheeks cute. She wondered what would happen if she reached out and petted them. However, as she thought this, she realized the boy didn't seem to have heard her. Feeling a little annoyed, she tried again. "Hi," she called out a little forcefully. That finally jolted the boy out of whatever he was thinking. As she finally saw his eyes for the first time when he looked up in surprise, she had to hold back a surprised gasp. Dead and dull dark blue eyes locked with her pale blue ones, and it made her shiver. It reminded her of the rare times her father came home from work after a particularly awful day. He had the same look in his eyes, and it took her mother several days to console him back to normal each time. This time it was only for an instant as the boy's eyes cleared up into the lively and beautiful cerulean blue color they usually were, and she briefly wondered if what she saw was an illusion. The boy cocked his head in confusion as he stared for a long moment at this cute but strange girl that just came out of nowhere. Finally, he suddenly swiveled his head from side to side as he searched the entire playground to see if she was calling out to someone else. Finding none, he turned back to this girl and pointed at himself uncertainly. Were you talking to me?" He said this as if it was the most unlikely thing in the world. "Of course, I called out to you, didn't I?" The girl cocked her head to match his confusion. "Was he that bad with people?" The boy nervously reached behind his neck with a hand. "Sorry, I was just surprised. Don't you remember seeing a man recently and arranging to meet up here at this time?" The boy's face lit up in realization, and he glanced around the playground again to find a familiar ponytailed man sitting on a bench at the edge of the park. Inoichi waved with a reassuring smile. Ino had to wonder why this boy was so surprised at seeing her and her father if he was already here waiting for them. The boy was shocked because he honestly wasn't expecting anyone to show up. He expected to have his existence forgotten and ignored like usual. He didn't even know why he got himself out of bed and let his feet take him here. Until just a moment ago, it was preposterous to him for that man to even contemplate coming here with his daughter like he said he would. I'll introduce myself. My name's Yamanaka Ino, and that's my dad. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we'll get along. The young blonde girl greeted with a friendly smile as she pointed at herself, and then her father. The boy stared at her with a dumbfounded expression for a moment until she fidgeted uncomfortably. So, what's your name? She prodded, and that seemed to jolt the boy out of his thoughts. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you too, he answered quietly with a blush and an unsure smile. Fish cake? Ino blurted out before she caught herself. She knew his given name's other meaning was maelstrom, and hoped the other blonde didn't take offense. She needn't have worried as she watched Naruto's face light up into a wide smile. She had to admit he was very cute when he smiled like that. It almost made her forget about those dead eyes. Almost. Yeah. Ramen's my favorite thing in the whole world. Isn't it awesome to have the same name as one of its toppings? He exclaimed as if it was his greatest joy ever. Ino giggled at her new playmate's enthusiasm and had to admit she liked his goofiness. Okay. It's decided, she declared loudly as she pointed her right index finger straight at the boy, making him flinch a little. What? He mumbled a little fearfully. You're goofy and I like you. So from now on, we're friends, she announced as if he won the ultimate prize. There was silence for a moment until Naruto cocked his head and squinted his eyes fox-like in confusion. What do you mean, goofy? Wait, we're friends. Yup. No getting out of this ever, no matter how much you beg. Really? But why me? Do you not want to? She suddenly mumbled, a little uncertain since Naruto was looking dubious. He jolted and frantically shook his head. No! It's just that. He trailed off and stared down at the ground sadly. Ino found this sight a little heartbreaking. Was it really that hard for him to make friends? He apparently wasn't hard to talk to, so she wondered why he wasn't able to make friends until now. She had enough of this gloomy atmosphere. Let's play, Naruto! She suddenly announced as she reached out with her right hand for Naruto to take. The boy stared at the hand for a moment before looking up at Ino's bright expression. Come on, she encouraged. Naruto nodded slowly as he reached out carefully with his right hand to grasp Ino's. He noted she felt warm and soft as she pulled him off the swing and dragged him over to the large jungle gym to play for the next hour or so. As Inoichi watched all of this unfold, he couldn't help but display a proud smile for his daughter the entire time they were there. He had a feeling things would turn out all right. Before long, it was time for the Yamanaka duo to head on home. Sorry, but Mommy's waiting for us with dinner, the little girl murmured regretfully. She honestly didn't want to leave Naruto yet. Despite his awkwardness, he was fun to get along with and was surprisingly capable around the playground despite his wimpy-looking stature. Naruto nodded sadly with a small smile that didn't reach his eyes at all. Inoichi reached down with a hand on his daughter's shoulder. I'm happy you came out here to play with my daughter, Naruto-san. I hope we'll get together again soon. If you want to play again anytime, just ask Hokage-sama for help on finding our flower shop. Otherwise, we look forward to seeing you again next week, he said with a smile. Naruto returned his smile and nodded again. Again, the smile didn't reach his eyes. Bye. Come by any time. Ino cheerfully waved a hand. Naruto silently returned her wave before turning to head home. However, she caught a glimpse of his eyes as he turned, and icy dread filled her as she saw they have suddenly returned to the cold and dead-looking state they were in when she first met him. Before she could dwell on this, Inoichi gently pulled her along to begin their trek back home. As Ino looked back over her shoulder, she easily saw Naruto's small frame already shrinking into almost nothingness, and they weren't even that far away. She had this horrible feeling that it was the last time she would ever see him. Daddy, can I say something to him? She suddenly blurted out. Inoichi looked down, and was surprised to see what looked like urgency in her eyes. He wondered if she saw something he didn't notice. Letting her hand go, he nodded silently, and she quickly ran back into the park. She easily caught up with Naruto and gently slapped a hand on his shoulder, making him flinch. He quickly turned, his surprised eyes locking with Ino's determined ones as she snatched both of his hands into hers. Promise me! What, Ash? Make a promise that we'll meet to play again. Right now! I don't dash, Naruto. Promise. Me. She ground out slowly and forcefully. Please? Ino's teary and imploring eyes as she desperately squeezed his hands was too much for Naruto. He sighed and nodded. Okay, I promise. Yay! She hopped on him for a quick hug, not noticing him stiffen a little. You'd better come and find me soon, okay? Remember, you promised! She called out as she turned and ran back to where her father was waiting. The blond boy silently watched her retreating back, a small defeated smile forming on his lips. Ino had no idea she had just inadvertently distracted one Uzumaki Naruto from giving in to his desire to end his own life for good with that binding promise she made with him. Even at his young age, he considered any promise he made to be unbreakable. Since their first meeting, Ino would doggedly make sure Naruto promised to meet up again each time they left each other. Each time, she would notice her new friend's mood and demeanor improve a little. This went on for months until they were about to split up at the park one day. I'll see you soon, Naruto called out with a grin just when Ino was about to make her usual request for his promise. She blinked. He had never said that until now, since she usually had to strong-arm a promise out of him each time. She recovered quickly. Sure. Meet you here like usual, she said happily. Naruto nodded with a genuine grin and began walking toward his next destination. This time, it felt like she was going to see him again without worry as she watched his retreating form. From that day onward, she never needed to force another promise from him. Present time, early in the morning at Yamanaka Flowers, Ino's eyes blinked open and she yawned in an unladylike manner. It felt to her like she hadn't slept at all since her mind was apparently going through some old memories. She stretched herself as much as she was able to from her sitting position on the living room's bay window that overlooked the currently empty and dark street in front of the entrance to her family's flower shop below. As she gazed out, she noted the black sky was beginning to have some tinges of pink and blue from the east, indicating the sunrise was coming. For a moment, she wondered why she was sleeping here in this living room on the bay window. Despite the generous collection of soft cushions covering the entire sitting surface, it wasn't where she normally slept. She noticed a tuft of familiar blonde hair sticking out a little from under a blanket on the living room's couch, and it all came back. Last night, the man she was falling in love with more each day was involved in a brief but high-level battle that demolished a good chunk of the forests outside the clan's district. Afterward, her mother had outright ordered Naruto to come home with them to stay overnight, since he still hadn't recovered the use of his arms. As Ino somehow ended up getting Naruto all to herself for the night, she found Enko's and Hinata's envious expressions amusing, and noticed a small hint of envy from Hanabi as well. She had thought Enko would have fought for custody of Naruto since she was his close friend and neighbor. However, Kana's glare ended that argument before it even began. Ino completely understood how scary her mother could get sometimes, especially whenever she glared with her sharp hazel eyes. The young Yamanaka let out a content sigh as she remembered last night. She and Naruto only spoke for a few minutes when they got home. Well, it was more like her fussing over him as he sweat-dropped with an amused expression. She was somewhat disappointed he covered himself up in his blanket since he was still topless from losing his shirt in that battle. He then suddenly fell asleep from exhaustion with his head resting on the couch's backrest. He even left his eye patch on. She then carefully, but gleefully, moved his head down to her lap where she was able to remove the eye patch and then ran a hand through his soft hair for 15 long minutes. She thought that was one of her best memories with him, as she remembered Naruto's peacefully sleeping face leaning into her touches. Finally, she regretfully halted her ministrations and laid his head on a pillow since she needed to get some sleep. As she went to her room to get ready for bed, her mind kept going back to Naruto staying overnight under the same roof as her. She didn't remember him ever doing that in the past. As she was about to slip into bed, she stopped. Just one more peek, she assured herself, not realizing she was dragging her blanket with her to the living room. Just a quick peek turned into one of longing as Ino stared down at Naruto's sleeping form. She didn't know how long she stood there before she had to force herself to stop. She didn't want to leave him, but she also didn't want to risk waking him by trying to cuddle up to him. She then decided she would at least fall asleep bundled up in her blanket in the nearby bay window as she watched Naruto. That was how she ended up here. Considering it was barely sunrise now, she only slept a few hours as evidenced by another unladylike yawn. Unwrapping herself from the blanket, Ino silently tiptoed over to kneel on the floor next to the couch by Naruto's head, and gently pulled down his blanket to reveal the same peacefully sleeping face that melted her heart last night. She smiled as she once again ran her fingers through his soft blonde hair and had to stifle her giggle as he instinctively leaned into the touch like before. Unnoticed by the young Yamanaka, her mother was standing at the living room's doorway in her robe watching all of this silently with a grin. Kana was happy to see Naruto respond well to affectionate touches now, and had to force down a growl as she remembered the day she first met Naruto as the adorable little boy he was back then. Flashback. Soon after Naruto and Ino first met. "We're home," Inoichi called out to the house as he was taking his shoes off along with Ino and a nervous Naruto at the front entranceway. It was his first time being invited into someone's house. There were some noises for a few seconds before a beautiful curly-haired brunette wearing a normal housewife outfit with an apron emerged from the living room. She smiled brightly as she waved at the new guest. Naruto was in awe of this young-looking woman's beauty, and he realized Ino looked a lot like her. "Ino-chan, is she your older sister?" he suddenly blurted out. Kana was about to kiss her husband in greeting when she stopped in her track. She then blushed adorably at being considered that young-looking as she bashfully twirled a strand of her curly hair with a finger. Inoichi chuckled knowingly, making her glare at him lightly. "You're not the first to ask that, Naruto-san," he replied amusedly as Kana swatted him on the arm. Ino laughed at Naruto's confused face. "She's my mommy," was all she explained before bursting out laughing again at her friend's shocked expression. "What? No way! She doesn't look like any other mom I've seen. She's pretty and looks too young." He denied this absurdness strongly while crossing his arms childishly with a pout, thinking he was being jested. Kana suddenly wasn't able to resist his unintentional compliments and cute behavior. She let out a squeal of kawaii, before glomping him in an enveloping hug, surprising all around her. That was when she noticed him stiffen and struggle a little in confused panic from her unexpected action, and that shattered her insides completely. She knew what kind of treatment Naruto was getting with what Inoichi had told her, and did her best to prepare for him today. However, she honestly did not expect him to endear himself to her so easily in the first few minutes after meeting him, and to see he was so unused to physical contact made her absolutely furious with the village. For now, she worked to keep herself calm for this boy's sake. Before Naruto could let his panic get out of control, she released him in a careful and nonchalant manner, then crouched down to his eye level and tried to assure him there was no harm with a beautiful and gentle smile. Seeing his slightly wary expression as he calmed down made her heart clench painfully. "Hello, Naruto-chan. My husband and daughter have told me so much about you, and I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I really am Ino-chan's mother, but thank you so much for your wonderful compliments. Please call me Kana." She spoke gently as she forced down the torrent of emotions running rampant inside her. She then carefully reached out with a hand to pat on this young boy's head, and almost abandoned that action instinctively upon seeing Naruto flinch as she drew near, but pressed on and gently ran her fingers through his soft hair. She was relieved to feel the boy relax under her ministrations after a few seconds, and then choked down a sudden sob at seeing his brief expression of desperate longing when she removed her hand soon after. It was getting to be too much for her. "Now why don't you go and play? I'm sure your young friend would enjoy seeing the garden we have in the backyard, princess. Be careful not to step on any of the plants, you two," Inoichi said cheerfully, hiding his sadness at seeing the emotions his wife was experiencing over the past few minutes. Naruto and Ino didn't notice any of this as the young girl nodded excitedly and pulled her new friend into the back of the house, leaving a grim-faced Inoichi with his trembling wife. After a few seconds, when they heard the rear door open and close, the woman crashed into her husband's open arms and let out a loud sob as she clutched onto the front of his shirt with both hands. What have they done to that sweet little b-boy? He doesn't even know what a hug is supposed to mean. I hate this damn village, Kana wailed out into his chest. Inoichi could do nothing but silently wrap his arms around her small frame. He then rested his chin on her head with some gentle shushing as she continued to quietly cry in his embrace for a long while. Present Kana sighed inwardly at the memory, and was glad Naruto had come a long way since that tiny and defenseless boy he was when she first met him. Considering he just faced off against a presumed Jounin-level shinobi, and came away with only minor wounds that healed almost instantly thanks to his tenant, she could honestly say he wasn't defenseless anymore. Feeling a little mischievous, she used her old kunoichi training to silently sneak up behind Ino, and gently laid a hand on her daughter's shoulder. She held back a giggle as she felt Ino jolt under her touch, and watched her head robotically swivel around to see her own mother smirking down at her. Ino blushed prettily at being caught doting on Naruto so easily. Kana indicated the kitchen's doorway with a hand gesture, and Ino understood. She rose from the floor and followed her mother into the kitchen to leave Naruto sleeping peacefully on the couch. So you weren't able to sleep well, sweetie? Kana asked gently as she retrieved 3 cups from a cabinet for coffee. Ino yawned as she sat quietly at the table in the small breakfast nook, before looking over at her mother. With all that went on last night, I guess I just didn't want to let Naruto-kun out of my sight yet, she muttered as she gazed longingly at the door to the living room. You've really got it bad for him, Yamanaka Ino. Kana bluntly spoke this as definite truth. She wasn't surprised when Ino smiled brightly. I'm in love with him, so of course, she retorted unabashed. She was always upfront with her mother in those kinds of conversations. Kana grinned as she turned her attention to the coffee maker. What made you decide that? She asked in a somewhat challenging tone as she poured water in. She wanted to be sure this wasn't a relapse into those old fangirl tendencies for her daughter. He brightens my day with his smiles and antics no matter how crappy it had been up to that point. When he spends his time training me to improve myself or to randomly stop by the shop whenever I'm working slow hours just to keep me company, I feel like I truly matter to him, even with what's going on between him and Hinata-chan lately. None of us would have blamed him for paying full attention to her, but he still gives his other friends, including me, all the time we wanted with him like usual. That's why I'm absolutely sure he'll love me and treat me just as well as he would Hinata-chan and any other girl, if he returns my feelings. Ino spoke fondly before adopting a somewhat serious expression. I want nothing more than to be by his side all the time, but I won't drag him down too. Therefore, I'll always work to improve myself and make him and my friends proud of me for doing my best. I'd do anything to protect him if he ever was in trouble, like how he would do the same for me. I'd die for him just as I know he'd do the same for me. She spoke with such conviction that Kana glanced at her in surprise for a moment. The young platinum blonde then stared down at her folded hands on the table with watery eyes. Like how Hinata-chan was absolutely devastated, my heart was completely crushed too when he was hurt badly and there was a chance he wasn't going to make it. I found myself praying fervently that I'd gladly give up everything, even my life, to save him. Even when he survived, I still got a huge and painful lump in my throat when I heard his heart stopped for just over a minute. The idea of my life without him alive in it in any capacity, even for just a minute, terrified me to no end. I hate that this had to happen because of that, but that was when I realized I cared so much for him and I've been in love with him without noticing for some time. Ino sniffled a little and blinked rapidly to fight back the tears threatening to get out due to the painful memory. The silence settled in the kitchen for a long minute before Kana smiled gently. That sounds a lot like love. It's painful sometimes, especially whenever your most precious person was hurt, and at least some of those times can become so unbearable it would test your resolve at its limit. However, it also leads to many indescribable joys that you can't just help but feel it's easily worth taking the bad with the good. Are you sure you're absolutely fine with sharing him? She knew about Naruto's parentage since the day he was born. After all, when she and Inoichi had known Minato and Kushina on a personal level since the time they were all children, it was impossible not to identify Naruto on first sight. They were the first to try to adopt him but were blocked at every avenue back then, and settled for trying to help him from afar. Kana was happy when Inoichi brought him home all these years ago, since they were able to have a valid reason to take a more hands-on approach with his growth because of his friendship with Ino. It helped a lot more when the Nara and Akimichi joined not too long later. They weren't able to adopt him, but they damned well made sure he got the education and experiences denied to him by the villagers when they blocked him from entering the civilian preschool and library. Kana had been prepared for the fact Naruto would be encouraged to repopulate the Uzumaki lineage, and she was relieved to hear he was going to make sure he did this only with women he genuinely loved. With the way Naruto was looking at and treating her daughter lately, it was painfully apparent he had the same feelings for Ino as he did for Hinata, and it was only a matter of time. I love Hinata-chan like a sister, and I just know we'll be happier sharing him. Naruto-kun has that responsibility to restore the Uzumaki clan, so why fight over him when we can all love him and work together for all of our goals and happiness? We know he's capable of loving all of us back just as much. Ino replied quickly and assuredly. So that was why you had Naruto-kun reveal his parentage to us. It was to soften us up for the possible announcement that you would be sharing him with others, since we all know the clan bylaws. Kana deduced with an amused smile and raised eyebrow over her shoulder at her suddenly blushing daughter. She chuckled upon remembering Naruto's and Ino's gobsmacked expressions when they sat down with her and Inoichi recently to reveal his parentage, but instead it was them who revealed they already knew since day one. Ino huffed a little at being found out already. I just wanted to make sure you two would be prepared to approve of this if we get together, especially Daddy. I know how he can get about men getting near his little princess. Just how would we explain to him that I'd be sharing Naruto-kun with Hinata-chan and most likely more? She murmured. Kana let out a giggle. I think it'll be fine. Even your hard-headed father knows Naruto-kun is different from others. The women chuckled and then fell into a comfortable silence for a moment as Kana diligently prepared the coffee. I'm glad, you seem very sincere about this, she remarked suddenly as she finished grounding the coffee beans. Sincere? Compared to when you were crushing on that Uchiha boy. A dull thud came from behind Kana and she knew her daughter just thumped her forehead on the table in shame from the reminder. The mother smirked deviously as she poured the ground beans into the maker's filter. Series of flashbacks one day when they were 8. Come on, we're late meeting the others. Naruto called out as he saw Ino had stopped dead in her track in the middle of the street. She was staring down a side street at a raven-haired boy their age. The boy was slouched over with his hands in his shorts pockets as he walked down the street, barely sparing any passerby a glance. Naruto walked back to Ino to see what she was staring at, and frowned slightly. Who's he? Do you know? She whispered. Naruto shrugged. No idea. He's kinda cool, she murmured. Naruto had to hold back a growl at seeing the odd expression on Ino's face before gently grabbing her wrist and tugging on it to move her along. We're now really late thanks to you. Oh, don't put this all on me. Ino snapped out of her thought and quickly followed after Naruto down the street. I'm not the one who just stopped dead in the middle of the street to stare at someone. Shut up. Another time just before enrolling into the academy. Naruto. Yeah? Guess what? I finally found out his name. Who? That black-haired boy we saw on the streets a few months ago. His name's Uchiha Sasuke. How awful for him, his family and clan all lost in one night. I wonder if he needs a shoulder to cry on. Ino said sadly as she imagined the cool and stoic boy needing someone to be vulnerable with in private moments. Naruto scowled. And I don't? He muttered under his breath. Did you say something? She murmured distractedly as she was still deep in thought. No. I'll see you later. Naruto? Age 11. Naruto, I'm going to grow my hair out. Ino suddenly said decisively. Naruto perked his head up in surprise and blushed slightly at the thought of Ino with long hair. Wow, I think that's dash. I heard rumors that Sasuke-kun likes long hair. It must be true because Forehead-chan is doing the same. Naruto was silent for a long moment. Is that the only reason? I guess so. Why? Would I look ugly with long hair? No, I'm sure he'll think you'd be the prettiest girl around. Ino had to blush at the sincerity in his voice. Thanks. She glanced away shyly, missing the resigned expression on his face at that moment. Present living room. Naruto's eyes blinked open and he noticed right away he was in an unfamiliar room. Rising to a sitting position, it took him a long moment to remember he was sleeping over at Ino's. Letting out a yawn, he noticed he didn't have his eye patch on. A moment's glance around found it on the end table next to the couch. While he retrieved it, he blushed as he remembered falling asleep next to Ino and the vague feeling of being moved gently followed by a soft hand raking through his hair lovingly. He let out a happy sigh as many memories of Ino being cheerful and playful around him went through his mind. Even though I'm already seeing Hinata-chan, it doesn't feel weird to want to hold Ino-chan in my arms and give her all the kisses she'd ever want. It just feels right. And I can't wait. He whispered with a wide grin. He winced when he heard a quiet mumble in his mind, hoping he hadn't woken up Kurama. She usually got cranky if woken up too early in the mornings for no reason. He sighed in relief when there was no further reaction and carefully cut the mental link to his tenant so she'd get her sleep. He then heard quiet chattering coming from the kitchen and the wonderful aroma of coffee hit his nose. He tested his arms to find they regained full mobility, then rose himself to his feet from the couch. Hearing only the voices of Ino and Kana, he pocketed his eye patch for the time being. Kitchen, so she hadn't thought even one bit about that Uchiha throughout this entire conversation until I brought him up just now. Good, this kind of love's definitely real. Kana thought in triumph. Meanwhile, Ino finally stopped cringing over her memories. I can't believe I let myself get sucked into that princess-like fantasy of living happily in a mansion married to a rich and strong clansman. It was never going to be that simple, and I know nothing about Sasuke-san besides the fact I now realize he's cold, arrogant, and uncaring with even less emotional range than a teaspoon. She blew out a sigh and shifted her head so her chin rested on the table's edge instead of her forehead. I didn't think of Naruto-kun as anything other than a runty little brother for years simply because I was competing with Sakura-chan, and too stubborn to admit Sasuke-san would never work out no matter how often he had been cold to me and the others. It took all the patience Hinata-chan had to convince me that Naruto-kun wouldn't shun me just because I pined for a different boy in front of him, and she made sure I at least gave this a shot. I'm glad I listened to her. She murmured quietly with her chin still on the table. Kana raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Naruto born from a clan just as storied and powerful as the Uchiha? He would end up being incredibly strong, too. She also knew for a fact Minato and Kushina had built up a sizable wealth they would have set aside for their son to inherit soon. She decided not to point out to Ino that a princess-like fantasy was staring her in the face all along. Her daughter would figure that out on her own eventually, and she hoped to be there to watch Ino kick herself for not seeing the obvious. You were just children, and he really was a little runt, an adorable one though. It's just that you two grew up into man and woman without realizing it. It was easy to forget you two were never going to stay in that sibling-like relationship for long. She spoke kindly over her shoulder as she poured the hot coffee into 2 of the 3 cups. I still feel utterly stupid. Nevertheless, you've become so much more mature now. Not to mention that, because you stopped being so focused on gaining the Uchiha's approval, you've also begun to understand what it truly means to be part of this village's military and took your training seriously. I was worried something terrible would have to happen for you to finally see the harsh truth of this world, but I'm happy you came to your senses in the safety of this village instead of out there. In this world, learning a lesson the hard way usually occurs just when it's too late for the person to do anything. It's doubly worse for any kunoichi who goes out there with flimsy motivations. I know you're right about that now. Thank you for putting up with this stupid and spoiled daughter until I've seen the light. Ino admitted as she raised her head from the table to watch her smiling mother walk over with a cup in each hand. She set one down in front of Ino and took her seat across the table. They each took a sip of their coffee and sighed contentedly as they began to feel revitalized from the hot liquid flowing through their bodies. Do a child have selective hearing? Because I don't remember you warning me about what's required to be a kunoichi since you used to be one. Ino suddenly inquired after finishing her sip. Kana chuckled. Sweetie, believe me when I say your father and I tried our damnedest to get you out of that stubborn streak. So in the end, Naruto-kun had to step in. Ino concluded with a sigh. She noticed her mother flinch slightly with a guilty expression when she mentioned Naruto. Just as she was about to ask what was up with that, a male voice cut in. Tell her, Kana-san. The women jumped in their seats before snapping their heads to the kitchen's doorway, and promptly dropped their jaws. Naruto was leaning against it cross-armed with a sleepy expression, still wearing just his dark blue shorts, and his spiky blonde hair was sticking out a little wildly all over from sleeping. Most of his highly developed muscles were on display, and it was obvious he was working toward a cross between speed and power since his muscles easily bulged and flexed from slight movements even on his lean and athletic frame. His Sharingan was on display too as he opted to leave his eye patch off. His cerulean blue right eye showed compassion, warmth, and amazing depth within, while his ice blue left eye was sharp, fierce, and looked like it would pierce deeply into anyone's soul. It was a wonderful combination on him, in Ino's opinion. The young Yamanaka blushed scarlet at this sight even as she wondered how much of their conversation he heard. Then she felt like fainting. Perhaps it was because of the possibility that he overheard her passionate speech about her feelings for him. That, or this display of masculine sexiness by the one she loved was getting to be too much for her. Kana snapped her mouth closed and smirked as she casually took in this pleasing sight. The blonde male then walked over to the empty cup the older Yamanaka thoughtfully left out for him on the counter earlier, and poured himself some coffee. Naruto-kun, what happened to the chan suffix you've been calling me for years? Also, isn't it rude to eavesdrop? Kana pouted adorably, obviously trying to change subjects. Naruto shook his head with a smirk as he leaned back against the counter across the kitchen from the women and took a sip. The women briefly wondered how the hell they were going to talk civilly with his chiseled torso on display for all to see. First off, I wasn't eavesdropping, he defended, eliciting a quiet sigh of relief from Ino. She then went back to ogling his muscles not quite discreetly, her main concern now addressed. I only heard Ino-chan mention me stepping in and knew what she was referring to. That guilt I saw on your face means you haven't told her. You're not getting out of this one, and I'll be addressing you respectfully until you reveal what you were hiding. You promised me you would tell her someday when I agreed to this, and it's been long enough, Lady Yamanaka. He warned with narrowed eyes, backing up his words by addressing the Yamanaka matriarch even more formally. Kana looked like he just butchered a litter of kittens in front of her. Apparently she really enjoyed being addressed affectionately by him. That, or it was because she was being put on the spot in front of her daughter. Knowing Kana, it was definitely the former. What's he talking about, Mom? Ino finally cut in after tearing her gaze away from Naruto long enough to form conscious thoughts. Kana sighed in defeat. I get it. I'll talk now. Just put something on first, honorable son. She smirked when Naruto grumbled about her retaliating jab at his supposedly formal title. We won't be able to think straight with those gorgeous and firm muscles in our sight. Her smirk grew wider when the whiskered blonde blushed at her words. Mom! Her scandalized daughter shrieked. Oh, get off your high horse. You were staring and drooling too. M.O.M. Aren't you happily married, Lady Yamanaka? The blonde male pointed out teasingly as he began moving around the kitchen and checking cabinets in search of something. Kana grinned as she took another sip with her hazel eyes firmly trained on Naruto's naked torso, even with Ino glaring at her mother incredulously for such blatant ogling, despite the fact she was doing it herself not even a minute ago. I'll always be in love and happy with my darling forever, even beyond death, honorable son, but it's perfectly fine to check out other merchandise once in a while, especially a fine specimen like you. I just don't feel the need to touch, that's all. Kana replied with a sexy little smirk, while Ino groaned loudly and face-palmed in embarrassment at her mother's frankness. And why is it that only women can complain about being objectified? Naruto muttered in deadpan with a blush as he rummaged through the pastry closet, making the beautiful brunette giggle daintily. He seemed to have finally found what he was looking for and slipped it on just as Kana turned her attention back to Ino. Ino-chan, there's some thiak! She was about to begin her revelation before letting out a stunned squeak with wide eyes as she noticed Naruto's temporary top. Inoichi's old orange apron was now tightly wrapped around the young teen's torso, leaving only his muscular back, well-defined arms, strong neck, and a little of his firm chest exposed. Every single curve and contour on his front was still easily discernible through the fabric, and his pectorals peeked out slightly over the top of the apron. For some reason, this made him even more attractive, luring just about any woman in with a tantalizing promise that these firm and sculpted muscles underneath would be revealed if the apron's strings were pulled loose. It also added to his image since putting on the apron showed he was confident in his cooking, which was a highly desired attribute that remained elusive to many men in this world. Ino was struck completely speechless, and Kana gazed away out the Nook's window, hiding a tiny hint of pink on her cheeks. She was teasing for fun before, but she wasn't expecting Naruto to turn this around on her. It didn't help that his latest growth spurt now made him taller at 5 feet 5 inches to her 5 feet 4 inches, and it was getting increasingly difficult to see him as the small and cute boy she met years ago. Especially whenever she remembered that he was half responsible for rearranging a decent chunk of Konoha's landscape last night. What? You told me to put something on, and I wanted to cook breakfast for you ladies as thanks for having me stay over. I'm just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Naruto innocently explained with a shrug and a knees-buckling smile as he expertly gathered some cookware and ingredients like he had been working in this particular kitchen all his life. A sealless, and just as shirtless, shadow clone popped into existence to help its creator, making this double the hotness for the Yamanaka heiress. When they turned their backs on the women to begin cooking, a still-dazzled Ino squeaked when she was suddenly yanked across the table by her mother for a face-to-face so close their noses touched. Sweet, considerate, fun, strong, handsome, and can cook. If you don't get with him, I swear I'll kick your ass into the next century. Kana hissed quietly before releasing her daughter with a forceful glare. Not to mention the endless possibilities his clones would open up in the bedroom. She thought, almost in envy of her own daughter's luck. Ino nodded dumbly. She didn't need to be told that as she stared longingly at the 2 Naruto's incredible bodies while they bickered quietly as they worked around the kitchen. Her mother snickered and allowed her a few seconds of staring before snapping fingers in her face to tear her attention away from the other blondes. Settling in, Kana let out a tired sigh. He's right. You deserve to know this, Ino-chan. Know what? I'm the one who asked him to convince you to quit the academy back then. She bowed her head slightly with eyes closed, ready for any reaction. The sounds and smell of breakfast cooking filled the kitchen as Ino's eyes widened in shock, and her jaw slowly dropped. Flashback to shortly after Naruto's third training trip, Naruto's apartment. Kana-chan, what are you saying? This wasn't what Naruto was expecting to hear when the Yamanaka matriarch appeared on his doorstep with a serious expression 15 minutes ago. They were sitting across from each other at the kitchen table, but the blonde stood up suddenly, making his chair clatter back noisily, and slammed his hands on the table to lean in over a calm Kana. She didn't seem to pay this any notice as her cool hazel eyes remained locked with Naruto's angry cerulean blue ones, never wavering. You heard me, Naruto-kun. I've tried my best to be patient and somewhat supportive of her, but her attitude has gotten worse over the past summer, and I need to do something. I feel you're the best person for this, she replied evenly. Listen to yourself. You're asking me to crush Ino-chan's dream of becoming a kunoichi. She'll hate me, and then she'll resent you forever when she finds out you've made this request. This is your own daughter we're talking about, he growled. He was angry at Kana for even suggesting this. He never thought that was possible since he admired and respected this beautiful woman so much. After all, she was the one who helped guide him the most with her advice in his early years, and he was forever grateful for her help. He was surprised when Kana's usually gentle expression suddenly turned angry. Bullshit. That isn't her so-called dream, and if you truly believe that and is fully intent on allowing her to keep this up, then you don't deserve to consider yourself a true friend of my daughter. Kana retorted just as fiercely. Naruto looked like he was physically slapped, and all of his anger vanished instantly. He slumped backward into his chair with a stunned expression. You must have seen this for a long time. It's okay to be scared of the possibility of losing your friendship with Ino-chan, but a true friend wouldn't allow this to keep going without interfering, no matter how much it would hurt her feelings in the end. As long as it means she'd be safe, or at least better prepared, we need to do this for her sake. She continued in a calm voice just above a whisper, her expression changing back to one of calmness. However, her eyes were beginning to waver. I don't dash. Naruto mumbled as he broke eye contact, guilt filling him as emotions and thoughts he suppressed long ago came back to the surface. He knew he could have helped nip this in the bud in the beginning if he hadn't been so cowardly about possibly losing a friend due to hurt feelings. When he tried to look away, he was surprised to feel soft and delicate fingers on his whiskered cheek as his head was gently pulled back to lock eyes again with Kana's now watery eyes. She had reached across the table to keep his attention focused on her. I know you see it clear as day. You've been burying these thoughts because it must have felt like you were betraying your first friend ever for even thinking about this one simple truth. Ino-chan will never reach her full potential as a kunoichi if she continues at this rate, she whispered, her calm facade breaking to show a concerned mother terrified for her daughter's well-being. The desperation Naruto was seeing on her face became almost too much for him. Is this what it's like to have a mother love her child so unconditionally? Would my mom have done something like this if she was still alive? After all you've heard about her, you know you have the answer already. Kurama cut in neutrally. That's... Naruto tried to come up with even a weak defense for his longtime friend, but he knew Kana was right. Ino-chan's dream right now is to earn that Uchiha boy's attention. I might have found that cute and silly for a while if she wasn't trying to do something extremely dangerous to achieve that, becoming a kunoichi in order to try to be near him. What's so sad about this is that this dream didn't even require her to be one at all. What's your reason for training to be a shinobi? She suddenly asked. To protect all the people I care about, and their home, with my life. Naruto instantly answered without any hint of hesitation. Kana nodded with an admiring expression. Do you think that's how you'll get so powerful? I've had Inoichi-kun tell me often you'll be the strongest of your generation. I'm happy he thinks that highly of me, he replied softly with some embarrassment. I feel that's the reason. I just can't be satisfied with my current strength because there are much stronger people out there and I need to be one who can protect others from these people if needed, so I just can't stop training, ever. Kana nodded with another admiring smile before thinking for a moment. Let's say you find a girl you like so much that you wanted nothing but to get her attention, so you train to be a shinobi to impress her. However, she turns you away every time, no matter how much you think pestering her would change her mind about you. Meanwhile, your training suffers, because you didn't really care for being a shinobi other than to simply impress people and get attention, and you turn out to be subpar. Naruto felt a deep chill go down his spine. I just had this horrible feeling that I would have done something like that if things went differently for me. I really hope there isn't an alternate version of you out there pining after such a pathetic female. I just know that I'd be so fucking pissed to be sealed in that little pest. Kurama growled at such an offensive thought. Thank Kami I'm so damn awesome. Naruto seriously thought with relief, eliciting a deadpan expression from the demon fox. You keep this up until one day you finally see the girl being genuinely happy with another guy instead of you. You know there's nothing you can do because you can't just claim her as your own since she's been rejecting you forever. You watch them date, fall in love together, and get married. What do you think will happen to your motivation to be a shinobi? It probably didn't help when you realized you were totally outclassed in skills and experience by your peers because of your constant pining for that girl. Kana continued laying out her scenario. I'd want to just quit and probably live my life without a purpose for a long time, or force myself to keep doing missions until I get in deep over my head one day and get killed. Naruto spoke sadly. That's what'll likely happen to Ino-chan. All of her reasons for being a kunoichi are so dependent on that Uchiha boy that it'll all fall apart without him. The worst thing is, instead of being killed, she'd likely be captured and raped if she went out there completely unprepared, simply because she's female. The sad thing is only at that time would she see the horrible reality that being a kunoichi is so much more dangerous than she realized, and she brought this upon herself. She'd wish for death and it won't come to her anytime soon because they usually like to keep their toys around for days, even weeks, and then whatever's left of her will finally be put out of misery like an infested livestock. Kana's blunt assessment made Naruto clench his fists so hard she heard knuckles cracking. She let out a sigh. I'm not saying that'll happen for certain with Ino-chan, only Kami knows how much I don't want that to happen, but what she's doing only makes this very likely in the future. If she's to be a kunoichi, she needs to be much stronger, smarter, and better trained than what she is right now to improve her chances in the future. Instead, she brushes off her own parents' concerns as nagging whenever we warn her about the dangers, and she rarely listens to any advice on how to be a proper kunoichi. She's all skin and bones, for Kami's sake. She shouldn't be starving herself for a useless diet, and we actually came close to force-feeding her several times. She just isn't applying herself as a kunoichi to be at all, instead acting like a silly lovesick maiden fantasizing about her strong shinobi swooping in to save her whenever she finds herself in trouble. She muttered the last part in disgust. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I take it you don't have a high opinion of Sasuke-teen? He commented. The brunette let out a dry chuckle with a dismissive wave. He isn't the only person in the world dealing with a tragedy. I'm sorry for his loss, but I can't bring myself to sympathize with him any more than necessary, especially when he feels entitled to obtain anything possible to help with his useless revenge. He is using the massacre as an excuse to be angry at the world like a spoiled brat, and I have no clue what Ino-chan or any other girl sees in him. After all, there's someone else who's 1,000 times more suited for any girl attending the same class as the Uchiha. Her knowing smirk directed at Naruto made him blush slightly. He cleared his throat to move on. Why have me do this, though? Can't you just pull her out of the academy? While the academy allows repeating a year, it does not allow re-enrollment at any point. If she quits, she'd have no choice but to be a civilian the rest of her life even if she wanted to get back in later. I'd rather she gets at least a chance to think over her previous actions and change her ways. Also, if we force this, it'd just make her resentful and more determined. Don't underestimate a Yamanaka woman's stubbornness. She'd do something drastic. Naruto could only chuckle mirthlessly at the truth of that statement. You have to crush her. Shatter her flimsy reason for being in the academy. Force her to look deep within herself and realize that she won't make it far as a kunoichi if she doesn't change her ways. And if she ends up quitting? I won't regret it if it meant she would find a more suitable dream to follow as a result. She always did love flowers, and it's not far-fetched to think of her pursuing a career in botany. Naruto nodded with a fond smile. He could easily imagine her happily taking over management of Yamanaka flowers in the future. You seem to believe I can do this. I'm just a regular academy student, though. He tried to play down his skills, not sure how much Kana knew about his secret training. The woman's hazel eyes sharpened instantly, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up in alarm as he shot out of his chair. As Kana sprang to her feet at the same time, she reached back with her right hand and effortlessly snatched a chef knife in reverse grip out of its block on the kitchen counter behind her without even looking. She then lunged around the table and struck out with her left hand that Naruto easily deflected on instinct. That was a distraction, since this was followed immediately by her right hand slashing the knife at his chest with speed much quicker than he expected from her. However, it wasn't too fast for him. A few seconds later had Kana gasping in surprise with her back pressed tightly against his still unscathed chest. She had been also forced down on one knee to make it easier for the shorter boy to have a hold on her. His left arm was wrapped around her neck with his right hand holding the chef knife, its sharp edge half an inch from her delicate neck where the right external jugular was located. Naruto had done all of this on instinct, and he was stupefied at what just happened. "Wow, you're even more amazing than I realized, Naruto-kun." Kana breathed out in awe, not frightened at all. The shocked blonde immediately threw the knife aside and let go of the woman in panic. He then tried to bow an apology for handling her roughly but was stopped by her reassuring smile as she turned around. "Don't worry, you did that so smoothly and softly that I didn't even feel any discomfort. Sorry for attacking you so suddenly, but I knew you've had some extra training. I used to be a chunin, so I can tell you carry yourself more like a veteran than an academy student. That's why I believe you're more than capable enough to show Ino-chan just how big of a hole in her skill set her negligence created." Naruto, still in shock at finding out that this beautiful and sweet housewife used to be a kunoichi, only nodded dumbly as they straightened themselves out and returned to their seats. Kana sighed dejectedly. "Damn, I really let my skills go to waste lately, even though I've retired. I'm on reserve, so I keep up my training to a degree, but I can tell I'm as weak as a genin now. I'm not too torn up about that since I work best as a censor instead of a frontline soldier." She smiled in acceptance before frowning sadly. "I just can't take watching Ino-chan waste away her true potential anymore, and that's why I'm coming to you for this. I'm really sorry I'm forcing this on you, but I need to do whatever I can do to light some fire under her about training, or at least have her quit for her safety. I know you want her to be okay too. She'll listen to you the most out of all of us, and she'll take whatever you say or do to her to heart," she said softly, her voice trembling with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She knew Naruto would have to get harsh with her daughter because of her request. The blonde realized this was really hard on her. It was hurting her deeply to have to do this to her own daughter. He let out a sigh and wondered if he was going to lose his first friend, an unrequited crush, after this, even if it resulted in a better future for her. However, he knew he would have done anything for Kana at that moment, even if it meant turning into a villain. "She'll be disillusioned," he warned. Kana's eyes tightened and more tears came, but she nodded resolutely. "I won't hold back in showing her the truth," he insisted, his tone becoming cold. The tears began to spill down her cheeks as she nodded firmly again. "When you see her again afterward, she may not be the same dash," he continued with narrowed eyes before being interrupted by Kana slamming both fists on the table. "Please don't say any more. Just do it," she pleaded as she trembled all over, her hands white from clenching tightly. Tears were now splashing onto the table under her bowed head. Naruto's eyes softened. "I'll do it, Kana-chan. For now, I'll take full responsibility. Don't tell her about your part in this until later." He spoke resignedly. Kana flinched. "What, why?" "It's better if she doesn't get any idea that her parents were interfering with her romance by force. Just promise me you'll tell her about this later when things get better for her, okay? Thank you for giving me the courage to finally do something about this, and I'm sorry for what I'll have to do to your daughter," he said softly. Kana nodded shakily before a strangled sob escaped her. Frowning sadly, Naruto stepped around the table to gather the shaking brunette into a consoling hug. She hugged back tightly as she began to cry quietly while apologizing repeatedly, racked with guilt and pain over hurting two of her loved ones with this request. Soon Yamanaka Ino had no idea that her day was going to go so bad when she woke up today. It started out nicely as she woke up to a beautiful sunny morning and got dressed in a fashionable outfit, even spending some time on her beautiful long hair, to try to catch the eyes of a certain raven-haired boy. She still found no indication her day was going to take a turn for worse when she arrived at the academy and greeted her friends, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and Naruto. Like usual, he made her laugh with his antics and gave her that bright smile from time to time that made something deep within herself flutter just a tiny bit. She quickly forgot about that sensation as soon as she saw Sasuke enter the classroom followed by that pink-haired harlot. Like usual, she snarled and butted heads with Sakura for most of the morning's lecture as she discreetly tried to get Sasuke's attention sitting in between them. During lunch break, she complained about her mother packing too much lunch for her like usual even though she insisted on dieting. She wondered how Hinata was able to look so beautiful and healthy when the Hyuga heiress ate so much more than her, but chalked that up to some unique metabolism that she didn't have. She didn't notice Naruto's exasperated expression as she pointed this out to Hinata, who cocked an eyebrow in confusion and explained that she was just eating what was required for a kunoichi. Ino did her best to ignore the painful hunger pangs throughout the afternoon, believing this to be a trial she needed to go through in order to get Sasuke's attention. It didn't help it was practical lessons today, so she was feeling weak and distracted as she practiced the academy-style kata with Hinata. It looked like even her kind and gentle friend was showing signs of boredom as she tried to keep up. At this point, things changed. Naruto walked up to the girls with an annoyed expression and reprimanded Ino for not eating what was needed to have energy for the exercises. Her protestations about needing to diet were quickly ignored as he asked the instructor to make her sit out the rest of the lesson since she wasn't doing her practice partner any favor. Expecting Hinata to back her up, she was surprised and hurt when it was apparent her longtime friend agreed with Naruto's assessment. As she was forced to sit on the sideline, Naruto took over as Hinata's practice partner, and they went through their exercises with much more vigor and earnestness than she was used to seeing from Hinata. That was when it hit Ino. Was her friend practicing at her much lower level for her sake? For how long was she doing this? For some reason, Naruto's rare annoyance with her made her insides feel so cold. It felt worse than whenever Sasuke made his irritation known with her and Sakura. She was terrified of letting Naruto down for any reason, and she had no idea why. When the class was over for the day, Naruto approached her with a serious expression and asked her to come with him. Ino somehow knew this wasn't going to be a good thing as he led her to Training Ground 42. Now alone together, he took out a bento box and shoved it into her hands for her to eat. When she protested once again about needing to diet, he actually got angry and firmly ordered her to eat, explaining she would need energy for what would come. Normally, Ino would have just ignored him and left, but for some reason, she felt compelled to follow his orders, afraid of what would happen if she disobeyed. She hated the thought of making him angry with her. After eating, she was silently thankful these painful hunger pangs were gone, and she felt energized, though she would never admit it to her friend. At this point, when Naruto began speaking again, she knew her day was officially bad. "Ino-chan, with the way you write now, I think you should quit the academy," he simply said with no emotion. She was numb with shock as she processed exactly what he said. Then her shock changed to hurt and anger. Wasn't he supposed to support her in everything? She lashed out at him. "What the hell? You know I want to become a kunoichi. Why are you saying this? You're dragging everyone down. You saw it today, didn't you? Hinata-chan has been practicing at your level for all this time when she's so much stronger than you." He shot back with such sharpness that it made her flinch violently. "The least you could have done to repay her kindness is to push yourself and try to reach her level instead of being content to stay where you are. Instead, she needed to train with me after academy most days just to keep improving herself because she wasn't getting anything done in class. You're not doing her any favor like this," he continued coldly. Ino's eyes were starting to become watery as she listened to his harsh words. Was she that worthless? "But I can't quit. I need..." She tried to speak. "You need to what?" Naruto's voice was even, letting her know he knew exactly what she was going to say and was daring her to finish that statement. At that moment, Ino couldn't bring herself to say it was to impress Sasuke. Now that she had to seriously think about it, she realized it was a silly reason for something like this. At this moment, she felt completely lost. Was there another reason she was trying to be a kunoichi? It dawned on her that all of this completely hung on being around Sasuke, and she felt even more ridiculous. After a long moment of silence between the two as Ino contemplated her sudden epiphany, Naruto let out a sharp exhale. "I'm challenging you to a spar with my clone. If you manage to dispel it, you can continue to do whatever it is you want without any more word from me on this. Keep attending the academy and train however you want. If you cannot dispel my clone within 30 minutes, you'll listen to what I have to say. At least this way, you'll have a chance to prove me wrong." He laid out his offer. Ino was offended that he wouldn't bother to spar her himself. Just as she was about to voice this, "Do you honestly think Uchiha Sasuke is stronger than me?" That stopped her cold. Her normal reaction would have been an immediate yes, out of reflex, but as she stood face to face with her longtime friend, she instinctively knew he would have given Sasuke a run for his money as she felt his confidence and hidden strength radiating off him in waves. If she knew she couldn't beat the top student of the class, how would she even match up to Naruto, whom she knew was hiding his true skills? Suddenly, even the prospect of seriously fighting just one of his shadow clones felt intimidating now. That's why you're facing a clone. In this kind of spar, I wouldn't hold back and I don't want to hurt you too much. I'm going to make it about as strong as a third-year academy student should be, and it'll be restricted to academy style and throwing weapons. You'll be fighting it at the level you should have reached had you trained seriously. He explained as he formed a cross shape with his fingers and a clone popped into existence. Ino gulped. She somehow knew she still wasn't going to have an easy time. 30 minutes later she was wrong. She was having a horrible time. Ino cried out sharply in pain as she landed roughly from the overhead throw her opponent fluidly performed on her. She rolled to a stop after several meters, panting heavily. Her nice outfit was ruined. Her beautiful hair was dirty, frayed, and in disarray. She was sweating, covered in grime, and multiple bruises began to show on her pale and previously flawless skin. In short, she was as far from cute and girly as she wanted to be viewed as. Yet, she didn't care about that as she glared up at the uninterested expression on the clone's face as it stared back down at her. She struggled to her feet slowly, glaring heatedly before dashing forward. She had resorted to using the few throwing weapons she had on her long ago, and whatever dirty trick she could think up of just to even lay a finger on the clone. Yet, it was still looking as pristine as it did when Naruto brought it into existence. It wasn't even sweating one bit. She needed to get a hit in somehow. She didn't care if she won or lost in the end, just as long as she was able to wipe the insufferable bored expression off that face. With a shout, she suddenly did a right roundhouse kick aimed directly for the clone's head, and it was blocked easily with a raised forearm. As it danced around behind her to get away from the follow-through side kick she tried with the other leg, it was momentarily surprised when she suddenly kicked herself into a handstand to strike out with one of her legs at the clone while upside down. It scrambled back upon blocking the kick, allowing Ino to flip back onto her feet to continue her assault with fists. She felt elation rising within her as she noticed her opponent had momentarily lost the rhythm and was finally looking nervous while dodging and blocking the incoming punches. After a few more seconds, the clone seemed to have lost control of its right arm for an instant after a close block, giving her an opening she needed to slip in a fist. Just as she was about to take advantage, a loud chime stopped her just short. She was stunned for a moment before despair slowly flooded her entire body. That was Naruto's alarm bell signaling the end of the spar, and she had failed. As she collapsed to her knees panting while the clone dispelled, she felt the real Naruto come up behind her as he got up from sitting under the shade of a nearby tree. He had been silently watching the spar, not offering any commentary at all. It made her feel like she was being judged, and she couldn't help but think she was coming up way short. "Naruto!" she pleaded quietly as she turned to look up into the other blonde's emotionless expression. It felt to her like she was going to be executed by his next statement. They stared at each other for a long moment before Naruto exhaled sharply, making her flinch violently with eyes squeezed shut. "To be honest, you surprised me, Ino-chan. As much as I hate to think this about my first friend ever, since I didn't want to hurt your feelings, I was thinking you'd have given up long before the spar was over. However, you did better than I expected," he commented with a small smile. Ino was startled for a moment before frowning in confusion. Wasn't he going to tell her to quit now? Knowing what she was confused about, Naruto continued. "You didn't give in, even though you were outmatched. You kept changing your strategy every time you failed to land a hit, forcing my clone to stay on its toes around you. You didn't go for a straightforward approach anymore after the first few times you attacked, eventually resorting to whatever tactic you could think of. You even made my clone nervous a few times when you went right for the groin. That's how any nin would fight, and you have at least the basic mentality of a kunoichi, doing and using whatever you can to win, or survive and escape at the very least. But I'm still too weak," Ino muttered quietly as she glanced down at the ground, ashamed of herself for letting it get to this point. As she sparred, she realized the clone was somehow helping her out by openly exploiting all the openings she had in her stance. She learned to plug these holes as the spar went on, and made things a little more difficult for the clone. However, it was still too little too late. "You can change that yourself." "How?" "Try asking Hinata-chan for advice on how to train like a kunoichi. That's a good place to start. I'd be happy to help you out in any way possible too. You have good sense of balance, and I think you do well with a taijutsu style that mainly uses kicks since you have good reach with those long and flexible legs. So you're not going to ask me to quit?" Ino blurted out, surprised by the change in his demeanor. He shook his head with a sad smile. "My request was for you to listen to me, that's all. It was just a suggestion because I felt you've been going about this the wrong way, but I can't force you to quit. I can only show you there's a lot more to being a nin. It's a dangerous occupation and I really care about you a lot, so I wanted to at least see you make yourself as safe as possible with preparation and skills. However, you weren't doing anything to make sure you would have had the best chance to come out of missions and battles unharmed. Not only that, but you would likely have to rely on your comrades to keep you safe, therefore putting them in more danger if they had to turn their backs on the enemy trying to keep an eye on you. That struck Ino deep within. If she had somehow graduated as a genin the way she was now, it was possible she would have been a huge liability to her future team. That made her sick in the stomach. As she was going over her past cringeworthy choices in her mind, she almost missed Naruto extending a hand to help her get to her feet. After she got up, he kept a tight grip on her hand, making her blush slightly as she stared into his serious eyes. Only you can decide for yourself if you have the resolve to stay and improve yourself. I know you can be so much better than this, and I'd be happy to help you however I can if you would just ask. He said sincerely as he slowly let go of her hand. She didn't notice her hand had lingered just a slight bit longer before falling to her side, as if it was looking for more of that warmth. Ino nodded silently, somewhat happy that Naruto was still willing to help her and that he still believed in her. For some reason, she suddenly didn't want to ever let him down again like she already did with her lackluster attitude about being a kunoichi. If you decide to get serious and keep this up, you'll catch up to Hinata-chan's level quicker than you'd think. He commented with a sincere grin, making Ino blush in slight embarrassment. Could she really be that strong if she pushed herself? She had to admit that even though she was still in pain from the spar, it felt good when she actually managed to meet some of his expectations, even if they were low to begin with. As she dusted herself off and smoothed down most of the frays in her hair, she noticed Naruto look down with a guilty expression. "I'm sorry I had to be rough on you, Ino-chan," he muttered with pain evident in his eyes and tone. "It's okay. I think I needed that." She smiled gently and easily saw relief flood him now that he knew his longtime friend wasn't going to hold any of this against him. Nodding, he turned to walk her home. "I was planning on taking you to see someone if things went differently today, but there's no need now. I'm still going to pay her a visit after I drop you off at your home, though," he said nonchalantly, and his fellow blonde frowned in curiosity. "Her? Who's she, if I may ask?" she asked, not noticing the slight tinge of jealousy in her tone. He smiled sadly. "Tarachi Sachi. Do you remember her?" It took Ino a long moment to shift through her memories for that name. "Oh, that nice black-haired senpai a couple years ahead of us. She was always friendly with anyone in the academy, even in the years below her, and I remember her to be pretty cute too. I wonder how's she doing as a new genin." She pondered with an index finger on her chin. She missed a flash of grief that filtered across Naruto's face. "She's not one anymore," he sighed out. Ino snapped to him with wide eyes. "Why?" she all but whispered. He shook his head. "I shouldn't tell you this because you might change your mind about being a kunoichi just as we got a positive result from earlier. It was last resort if you were still being stubborn about remaining exactly where you were about training." Things fell silent between the two for a moment as they made their way into the main part of the village. Naruto dash. Ino finally began calmly. "If this has something to do with what I need to know to be a kunoichi, then please show me. I want to say hello to Sachi-senpai as well." She had a bad feeling about this and needed to see how her senpai was doing. The older girl had been really kind to her and others. Naruto stared over at her for a long moment before nodding resolutely with a sad look. "Follow me." Soon in Konoha Hospital's recovery ward, Ino was standing next to the hospital room's door, her entire body ramrod straight in horror. On the room's lone bed sat a cute young woman. She had straight shoulder-length black hair that used to shine brilliantly in the sunlight, but now seemed a bit dull. Her round face, cute button nose, and slightly full lips gave her the appearance of a girl from next door. This fit her former personality perfectly because of her friendly and outgoing nature back when she was in the academy. Ino noted the keyword former as she watched Naruto sitting at the bedside smiling in a disarming and friendly way at Sachi, who seemed so small and withdrawn in her bed, as if she wanted to take up as little space as it was possible. She didn't have any sign of physical wounds, but Ino knew something traumatic had to have happened. "Good afternoon, Sachi-chan. How are you doing?" Naruto spoke brightly, even though Ino could see clear sadness in his blue eyes. Sachi smiled back, but she seemed a bit out of it somewhat, as if she wasn't entirely all there. I'm doing great. It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun. She shyly replied in a voice just barely above a whisper. While Ino silently watched the interaction between the two, she couldn't help but think about what might have happened to her senpai. A few of the signs were there: the new withdrawn nature, her appearance having lost a little bit of its luster, and the way she flinched a little if there was sudden movement around her. Poor dear. A feminine voice brought her out of those thoughts. She looked to the right to see a middle-aged female nurse standing at the door watching the interaction with a sad expression. When they came into the hospital and Naruto requested to see Sachi, this brown-haired nurse had to accompany the two to the room as a rule for this particular kind of patient. When she was brought in 2 months ago, she only had her parents for visitors until Naruto-kun accidentally came across Sachi-chan when he was getting treated for training injuries a few weeks ago. Since then, he would visit her at least several times per week. She whispered to the younger female, who nodded. It was so like Naruto to be concerned about any person he knew, even if it was just an acquaintance. Naruto-kun is still the only male, aside from her father, whom she allowed to get close from the onset. It was no surprise since he's such a kind young man. The nurse continued in an admiring tone. Ino gulped. That was another clue for what might have happened to Sachi, and all the possibilities she was now coming up with were horrible. Who's she? She snapped out of her dark thoughts to notice Sachi was asking about her presence here in the room. Sachi-chan, this is one of my friends, Yamanaka Ino. Do you remember her? Naruto introduced in a gentle tone as Ino stepped closer to the two and inclined her head with a small smile. Sachi seemed to be studying her very closely, as if to determine something, before smiling a little. I know you. You were hanging around Naruto-kun back then. She spoke softly. Ino nodded. I also remember you, Sachi-senpai. You were always getting along with everyone, even those not in your year. She replied with a smile. Sachi's black eyes clouded over slightly as if she seemed to be trying to recall something, before shaking her head sadly. Did I? I'm afraid I don't remember much of my old life before I woke up here. There was a long pause as Ino seemed to struggle with a question she didn't want to ask. Naruto and the nurse knew what she was thinking but decided to let this play out. Sachi-senpai dash. She was going to ask what happened for her senpai to end up here even though Sachi looked physically healthy, but she was interrupted. Are you a good girl? Sachi suddenly asked almost childishly with a cocked head. Her black eyes looked to be out of focus. Why? Ino took a small step back. For some reason, she knew the context of that question wasn't as innocent as it sounded. Naruto gritted his teeth audibly. If you're a good girl, then I'm sure you've been given some rewards already. Good girls get rewards and bad girls are punished. That's what I remember being told. There were a lot of people waiting to reward me because I was a really good girl, but then I was taken away to here. Sachi murmured with an odd smile and dead eyes as if she was reciting something tedious from memory. Ino had to bite her lips to hold back a sniffle and a shudder while Naruto shot her a worried expression. The patient didn't seem to have noticed any of this. I think it's a good thing you're back here, and I hope you'll make a full recovery. She spoke quickly. I'm afraid I only dropped in to make sure you were all right and I'll have to leave. It was good seeing you again. Sachi nodded with an uncaring smile, not at all bothered by the sudden change. She was more focused on Naruto's presence anyway. Ino bowed and just about sprinted out of the room. Naruto and the nurse sighed sadly. Is she okay? She left in a hurry. Sachi inquired airily as her slightly out-of-focus eyes turned to her male visitor. Naruto's eyes tightened before nodding slowly. She will be. 30 minutes later at an unused training ground, Naruto was greeted by the sound of flesh repeatedly hitting wood as he appeared in a clearing. The sun was setting and the area was beginning to become shrouded in darkness. It was just him and another person. Damn it! Ino cursed each time one of her abused limbs hit against a thick training pole. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he wondered how long she had been doing this, and swiftly moved up behind her to easily grab a hold of her arms by the wrists. Ino yelled and struggled feebly against the grip for a moment before slumping against his chest. Naruto easily felt her entire body shake with sobs. Ino-chan, you need to take better care of yourself. You just about demolished your hands, he murmured sadly as he checked her ruined hands, and her shins began developing some nasty bruises too. Fortunately, there were no signs of bone damage. He turned her around to see her head was bowed, obscuring most of her face from his view, but he could tell she was crying heavily. He gently gripped her wrist and guided her slowly over to a nearby creek. He then had her kneel down at the water's edge so he could help her dunk her throbbing hands in the cool water. As he gently massaged the hands underwater, being careful to watch for any sign of discomfort from Ino, his friend suddenly whispered, "Why?" "Just a combination of unpreparedness and bad luck," he answered without missing a beat, knowing exactly what she was asking. Ino then glanced up at him, clearly expecting to hear more. He blew out a sigh. "From what I gathered, she was on her second C-ranked mission out of the village. She and her team completed it successfully, and were on the way back when they were ambushed about 10 kilometers from here." "Why so close?" "There must have been patrols out there. As long as anyone knew the schedules and patrol patterns, it's easy to slip in and out. It's risky, but they prefer to do this in order to ambush teams returning tired from their missions. They also wouldn't have been prepared for an ambush when all they were thinking about is home just down the road. Better chances of capture that way." A flash of anger and dread filled Ino. They were only after. They had no interest in fighting her sensei and male teammates. They wanted only her, and they were successful with their distractions. Next thing the shinobi knew, Sachi-chan suddenly disappeared. There was a long moment of thick silence between the two as Naruto continued to massage away some of the pain in Ino's hands. Only the sound of the running creek filled the air. They tracked her down 10 days later to a training camp in one of the small countries. Ino allowed a violent shudder with nausea building within her. "By training, do you mean?" "They were training her to be a sex slave," Naruto answered bluntly, not holding back any punches. There was a loud retch and then splashing as Ino scrambled into deeper water on all fours, not caring about getting her clothes wet, and promptly vomited into the running water. He sighed and stared up at the darkening sky. "It's been 2 months, and she still hasn't dropped some of the habits they beat into her, even with help from therapists. When I accidentally ran into her in the hospital, she tried to undo my pants as if it was normal. The staff told me I was the only male she didn't scream bloody murder around for even being in the same room as her. Apparently, she trusts me for some reason and believed it was okay to do all those stuff they taught her only on me. It took a while to convince her otherwise." He scratched behind his neck with a small embarrassed blush. "Apparently, when she was trying to hold on to her sanity as they trained her, she did her best to keep me firmly in her mind, like some sort of an anchor. I didn't realize I've made any kind of impression on her when she was still here. I just usually found her training after classes and gave her some tips. Sometimes we had fun chatting about random things too. Still, I can't imagine why she would want to think of me in such a horrible situation. You have no idea just how much your mere presence affects people around you." Ino thought offhandedly, knowing exactly why Sachi thought of him. She knew she would have done the same in that situation. There was just something absolutely safe and comforting about being near one Uzumaki Naruto. There was another period of silence as Ino's panting filled the air while she recovered from her vomiting, her stomach's contents now long since washed away down the creek. "Why specifically her?" she finally asked as she just sat waist deep in the creek, feeling somewhat soothed by the water flowing around her. "Like I said, just bad luck. If there had been another team just 10 minutes ahead of her, then they would have been ambushed instead, and their female team members likely lost. They just want kunoichi." "What?" "Kunoichi are a rare commodity for slavers. The rich and powerful are willing to pay millions for pure kunoichi. That's why they're willing to risk their lives against trained nin just for a chance to grab young kunoichi." "Pure? You don't mean Sachi-senpai is still a virgin?" "In the strictest sense, yes, she still is. However, it doesn't mean they didn't have many other ways of humiliating and breaking her. They wouldn't risk having these strong women having any idea of rebelling against their new masters, so they were in the process of psychologically stripping away everything that made Sachi-chan who she was when they rescued her. She still remembers a bit of her old self, but she'll never be the same." "Why do you know so much about this?" Ino asked tearfully as she tried not to imagine what Sachi had gone through. "Enko-chan and Ero-senin thought it would be best for me to learn about the worst elements of this world so I would be better prepared. They didn't hold back at all." "Is this common?" "It didn't used to be, since kunoichi were fewer and much stronger, making capturing them not worth it. Unfortunately, even a decade of peace brings many problems in this world. The standards for graduating became much more lax than they were even just 10 years ago, and there are more women in the shinobi force who didn't exactly join for noble reasons. That left many kunoichi undertrained to deal with this kind of danger." Ino glared angrily at Naruto for his supposed insinuation about women being weak. He easily shrugged it off before continuing. That was Anko-chan's words, not mine. She picked out Hinata-chan as the only female out of our year prepared to deal with this, and that was because my training habits rubbed off on her. And this Anko? What right does she have to make such opinions about the rest of us? Ino shivered as Naruto glared at her fiercely in defense of his friend. I believe she's easily the strongest woman in this village in the absence of the San and Tsunade. Even Kakashi the copycat would be hard-pressed to win easily against her. So yeah, I'd listen to her on whatever she thinks about today's kunoichi if I were you. The chastised blonde girl mumbled out an apology, and looked down sadly as she absent-mindedly splashed some water around her. Naruto sighed. Today's likely the last time we'll have seen Sachi-chan. Why? There's a non-profit convent for victims like her to recover in peace and get specialized help. The secrecy of its location is so well guarded that not even the Kages know exactly where it is, or so I was told. Even Jiraiya of the Sannin, the best spy in the nations, has no idea where it is. The only way to contact them is to watch for a group wearing unique outfits to randomly appear in the village square, and then go up to them to hand them a written request with a picture. The Hokage will then be notified and the victim will disappear soon after, never to be seen again unless she recovers and decides to come back home to her relatives and friends. That likely won't be for years in many cases. I ran into her parents on the way out today, and they told me they just made the request. They were stopping by to say their goodbyes before she's to be whisked away, likely tonight. Ino scowled angrily. That's so cruel. Those bastards caused her so much pain that the family had to be torn apart for her sake. It's not fair they can get away with this. Naruto slowly stood up and strolled over to a nearby tree, and Ino followed this movement with her head. She nearly jumped out of her skin as she watched him rear back a fist and punch the tree so hard a large chunk of the trunk simply splintered under the force. The tree wobbled for a few seconds before falling over and hitting the ground with a loud crash. While that scared her a little, what she saw on Naruto's face afterward terrified her to no end. It was a furious expression with both of his eyes now ice blue with a slightly red tint as he stared down at his slightly bleeding fist. It was apparent he had been holding in his anger lately. That's why I'm going to make every single one of them regret ever wanting to do this. Not just for Sachi-chan and her family, but for everyone else as well. There's nothing redeemable about these fucking bastards, who think of torturing women into insanity and submission and then auctioning them off as nothing but a mean of making money. When I graduate, I will destroy any group of slavers I come across, no matter how much they beg for their miserable lives. They'll see no mercy, only my wrath. Naruto roared out the last word as he hopped and brashly smashed the fallen tree in two with a powerful falling axe kick. As the two pieces bounced into the air from the impact, Naruto spun around and kicked one away, sending it crashing loudly into the forest and through several trees. The other piece was then blown away in a different direction by another kick, taking several more trees with it as well. Before the enraged blonde could find more unfortunate trees, Naruto, two delicate but wet arms wrapped around him tightly from behind, stopping him cold in surprise. Aino-chan? You're scaring me, she whispered into his back. That made whatever anger he still had left dissipate quickly. Sorry, it's just that, after seeing Sachi-chan like that for the past few weeks and not getting any better, he mumbled guiltily. Ino nodded into his back. I know. It's okay. They didn't know how long they stood there with her hugging him tightly from behind. Only the sound of her sniffles and water dripping from her wet clothes filled the air in the meantime. Finally, she let go and they faced each other. Nodding silently to each other, they headed on home with no words needing to be spoken. At the doorstep of Yamanaka Flowers, Naruto smirked as he took in Ino's dirty appearance. You look like hell. She glared at him before scoffing. No thanks to you, obviously. He nodded with an apologetic grin before turning serious. Have you thought about what happened today? She glanced away with a guilty expression. I'm not sure what I want to do now, but I feel like I'd be a coward if I run away from this. After hearing what happened to Sachi-senpai, I feel like that's all I wanted to do now, to just make a beeline from the academy into a nice and safe position here at the flower shop for the rest of my life. I can understand that. You're not going to think of me as a coward? No. I won't ever think that of you. Even though I believe you can be a great kunoichi someday, I won't force it if you feel this life isn't for you. I can't speak for the others, but I'm pretty sure most of them will be fine with whatever you may decide to. Just think carefully about this. If you quit, you won't be allowed to re-enroll ever. That's it. If you want to be trained again, it'll have to be somewhere else instead of Konoha. I understand. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. What's your reason for becoming a shinobi? That's easy. To protect all the people I care about and their home. That includes the possible future owner of a cute little flower shop. He replied easily with a foxy grin. Ino blushed and smiled beatifically. Thank you. She stepped in to give him a hug that he returned readily. A week later in the academy, Naruto sighed as he sulked in his seat in the classroom. The last time he saw Ino was on that doorstep a week ago. She hadn't come to class since then. Hinata was worried about his mood as of late but couldn't bring herself to ask what was wrong. She and the others noticed Ino's absence, but Naruto explained that away with a half-truth, that she hurt her hands and legs training. They were now waiting for class to begin. Suddenly, Naruto heard a familiar voice outside. It was the third-year instructor speaking to someone. He strained his ears some more, and a smile began to grow on his face as he watched the classroom's door slide open. The instructor stepped in first, followed by Yamanaka Ino. She was wearing her normal outfit of a loose t-shirt and a pair of capri pants, but Naruto noticed a change in her demeanor. She looked more focused instead of happy-go-lucky. He was stunned when he saw her pale blue eyes only merely linger on Sasuke's form for a moment before moving on to lock with his surprised cerulean blue eyes. She sent him a smirk. Let's welcome back Yamanaka Ino, who's been absent for the past week due to injuries from a training session. The instructor explained as Ino walked up to where Naruto was sitting. There was an empty seat on his right while Hinata sat to his left. She took the seat. Knock that stupid expression off your face, Baka. She muttered in slight embarrassment as she watched Naruto stare at her with a massive smile. You came back. He breathed out, still unable to stop smiling. She shook her head in exasperation with a grin. After a few minutes, while the instructor was still setting up today's lesson, Ino leaned in toward Naruto and Hinata. I've been thinking, and I've decided I want to be a strong kunoichi in order to protect my loved ones, and to try to help end human trafficking however I can, she explained shortly before bowing her head slightly. Naruto. Hinata-chan, please train me. I don't care if you have to beat me into the ground repeatedly, but make me better in the end. She whispered, her tone pleading for Naruto and Hinata to say yes. They glanced at each other with happy grins before the blonde boy answered. Of course we will. The kitchen was silent except for Naruto's cooking as he prepared some bacon and scrambled eggs, and his shadow clone was moving between chopping up assorted fruits for a fruit salad and squeezing out some orange juice. Kana was sitting completely still, awaiting her daughter's reaction to what she revealed about her part that day. No one spoke for a few minutes as Ino quietly contemplated all of this. Kana almost wished for the expected reaction, an angry outburst, to happen already since this tense silence was getting to her. She flinched when Ino sighed harshly, but didn't do anything else as she glared lightly at her mother. So you were the reason for that, she said quietly. It took Kana a long moment to get over her surprise at Ino's somewhat calm reaction. Shouldn't you be angry with me, sweetie? She didn't stop herself in time and winced. Ino closed her eyes and furrowed her brows deeply as she took a calming breath. I am, to be honest, but I have to remember that it was me being an idiot that forced you to take action. So, I can't say this was unexpected. I'm actually angrier about the fact you hurt Naruto-kun by asking him to do that. He was in pain the whole time he tore me apart physically and mentally, not knowing if our friendship would survive that day. I saw it in his eyes, Mom. She spoke softly. Kana closed her eyes and sighed, guilt clear in her expression. At this time, the two Narutos came over and set the plates and glasses of orange juice down on the table in front of the women before the clone popped. The original took his seat to the left of Ino with his own plate and glass. He put his right hand comfortingly on her left shoulder, and she smiled appreciatively as she moved her right hand across her chest to grip it tightly. After a moment, they blushed slightly when they realized Kana was staring at their joined hands with a delighted grin, and reluctantly let go of each other while clearing their throats. The table's occupants then all nodded to each other. There was an unspoken agreement to take a break from the conversation and eat their meal. Other than the occasional compliment about Naruto's cooking, the breakfast was a quiet affair. With their plates empty, Ino suddenly stood up and walked around the table to stand next to Kana. The mother stared up at her daughter in confusion only for a moment before being surprised as she was wrapped up in a tight hug. Thank you for doing that, Mom. It terrifies me to think about what I would have been like if you and Naruto-kun hadn't stepped in. Ino whispered almost tearfully. Kana smiled with misty eyes as she hugged back just as tightly. Naruto watched all of this with a happy grin. After a moment, they released and Ino began walking out of the kitchen. We have to get ready for class. You should go home and change, Naruto-kun. I'll meet you at the academy, she called out over her shoulder as she disappeared through the doorway, presumably to get ready. Naruto groaned as he stood up. Ah crap. I forgot about class today. I don't suppose I could excuse myself due to the fact I did just bust my ass fighting a Jounin-level enemy last night, he grumbled as Kana stood and moved to hug the slightly taller blonde from behind. I don't think Umino-sensei would believe that. Take my warm and love-filled hug as consolation, she whispered mischievously. I might have been convinced by that statement if you weren't blatantly sneaking your hands under this apron to feel up my muscles, Kana-chan. Naruto countered with a twitching eyebrow and a blush as he felt delicate fingers deftly explore every inch of his firm chest. My hands seem to have a mind of their own. My apologies, Naruto-kun. She didn't sound sorry at all and wasn't showing any sign of stopping her groping soon. Whatever happened to looking but not touching? I just want to make sure my daughter's getting her merchandise in perfect condition. I can say I approve fully. Kana replied jokingly but did begin to slowly remove her hands from under the apron, making Naruto shake his head exasperatedly at his mother figure's antics. I wonder about what goes on in your mind sometimes, Kanaheim. A new voice cut in, full of amusement. Kana and Naruto turned their heads to see Inoichi standing in the kitchen's doorway with a smirk and a raised eyebrow at what he presumably caught his wife doing to their pseudo-son. Yo! Good morning, Pops. Naruto said cheerfully with a raised hand as he moved to retrieve another plate to reheat and prepare another portion of the breakfast for Inoichi. The older man nodded gratefully as he moved over to the table, pecking his wife on her temple as he passed, and sat down with an exhausted sigh. Kana was still standing in place, upset at not getting to see what she was expecting. Wait a minute! Naruto-kun, I was expecting you to turn into a blushing and stammering mess when Darling walked in on us. There's no way you could have just shrugged off being found with his wife's hands all over you like that. And you're supposed to be defending your wife's honor from this beastly man, Darling. She whined and stomped her foot like a child that didn't get her way. Naruto and Inoichi laughed at this childish display. I only needed to remember you can sense anyone coming and go with the margin of error only up to a meter off. You had to have known Pops was coming, and there was no way you could be truly caught off guard, so I figured you were planning that timing and I wasn't going to give you the satisfaction, Lady Yamanaka. He likely had the same thought. Naruto explained with a smirk at Kana's grouchy expression as he finished preparing Inoichi's portion of breakfast and set it down in front of the older blonde, who was still chuckling before exhaling. Phew, it's rare to see one of Kanaheim's little pranks end up a dud. I needed that laugh after a long night. Sorry for the inconvenience. Naruto replied with an apologetic smile while Kana grumbled in the background. Can't be helped, Naruto-kun. Inoichi waved it off before fixing him with a serious expression. Are you feeling alright though? Perfectly fine. Just a few scratches that healed right away. What about being nearly blown to bits when you recklessly jumped headfirst into trees covered top to bottom in explosives? Or when you were playing chicken with his sword? Kana growled, not happy at all that Naruto could have been hurt badly, even if he said it was a test. She knew exactly what happened in the battle because Naruto made a full report to the Capmaster ANBU in front of her and the others. I was trying to run away at first, you know. It's not like I wanted to fight against such odds. At least I copied a pretty useful Doton jutsu in the process. Naruto muttered defensively as he took the apron off. That was due to having said jutsu fired at you, nearly turning you into a human kebab. You're not helping your case at all, mister. Kana said lowly with narrowed eyes. Naruto was getting a little irritated, and Inoichi saw this so he decided to step in before hurtful words could be said. Naruto, you should understand our princesses were quite worried about you last night, especially since this likely brought up memories of when you came back to the village nearly dead a few months ago. He cut in while eating. The younger blonde fell silent with visible guilt, and Kana stiffened at the memory of seeing a frail and defenseless Naruto in that hospital bed. The brunette silently walked up to her pseudo-son with watery eyes and clutched him into a crushing hug. There was no fooling around this time. The young blonde smiled sadly as he returned the hug with a whispered apology. After a long moment, a demure Kana let go of him and moved to sit next to Inoichi, and rested her head on her husband's shoulder. Naruto let out a hum as he leaned against the counter with his arms crossed. Our princesses? he quizzed with a raised eyebrow. Inoichi smirked as he drank from his orange juice. Oh? Am I wrong about your budding relationship with our daughter? Naruto blushed slightly and grumbled something incomprehensible for a moment, before fixing the older blonde with a steady gaze. No, I'd say you're correct, Pops. However, I think you'd have an issue with that, since you do know I'm dating Hinata-chan right now. I don't see why that's a problem, Mr. Last Heir of Uzumaki and son of a Hokage. Inohime is good friends with Hinata-san, and she can decide for herself who she wants to be with. Just be happy I actually like and trust the one she's likely chosen. Inoichi replied and nearly laughed at Naruto's stunned expression. Kana had no such reservations as she giggled loudly. The hell? I was expecting lots of crying and gnashing teeth when we tell you that she and Hinata-chan would be seeing me at the same time. I can imagine Inohime doing that if I was feeling especially mean about approving this. Inoichi chuckled lightly as Kana lightly swatted him on the arm. I was talking about you, Pops. Naruto shot back with a foxy grin. Inoichi face planted on the table while Kana snickered. Am I that bad? The older blonde muttered. When we were 7, you threw kunai at Shika just because he happened to be staring in Ino-chan's direction for 3 seconds. He was trying to see around her at a particularly interesting cloud behind her. Naruto retorted in deadpan, and Kana giggled again. He's got you there, darling. Inoichi grumbled with a resigned grin. He then was shocked along with his wife when they watched Naruto suddenly bow deeply at the hips. Lord and Lady Yamanaka, I, Uzumaki Naruto, formally request permission to court your wonderful daughter with full intention toward marriage someday. I humbly regret to say that she will not be the only woman for me, but I promise she will get all the love she deserves, and even more than that. I will also protect her from anything with my life. He spoke firmly, his head still down in front of the stunned Yamanaka couple. They knew Naruto rarely bowed to anyone, and for him to do this so deeply and sincerely spoke to them a lot about how much he wanted this to work out with Ino. Inoichi had to smile. He couldn't deny this young man even if he wanted to. He exchanged glances with Kana before replying. Of course. Protect and treat her well. Now please raise your head, it's not like you at all. Naruto straightened up with a grateful smile. Thank you? So when were you finally going out? Kana inquired excitedly, unable to wait for her daughter's time to come. Naruto did his usual sheepish pose. I'm not exactly sure when, but it'll be soon. What's stopping you? Not me. Her. She set some sort of a milestone in her training, and I have a feeling when she reaches it, she'll feel like she'd be ready to go out with me. What if she couldn't reach that milestone? Kana asked worriedly. Naruto smiled fondly. To be truthful, she already did a while ago. What? Why didn't you notice? Haven't you told her? I strongly believe she could go even higher, so I changed things around without her knowing. She'll kick my ass when she finds out, but she'll be so much stronger for it. That I promise. Naruto explained with a sure expression. Kana sighed. The first thing you need to know about Yamanaka women is that we do not like to be kept from our prizes any longer than absolutely necessary, even if it was for that reason. You can expect lots of making up to do whenever this goes down, she muttered as she pinched her brow. Inoichi nodded his confirmation as he was eating some bacon. Naruto shrugged. I'll deal with it when it happens. For now, I need to go home and get ready for class today. Thanks for letting me stay over, and I'll see you around. Thank you again for giving me and Ino-chan a chance. He spoke as he put on his eye patch and turned with a wave over his shoulder before making his way out through the rear door. The kitchen was silent for a moment as Inoichi contentively finished eating this delicious breakfast. Should we have told him he's still shirtless and he's walking out into full view of the store's garden where many of our female clan members usually work in the early mornings before their kunoichi duties? Kana commented innocently with an index finger on her chin. Kya! What a hottie! Marry me, Naruto Kun! No, me! I'm AF Cup and I have a great ass. Please take me as yours, master! Holy shit! Naruto's terrified voice faded as he was apparently running away from a horde of beautiful and amorous Yamanaka women. Ooey! He's OFF limit to all of you! And take your huge jugs and shove them up your great ass, Waikeo Baka! Ino's voice roared from an open window upstairs. She apparently had heard the commotion. Too late time. Inoichi chuckled, knowing Kana let him go out like that on purpose. The Yamanaka matriarch giggled with a vicious smile as the shouting continued outside. She then frowned and thought. Who knew our uptight little cousin Risa-chan was hiding some sub-tendencies? She remarked, making her husband's sweat drop. A few days later in the village's shopping district. It's too loud here, Mom, Ino winced before opening her eyes after concentrating hard for a few long minutes. She was sitting across from Kana at a patio table, and they were eating and training just outside a busy dessert shop on a beautiful day. The noise is messing with my sensing, like it's jamming everything, she described to her smiling mother, who took a sip of her tea. Kana nodded in understanding. You'll have to learn to tune out the noise from now on. Not only will this help you clear your head to sense anything easily, but it also has the added benefit of making you more alert for any foreign noise that shouldn't be there, no matter how small it sounded. With these benefits and many others, you'll become more skilled at detection overall even without your sensing ability. That sounds useful. I wonder why there aren't so many sensors around if there are benefits like that. Ino pondered thoughtfully. Most can get this ability with extensive training, but they usually don't think the amount of time involved would be worth it. I was born with this, and you apparently inherited it. Even if you were to meet someone who trained to have this ability, you would still have the advantage since this'll be second nature to you. We're just that much better. Her mother replied with a prideful smile. Ino beamed at the future possibilities for her new ability. Now, close your eyes. Tell me everything you should sense within 20 meters around us when I say now. Ino obeyed and exhaled deeply as she closed her eyes. Immediately, the noisy environment around them invaded her mind, and it took her a moment to clear most of it away. Suddenly, she felt many ghostly presences around her, and an enormous one some distance away that she couldn't ignore no matter what, even when she had restricted her senses to 20 meters. Now. She snapped her eyes open. 12 patrons sitting out here and inside, 5 standing, all inside the shop, and 2 more were moving around frantically in the back of the shop. I'm guessing the bakers. I also sensed 5 pedestrians moving on the street within range at that precise moment. So, there were 24 presences within 20 meters of us at the moment you said now. She answered confidently. Kana smiled happily. You did good. I sensed 24 human presences too. Ino beamed for a moment before frowning in confusion at something specific her mother said. Kana's smile then turned mischievous. However, note that I said human presences. I asked for everything. What? What else could I have felt? Kana pointed into an alley next to the dessert shop. There are 3 rats skittering around in there. She moved her finger to the shop's rooftop. 2 cats are apparently lying in the sunlight up there, and another one's about to pounce down on the aforementioned rats from the roof. The women then easily made out the faint sounds of a metal garbage can clanging and a cat's yowl from the alley at that moment. Kana then thumbed toward the street next to the patio area. A dog is wandering around on the street. Ino checked to see a black stray dog going around whining for food from the passing pedestrians. Finally, Kana pointed skyward. 2 birds were flying within range when I said now. Ino just stared gobsmacked at her mother. Mom, you're so amazing. Kana blushed slightly at the praise before clearing her throat. You'll be able to sense those smaller presences sooner or later. It'll be a big help because some shinobi use animals to attack, and it'll be important to keep alert for all these different presences around you. Even the supposedly innocent birds flying high in the sky above. After a few minutes of discussion, Kana noticed a goofy smile slowly growing wider and wider on her daughter's face. She wondered what was up with that, and got her answer when she finally noted an overwhelmingly massive chakra signature next to another familiar one coming toward them from elsewhere in the village. She was distracted with training Ino, and didn't really pay attention to this signature until now. Spending close to 14 years feeling that signature all the time around the village made it easy for her to tune it out. However, her daughter apparently had been keeping this signature in mind even as she trained. Kana smiled teasingly upon seeing Naruto and Hinata come into view down the street. Ino, who didn't see them because they were walking up from behind, began to giggle drunkenly as if something was affecting her somehow, and it was an amusing sight for the mother. It was Hinata who saw them first and pointed her discovery out to Naruto, who brightened up upon seeing them. He then made his way into the shop's patio area and silently walked up behind Ino, who was now looking positively giddy. He then put a hand gently on her shoulder, making her shiver visibly in obvious bliss. Guess who? Naruto-kun. She practically purred with closed eyes and a very goofy grin as she leaned her head back against his abdomen, exactly where the source of his nearly endless chakra was located. Hello, ladies! Naruto greeted a little distractedly because of Ino's strange reaction. Hinata bowed slightly at his side with a smile. Hello to you too as well. What brings you here? Kana asked since she had to take over for her daughter, who seemed to be in La La Land for the moment, as she essentially rubbed the back of her head against Naruto's abdomen and basked in the intoxicating chakra radiating out of him in waves. We were on our way home after going out together, when we noticed you. We wanted to see how you were doing, Hinata answered, watching her concerned boyfriend gently poke the nearly catatonic Ino on her forehead as she continued to rub against his stomach with a blissful smile. Kana laughed in amusement. We've been developing her new sensory ability, and it's already reached a fairly decent level after only a few days. Because of that, she's really feeling more of Naruto-kun's overwhelming presence than usual now that he's so close. It certainly would explain why she's like this. It's like drug to most new sensors, though the effect is temporary, and should occur only one time in a lifetime. Good thing it's now and here with you. Naruto did his sheepish pose. Sorry. Should I keep my distance or something? No. Ino whined with a childish pout as soon as she heard that and reached behind to grab 2 fistfuls of Naruto's pants to keep him stuck in place behind her, making him stammer. The other 2 women chuckled. I reacted the same way when I truly felt the fourth's powerful presence up close for the first time, but it only took me a few minutes to get over it. She'll get used to it soon and should be fine except for some embarrassment. Kana explained. It was only a few minutes later as predicted when Ino recovered from her drugged state with a dark red blush. Sorry about that. I have no idea what just came over me. It's like my body was slowly getting soaked through to my bones in your chakra, which was so warm and tingly, and I couldn't get enough of it. She spoke shyly. Naruto shrugged it off and grinned wide as he sat down between her and Kana with Hinata sitting opposite him. Kana-chan was saying that you're developing your new ability quickly. You're going to be awesome. Ino blushed. Do you really think so? You're still so much stronger. Well, I might be a little strong - little? The 3 women echoed disbelievingly. And I might know a couple jutsu - couple? They retorted incredulously. But I can't do some things, like sensing, he finished a little forcefully with a twitching eyebrow, daring them to cut in again. The women laughed at his expense for a moment. But don't you get help from her on that part? Ino pointed out, her gaze shifting subtly to his stomach to indicate Kurama. Yeah, but it benefits only me most of the time. You at least can go with just about any team and help them get through a lot of missions possibly unscathed. At the end of the day, that's more valuable than strength or any flashy jutsu, he replied sincerely. Ino beamed at his words and felt like she gained a little more confidence in herself. Kana hid a smile at how easily Naruto made her daughter feel less insecure about her self-worth without even realizing it. She always knew Ino deserved no one but this young man sitting at the table with them, and this only added to her steadily growing belief. Naruto-kun, can we spar? The young Yamanaka suddenly asked after a few minutes of idle chatter between all 4. The blonde jinchuriki studied her for a moment and smirked. That challenge, huh? Why do I have this feeling today would be different from before? Because I know I'll do it this time. I still won't go easy on you, but it'll be fun. I should walk Hinata-chan home first, though. Actually, why don't you go ahead, Naruto-kun? I feel like having a snack here. Hinata offered with a smile as she gestured for a waitress to bring her a menu. I'll keep her company. Kana piped up. Ino nodded vigorously before grabbing a sputtering Naruto to drag him away from the 2 smirking women toward the direction of the training grounds. Something tells me things will change between these 2 today, Kana suddenly commented with a content grin. Hinata wasn't surprised at all by that statement, since she was feeling the same thing. I know, Kana-san. I was getting impatient for them to finally get together. It was nice having Naruto-kun all to myself for the past few months. But I've been feeling like Ino-chan should have been there with us lately, considering how much she loves him. Kana gazed over at her younger companion's sincere expression and sighed. You really are a saint, Hinata-chan. If he had ended up with any other girl, aside from Ino-chan, first instead of you, I honestly don't think she would be so understanding about his situation. Any of them would have selfishly kept him to herself, especially with his future fame and his parents being who they were. If I had been your age and single, I can't even truthfully say I wouldn't be tempted to lord it over the rest of the women that I got my claws in him and won't share. Many of us women are just that vicious when it comes to our men. Hinata blushed. Ano. I watched him as we grew up together, and all I've seen is how he has never taken each of his cherished bonds for granted like many others would have. I just know I can trust him not to forget me or anyone else. Even now, if Naruto-kun and Ino-chan were to kiss passionately in front of me, all I can imagine is how happy they were making each other, not that he was pushing me aside for someone else. That's because I know he'll continue to make me feel loved and cherished alongside Ino-chan, and whoever else might fall for Naruto-kun in the future, and I have no reason to feel insecure. It's just how I feel about this. Kana nodded, in awe of this young woman's maturity. She then stared over at where Ino and Naruto disappeared down the street for a few minutes while Hinata made her order with the waitress. "Or think you can check and find out how this particular spar ends?" she suddenly asked playfully after asking for a refill for her tea. Hinata smiled impishly. "Where are they exactly?" Kana pointed in a certain direction. 2.3 kilometers that way. Hinata's beautiful lavender-tinted white eyes focused in that direction, and the veins bulged around them with a whisper of Byakugan. Meanwhile at training ground 42, Naruto's back slammed against a tree trunk after spending the last few seconds backpedaling from his opponent's furious attacks. He gulped as he watched a very determined Ino throw out a vicious thrust kick that would have skewered a lesser man's stomach if he hadn't slipped out of the way. The kick landed with a loud crack on the tree instead. He shivered slightly, noting a good-sized dent in the trunk, before backflipping out of the way of his opponent's high kick, threatening to knock his head off. As he landed on his feet a small distance away toward the center of the small clearing they were sparring in, he had to smile proudly as he took in Ino's slightly panting form. She became so much stronger and even more beautiful compared to before when she began training properly. Now that she was eating and exercising like normal, she was filling out nicely with well-developed muscles and curves easily visible through her tight shirt and pants, making her out to be just as beautiful as Hinata in her own way. Not that he would ever dare compare them. Simply put, Ino was Ino, and Hinata was Hinata. He refused to think beyond that. He loved Hinata's gentle nature, and found it relaxing to be around her, but he also enjoyed Ino's cheerful nature that blew away his rare bad moods without fail. Hinata was more reserved in public but playful in private, and Ino was usually more outgoing in public but somewhat bashful in private. He kept discovering so many different things to like between the two of them that he was beginning to truly get into the idea of dating them together, and perhaps more in the future. He had to wonder what else he'd discover about Enko if what he learned about her hidden feelings for him turned out to be true in the future. Would he also somehow manage to find even more women to love beyond Enko? Getting back to the spar at hand, he absent-mindedly blocked an overhead axe kick from Ino. Kami, he was beginning to believe he had a fetish for strong women, since this determined woman in front of him was making him want to just brush aside her self-imposed milestone and take her lips right now. Ino's slightly flustered expression as her eyes lingered on his lips whenever she looked at him showed she was thinking the same thing. Sadly, he also knew it would be disrespectful to the last 2 years of hard work she put herself through to catch up if he did just that or let her win, no matter how achingly close she was to reaching that milestone. With that thought, he grabbed her ankle in a vice-like grip when her leg lingered on his blocking arm for a second too long. Ino let out a surprised yelp when he yanked on the leg in order to try to swing her around before tossing her into a tree. Try being the keyword here. Ino had recovered quickly and twisted her body around in his grip to lash out with another kick toward his head using her free leg. Naruto had to release her prematurely to dodge that kick to the side, and she recovered in midair and landed gracefully on her feet. He let out an impressed whistle as she smirked almost sensually at him. "You've really come a long way since that day, Ino-chan. Either that, or maybe you've been slacking off lately," she shot back as she took up a stance. Her pale blue eyes lingered on Naruto's inviting lips again, and her body heated up like usual as she imagined those on hers. It was all she was thinking about lately. "Now just let me hit you so we can get this over with," she growled out in impatience as she started things off with a flurry of punches and kicks, all which Naruto parried though he was being forced back little by little. "What's got you in a rush?" he said almost conversationally as he ducked under a high kick. "I was feeling your chakra all day ever since I woke up this morning." "How could I not? It's the biggest and brightest signature in the village," she replied just as casually as she parried a vicious haymaker before continuing. "That also meant I felt you with Hinata-chan's signature for several hours before you found us at that shop. It was just the two of you together for most of that time, and it's making me jealous and impatient, especially since I want the same thing." "What do you mean?" Naruto replied dumbly, knowing exactly what she was saying. He wanted to hear it directly from her though. He then shoved her away a bit when she got too close. She skidded to a stop before glaring at him with an embarrassed blush. "Kami! Are you seriously going to make me say it out loud? She growled as she dashed in and threw out a fast forward kick that Naruto barely slipped past. I love you, you baka! I have for a long time. I want the same thing Hinata-chan's been getting from you for the past few months, and I'll get my prize now, she declared forcefully as she fluidly transitioned her leg into a side kick at the midsection of Naruto, who was a little taken aback by her intense confession. He recovered quickly enough to get ready to block the incoming kick but was fooled when she suddenly canceled into stepping closer to his body and grabbed 2 fistfuls of his shirt. She shouted in triumph as she locked a leg behind one of his and jerked him to the side. He was promptly tripped and slammed to the ground with her on top of him. He let out a grunt of discomfort upon landing, before flinching upon hearing a loud thud on the ground next to his head. After a long moment of hearing Ino's panting above him, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and moved his gaze over to the side to see her fist embedded halfway into the ground just millimeters from his left ear. From the way her body felt on him, he deduced she was straddling his torso. His eyes followed the slender arm all the way up to her heaving chest. They lingered on its attractive curves for a second, before moving up her long neck to search the tired but exhilarated expression on her beautiful face. They finally locked with her eyes after a few seconds of exploration. She looked absolutely glorious. I did it, she muttered, but there was some uncertainty in her voice. Naruto smiled proudly up at her as he moved his left hand to gently touch Ino's fist still next to his head. She shivered in pleasure as his fingertips slowly trailed their way up her arm onto her shoulder and neck, nearly forcing a pleased moan out of her, before ending up on her right cheek. Her eyes fluttered closed as she hungrily leaned into the touch with a heavenly sigh, as if she had been awaiting that gesture for so long. You did it, he whispered in affirmation. She smiled brilliantly before leaning back to let out a whoop of victory with her arms up in the air as she still straddled the chuckling Naruto. After letting it all out, she bent back down to get face to face with her love, eyes smoldering with need. She looked like she wanted to do something but hesitated slightly. Naruto knew what she was waiting for. I love you too. I actually had a tiny crush on you ever since we first met, and it slowly grew stronger since then, he answered her unspoken question. Ino was shocked at that revelation. That long ago? Why hadn't she noticed? That meant he had been watching his crush foolishly pine for someone else for so long. She began to feel horrible, but Naruto wouldn't let her dwell on those dark thoughts. I'm just good at hiding my emotions if I needed to, so you didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted you to be happy, even if you thought it was with someone else for a little while, he explained with a sincere smile before being surprised by Ino suddenly removing his eye patch. I want you to forget that time, and remember this for the rest of your life, she spoke lowly as she stared intensely into his wide eyes before pressing her lips onto his. The first thing Naruto thought was that her lips felt and tasted different from Hinata's, but it was equally just as good. He kissed back eagerly in order to taste more of her, making her moan happily as he carefully wrapped his arms around her waist. What felt like hours, but only minutes in reality, passed before they finally broke apart, and she rested her forehead on his with a goofy grin. That was to show you that I've decided only you can make me this happy. No one else can, she whispered as she playfully pecked him on his lips several times. You sure showed me, he joked with a lopsided grin, making her giggle happily. They spent a few more minutes staying in that position, just playfully pecking lips and staring into each other's eyes, before they reluctantly decided to get to their feet. So I finally managed to get a hit on you while you were using resistance level 1. I suppose the next rational step would be to catch up to your natural speed and strength now, Ino remarked as she dusted herself off. She almost missed Naruto flinching. What's wrong? Naruto sweated buckets as he was feeling quite nervous. He knew he was doing his own way of helping Ino, and had been prepared for any retribution. But now that it was time for him to fess up, he suddenly got cold feet. Ino narrowed her eyes as she noticed his guilty demeanor. That wasn't you using level 1, was it? Were you using level 2? She asked dejectedly. She didn't want to think she was still so far from her goal. What was all that hard work for? No, I wouldn't do that to you. Then what is it? It was off. WWH, what was off? She sputtered. She almost didn't want to believe what he was implying. The seal. You've been fighting me at my natural speed and strength. You've caught up and likely can give Hinata-chan fits now. Why, you had better not be fucking kidding me. Ino was completely shocked that she had reached such a level so soon. She wondered why her progression seemed to have suddenly plateaued, and actually fell back for a short while, a few months ago, when she was doing so well up till that point. It took a lot of encouragement from Naruto for her to ignore her depression at the lack of progress and manage to get past that wall. This explained everything. I wouldn't do that to you, Ino-chan. I always knew you could be so much stronger than you believed yourself to be. I've been sparring you without my seal on for the past few months after you've already reached your original goal. That made her freeze. What? She growled lowly as she began to glare at her new soon-to-be-dead boyfriend fiercely with an ominous aura forming around her. He stepped back nervously. Aren't you happy you're already much stronger and more skilled than planned now? He tried to deflect. It failed miserably. You mean to tell me? Ino stomped closer. Each heavy footstep sounding like doom was slowly descending upon the poor terrified jinchuriki. He quickly backpedaled up against the tree with nowhere to go. That I could have had your wonderful kisses and caresses a few months early instead of just now, she snarled as she got up right in his face with her chest pressing tightly into his, making him blush despite the scary situation. He stammered before flinching upon seeing her move her hands up to his face. He was surprised to feel them gently cup his cheeks before being yanked down suddenly into a heated kiss. He returned it on instinct. He had no idea how many minutes passed before they broke apart. You're lucky I'm actually happy about being so much stronger than originally thought. But you are going to make up for all the kisses we could have had up till now, and we're not stopping until I say so, Naruto-kun, she whispered breathlessly as she kept him pinned against the tree, before yanking his head back down for more before he could recover from his daze long enough to utter anything. As if he wanted to protest this. Back at the dessert shop, Kana was grinning from ear to ear as Hinata finished describing what she just watched and cancelled her Byakugan. The young Hyuga heiress was blushing slightly at her longtime friend's boldness with their man just a moment ago, but she was truly happy they finally got together. Also, she had no idea how much Naruto's kisses truly affected her until she finally saw their full effect on another woman from an outside perspective. It just made him even more desirable to her, if that was possible. She would have to find him later for more of his kisses. I warned him we Yamanaka women hate being kept waiting for our prizes. Kana giggled happily as she finished the rest of her tea and called for the check. Back with Naruto and Ino some time later, Naruto was sitting on the ground with his back against the tree he was originally pinned to, staring up at the blue sky with a dazed smile on his slightly swollen lips. That was a lot of make-up kissing and he loved every second of it. As if to remind himself she was still here, he tightened his arms around the waist of a content Ino sitting between his legs with her back against his chest. That elicited a pleased hum from her as she leaned her head back, enjoying the soothing sound of his heartbeat close to her ear. Is that enough making up? He inquired almost regretfully that it was ending too soon. She nodded lazily against his chest. For now. You'd better expect the other half in a couple days. That was enough to power his million-watt smile. Pervert. She muttered with an amused smirk, knowing her new boyfriend was smiling like an idiot without seeing his face. After some chuckling, Naruto then absent-mindedly began to rake his fingers through her ponytail, enjoying the silky feel of the long strands slipping through his fingers almost like pure spring water. As much as she was enjoying the ministration, Ino had to frown. She loved her hair now, but it was a fact she grew it out for the sole purpose of trying to catch Uchiha Sasuke's attention, all because she heard rumors, likely false, that the elite Uchiha preferred girls with long hair. It seriously bugged her that Naruto was enjoying a part of her that she had originally intended for another male in the first place. As long as he touched her hair affectionately like this from now on, she would always be reminded of her former self who didn't understand love, and blindly went after someone else while her perfect man had been under her nose the whole time. She couldn't stand that thought, and needed this part to be gone in order to completely restart anew. Not just her hair, but to be an entirely new person as well. It was time for the last bit of her old self to die so she could move on as a more mature and stronger young woman standing proudly as an equal next to her beloved. She reached down, her hand snaking gently along Naruto's right leg for where she always knew his usual holster to be. Her fingers finding it, she snapped it open and deftly slipped a razor-sharp kunai out. Her boyfriend obviously noticed this action and raised an eyebrow, but waited to see what she was going to do. Reaching behind with her free hand, Ino took a hold of her ponytail from his raking hand and pulled it taut. His eyes widened in realization as she purposefully moved the kunai under the ponytail several inches down from where it was tied. Without thinking, His hand shot up to grab a firm hold of her wrist, just as she was about to make the cut. He could see several strands of hair already falling out just because of the ponytail's close proximity to the trembling sharp blade. "Please, let me do this, Naruto-kun," she quietly pleaded as she struggled feebly in his grip. Naruto frowned. She was trying to cut off one of his favorite features on her. "Tell me why," he all but commanded. Ino shivered pleasantly at the firm tone of his voice, and knew that was going to be a turn-on for her in the future. "Right now, I feel like a new and much stronger woman who can think for herself, all because of you. But this long hair is still part of my old self, and that's why I have to cut it off. I just end up thinking of the fact that I originally grew it out to impress Sasuke-san whenever you play with it, and I know you do remember that exact reason as well. I can't stand that thought, because I love you and you don't deserve that," she explained, almost ashamed to even mention another male while in Naruto's arms. Naruto's eyes softened as he felt Ino tremble nervously in his grip. Now understanding the reason, he let go of her hand. As much he loved her long hair, he didn't want her to be miserable if he firmly asked her to keep it, even as he tried to assure her he still accepted every part of her no matter what. This was more for her peace of mind than anything else, and that was important to him. A quick twitch of Ino's wrist, and she easily cut through her ponytail with almost no sound. It was silent between Naruto and her for a few long minutes as she put the kunai back where it was and stared down sadly at the bundle of long strands in her other hand. Suddenly, she casually tossed it aside as if it was trash, and it all but disintegrated in the strong breeze that passed through the clearing at that moment. Reaching behind, she removed the hair tie and shook her head lightly to let what was left of her hair loose, revealing her beautiful hair to be almost shoulder length now. With only a little styling, she would still be as attractive as before, even without her signature ponytail. "You know, you might have made a fatal mistake," Naruto suddenly spoke in an almost husky tone, making Ino jump and shiver in his arms as she felt him lean down to her exposed neck, now that she didn't have long hair. She almost moaned audibly as she felt his hot breath on her sensitive skin. What is it?" she managed to get out, even with all of her face completely red and hot as she instinctively leaned her head to the side. "I don't think I'm going to be able to resist kissing all over your beautiful neck now that it's exposed," he whispered before leaning in to lay a kiss gently on the smooth skin of her neck. She gasped loudly and grabbed a fistful each of Naruto's pants legs as if to brace herself against the massive jolt that shot through her entire body at that moment. What little worries she had of Naruto not finding her attractive anymore without the long hair were completely blown away just as he laid more kisses all over the back of her neck. She wasn't able to hold in her delightful moans now. It was a few long minutes later when they managed to calm down, with Ino smiling blissfully as she once again leaned back against Naruto's chest. "I love you, no matter what," he suddenly said. "I love you too. Thank you for all of this, and also for putting up with my bratty old self long enough for me to come to my senses," Ino replied happily. "Would you want to regrow your hair if I asked you to do it?" he asked a little uncertainly, not sure how she would react. She turned her head to show him a reassuring grin. "Of course. I love my old style, aside from that pesky little baggage. I was hoping you'd ask me that yourself, because this way I can say with 100% certainty that I grew it out for you and myself. I want every part of me to belong to only you." Naruto blushed at her declaration. "You shouldn't have to go that far for me." "Why? It's true, isn't it? No other man is ever going to have anything to do with me for as long as I'm yours." "That's a fact," she declared with unwavering determination. Naruto blushed again as he looked uncertain for a moment before fixing her with a steady gaze. "You truly want to be mine? Even when Hinata-chan is also mine?" His Sharingan, still uncovered, seemed to bore into her eyes as he whispered that, as if it was forever memorizing how she would respond. Ino absolutely relished that feeling. "Completely, all yours," she purred slowly with a sensual grin before leaning up to kiss him, but he stopped her with a finger on her lips, making her pout cutely around it. "Okay then. I would like for you to regrow your gorgeous hair so I can someday play with it like before. Only if you want to, that is," he whispered with a roguish grin. Ino nodded happily even with the finger on her lips. She playfully kissed it as he removed it, before pouncing on his lips. It took them a long 5 minutes to finally disengage. After a few more minutes of idle talk, they decided it was time to get back. When Naruto dropped Ino off at her home, Kana was grinning like a cat that ate 100 canaries. Ino gulped when she realized she was in for a long and deeply personal interrogation, especially since her mother was interested in why her hair suddenly became short. Naruto managed to escape, leaving Ino to curse him for eternity as her mother descended upon her. The lucky blonde Jinchuriki was walking home when he decided to bring up something with Kurama. "Oh, did you see all that, Kurama?" "Oh yes, it was especially interesting watching that flower girl repeatedly try to find out if she could suffocate you with her lips," she retorted sarcastically as she crossed her arms. She was feeling a little on the edge after watching her container with Hinata and Ino all day. It wasn't jealousy, she told herself. It was just irritating watching humans interact so sweetly like that, that was all. "I guess I can't imagine how that'd look from inside me. Sorry about that. Moving on, do you remember the time I accidentally cut a good chunk of your hair off with one of my sabers while training a while ago?" Kurama blushed half in embarrassment, and half in anger. Now he was going to bring up one of her most shameful moments in recent memory? "Yes, what about it? Despite the fact we both know you could easily regrow your hair in an instant like it never happened, you saw red and pretty much smeared me all over the mindscape. It got so bad I thought my real body would seriously go into a coma for a little bit there." "Get to the point," she snapped sharply. She wanted to forget that day because she knew she would have killed the astral Naruto had she not regained her senses and held back at the last minute. There was no way to know what would have happened to the real body if he died in the mindscape, and she came very close to finding that out. His condition was horrifying and it took even her a long while to restore him. It was the most miserable she had ever felt in a long time, perhaps even all her entire multimillennia life. She would never understand how he shrugged it off afterward and forgave her easily. Sometimes she hated being an entity that used mankind's residual malice and rage as sources of her power. If a woman's hair is that important, even to one who can regrow at any time, imagine what it must have been like for Ino-chan to willingly cut her long hair off after spending the last few years growing and maintaining it. I think that speaks a lot about her resolve to be with me. Understanding where her container was coming from, Kurama sighed in resignation with a small smile. Fine, I fully approve of her as one of your girls. It helped she actually got herself to a respectable level as a kunoichi as well. She grumbled good-naturedly. Several villagers on the streets saw Naruto sticking one of his fists into the air as if he was victorious about something, and then he practically skipped the rest of the way out of their sight, freaking them out completely. Soon it was a quiet late night in Konohagakure. Perhaps too quiet. If anyone with a good eye for the details were to look closely, they'd have noticed something was off about the mostly empty streets of this village. "Oh, what's going on? It's like we're preparing for an invasion," one lizard-masked ANBU patrol called out to his partner as they made their way across a roof. Around them, the ANBU could easily see wisps and streaks of their comrades rapidly moving across the rooftops with urgency all over the village as if to find positions in preparation for a major event. "You don't know?" Lizard's sparrow-masked partner hissed as they jumped down to an alleyway's entrance to check the street from their location. "No, please enlighten me. That great blonde bastard just declared a massive prank day on the entirety of this village soon as a send-off for his upcoming graduation. We're to keep an eye out for him." Sparrow whispered frantically as she shifted her gaze around the bare street nervously as if expecting a blonde monster to pop out. Lizard's eyes widened behind the mask. "Oh, we're in deep shit," he muttered dejectedly as if the enemy had already won. "Don't give me that defeatist bullshit. We'll survive and get through all of this. We have to, for our comrades." Sparrow spoke passionately but unconvincingly as if giving him a futile pep talk before certain death. Meanwhile, behind the two nervous ANBU, an odd shadow slipped into existence inside the alley for only an instant before vanishing, never to be noticed by the patrol. It was the closest anyone was going to get in catching Uzumaki Naruto for this night. "This new outfit you're wearing on a test run for tonight is doing wonderfully for your stealth. I knew I was doing something right when I dared you to wear that stupid orange outfit for years to train your sneaking skills. You're practically impossible to find in proper shinobi colors now," Kurama remarked with a pleased and sadistic grin as she watched her container make complete fools of the ANBU. "So you weren't sure that could have worked back then?" Naruto retorted with a smirk as he slipped into a certain residence and dug some pranking items out of his waist pouch. Kurama shrugged. "Whatever, it worked now, didn't it?" The container finished silently setting up his latest prank and snuck back out of the residence. Slipping by another patrol undetected, his next target came into view and he stared up at a certain nondescript building containing one of the secret entrances to the ANBU headquarters. Whose idea was it to publicly declare the prank day? It's a stroke of genius since it left this place almost defenseless while most of the ANBU are out there watching for me. I'm not sure. We'll just chalk this up to our combined geniuses, Kurama replied haughtily. Naruto smirked with mischief flashing through his visible eye as he prepared to break into the ANBU headquarters. Meanwhile, every single ANBU on alert suddenly felt like defeat was immediately upon them, but they had no idea when and where it was going to happen. That uncomfortable feeling one day at the training ground, they had no idea how this day took a turn for the strange. Oh, keep him in sight! Shikamaru tried to take command of this situation frantically just before he cried out sharply in pain. He somehow got his arm locked tightly up between a pair of something soft for a moment, making him feel very uncomfortable on the inside. Fortunately, one of his comrades saved him when Shino struck with a swipe at the opponent, holding him to get the person to release. This is highly illogical, was all he said about the situation before he took a painful retaliating kick in the stomach as reward for his rescue, sending him skidding back. I got him, or her, Kiba shouted with a huge blush on his face as he descended on the opponent from the air. However, he lost sight of his target when it slipped out of the way and he landed on nothing but ground. Instead, he received a punishing open hand to the face, savagely spiking him to the ground. I don't like this. Choji whimpered as the opponent acrobatically flipped end over end toward him several times before suddenly springing into a full-force flying kick that speared him in the stomach, knocking him back quite a distance. Choji! The other three boys cried. They moved over to their dazed comrade to huddle around him, almost in fear of their opponent. This person was even more terrifying than Naruto going all out on them. It was instead a female version of Naruto going all out on them. Uzumaki Naruto was in the sexy form, giggling innocently as she struck a common cheerleading pose balancing on her right foot. Her much longer hair had been done up in twin pigtails and she was barely dressed in a skimpy pair of tight shorts and sports bra that did little to hide the impressively large and shapely breasts on display. Quit acting like that. It's very confusing when I keep thinking you're a girl but you're really a guy in there. Kiba shouted in terror as he rubbed the bruise on his face from that brutal strike. I don't know what to think about girls and guys. Or guys and girls. Choji whimpered again as he slowly got up from the ground with help from Shikamaru. This is way too troublesome. How is he so good at using feminine wiles to distract us? Shikamaru grumbled in disbelief. This is still highly illogical. Shino reiterated as he tried his best to hide a blush when Naruto was casually squeezing her breasts together between her arms as she bent over to show them a lot of cleavage. Just think of me as a girl now. After all, this is practice in order to get used to temptations from enemy kunoichi on missions. Trust me, they will use their bodies to distract you long enough to slip a blade between your ribs. Naruto spoke in a melodious voice with a mischievous grin before she began walking erotically toward the four frozen boys with swaying hips, her current form's breasts bouncing happily with each step. The boys couldn't help but have their eyes bounce along. Damn their teenage hormones! Naruto then suddenly dashed in with an evil grin, and the boys quickly recovered to split up to try to confuse her. Not fazed by this, she went after her easiest prey. Like what you see, Kiba-kun? She intoned sexily while easily dodging all the wild and awkward swipes from the Inuzuka. The dog-using boy's eyes were too focused on the sexy form's curves. Yes. I mean, no! Damn you! He growled as he tried to retaliate with a slash at Naruto's face, but the cute blonde let out a squeak of Kaya, as she flinched adorably from the incoming attack. That stopped him cold, stunned into thinking how cute Naruto looked at that moment. He didn't notice an evil grin flash across her face as the transformed blonde used the distraction to easily introduce a foot up between his legs rather rudely. The other boys cringed as the Inuzuka let out a pained groan before collapsing in a heap in front of the victorious blonde. Not cool, bro, he mumbled out as he glared up at the smirking female Naruto, who lazily flipped one of her pigtails over her shoulder. Kunoichi will do that to any of you if you don't watch yourself. They don't care about bro codes or whatever, she explained shortly as she turned from the immobile Kiba to focus on the other three boys, who stiffened in preparation and dread. Now, let's see which one of you boys is next, she chirped cheerfully before slowly forming a predatory expression that sent absolute terror throughout the still-standing boys. At the edge of the battle, two actual women were sitting silently as they watched all of this unfold. Ino had her face buried in her hands, and Hinata was looking a little, not quite there with an odd smile plastered across her face. Who knew our man could do sexy better than most real women out there? The platinum blonde mumbled dully into her hands, her pride as an attractive woman taking a major hit today. We can blame Anko-chan for this. She was the one who always distracted Naruto-kun like that during their spars, and he must have learned from that. It probably doesn't help that he's actually transformed as a female in this henge. The brunette let out a dejected sigh as she also wondered about how her own womanly charms would stack up against this form. So he'd actually be that pretty if he had been born as a woman, her blonde friend grumbled. Hinata shrugged helplessly as they went back to watching Naruto decimate their male friends like it was nothing. We should ask Anko-chan for lessons, Ino decided finally as she watched the female Naruto distract Shikamaru with a shake of her butt, before gleefully throwing him into a tree. Agreed, was all Hinata replied as she watched her boyfriend, or girlfriend, walk slowly and sexily after Shino and Choji, who began scrambling away like scared little kids. She was cackling madly now. Chapter 21, That Blonde Bastard. Hokage's Office at Sunrise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure, was trying his best to contain his happiness at the sight in front of him. Still, some of it still showed on his wizened face. After all, his youngest son finally came home after being away for a long time. He observed the tall and broad-shouldered brown-haired man, standing before him in a relaxed pose with one hand in his pants pocket and the other holding a lit cigarette, for the first time in years since Sarutobi Asuma temporarily left this village's military for his post with the Fire Daimyo's 12 Guardians Protection Unit. Asuma's pointed beard, neatly trimmed along his strong jawline that continued up into sideburns, was new, as was the loose white sash hanging around his waist with a stylized red kanji for fire displayed prominently on the front, proudly denoting his past affiliation with the 12 Guardians. Other than those differences, Hiruzen noted his son still looked similar to when he left so long ago in his normal jounin outfit. Even his well-tanned skin and spiky dark brown hair swept back over his height were still the same. Yet, he was able to tell Asuma had grown tremendously within. His hot-headed and cocky young son seemed to have been tempered by experience, and years into a laid-back but confident man now. The man grinned lazily as he took a quick drag and let out a puff, before speaking. Sarutobi Asuma requesting permission to rejoin your command, Hokage-sama. It was just a formality, but it had to be said. Hiruzen grinned as he signed some paperwork. Sarutobi Asuma is hereby fully reinstated under the command of the 3rd Hokage. You will receive your previous rank of jounin effective immediately. Welcome home, son, he replied happily as he reached across the desk to shake hands firmly with his youngest offspring. It's good to be here, Pops. I've had a good time with the 12 Guardians, but I decided it's time to stop being a brat and come back. The younger Sarutobi's tone became a little melancholy at the end, and Hiruzen understood why. They didn't part peacefully when Asuma suddenly decided to leave the village and join the daimyo's court as one of his guardians. Although they made up in letters to each other in the years since, they still had some leftover regret about how they nearly came to blows that day. When did you get back? Imagine my surprise to see you standing before me first thing this morning. Hiruzen spoke up conversationally to get away from that awkward topic. Asuma looked a little relieved at the change in subjects too. Just last night. I came across an interesting sight when I stepped through the main gate, though. I know I've been gone for a long time, but I would think I'd know about a possible invasion from any hostile force before I even got here. Yet, I was noticing what seemed to be nearly the entire ANBU force patrolling the village as if they were getting ready for a major attack from any direction. He commented with a raised eyebrow while taking a drag. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh and reached for his treasured smoking pipe to calm his slightly frazzled nerves. Uzumaki Naruto happened, was his short reply as he prepared his pipe with furrowed brow. Asuma's other eyebrow joined the first one high up on his forehead. He then let out a chuckle, expelling some smoke at the same time as well. That little gaki that was always hanging around you, huh? I could tell he was going to be a troublemaker like his mother even back then. The ramblings I overheard about that goddamn blonde bastard suddenly make sense now, he replied fondly. He knew about Naruto's connection to Kushina and Minato. It was hard not to when half of his family were involved one way or another in keeping Kushina's pregnancy and the subsequent birth a secret. He's been terrorizing the population with his pranks for years, and the ANBU are especially his favorite targets. He recently declared a massive prank day as a send-off for his upcoming graduation, and everyone's on edge because we don't know when it'd happen. Thank Kami, he's promised to tone down his pranks by quite a bit when he registers as one of our shinobi. The third expounded further as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Seems like I just came back at the right time then. I'll be sure to enjoy the fireworks, Pops. Asuma replied with a lazy grin as he nonchalantly flicked his spent cigarette out a nearby open window. Hiruzen let out a derisive snort before lighting his pipe. Easy for you to say when you don't have to worry about being one of his possible targets, Asuma-kun. You're damn right. Anyway, it's been a long time since I last saw him. He seemed lonely back then. He has grown up splendidly with many friends around him. He seems to be genuinely happy now. You also would be very interested to know he also has high affinity for wind and fire. Asuma's face lit up. Great. I'll have to keep an eye out for him later. He had every reason to be excited about finding another person who had that rare combination of elements, especially on the part of wind. He hoped it would be possible to strike up some sort of an agreement to discuss what they knew about their elements, and likely trade or create new jutsu in the future. Knowledge about the wind element was very limited in this village, and anything to improve that situation would be very welcome. How are his skills as a shinobi? I'm curious because there were conflicting rumors going around the capital a little while ago. They were about his supposed exploits with Jiraiya-sama in the Land of Iron. Thought I'd hear the truth straight from you, Pops. He inquired with clear interest. The old Hokage wasn't surprised to hear this. It was major news when Jiraiya and Naruto crashed into Konoha on Gamabunta, and there were all kinds of wild rumors for some time because of their horrific conditions upon arrival. Their decidedly public, and literally earth-shaking, departure from Iron and Mifyune's reluctant banning of Jiraiya from its borders for some time didn't help matters either. It would have been downright idiotic to assume those rumors would have stayed within the village's perimeter wall. What did you hear? That he took on an entire battalion of unknown shinobi and house-sized demons alone in the mountains and came out with only minor scratches. Another popular rumor is that he was ambushed and captured before Jiraiya-sama rescued him. I also like the one where the kid and Jiraiya-sama battled each other to the death with the cold and harsh mountains of iron as the backdrop. Asuma spoke out the last sentence with a dramatic flair as he swept his left arm out as if to present the whole imagery in front of him. An amused grin showed he certainly didn't believe any of those rumors. The third smirked as he inhaled on his pipe, searching a little for some taste of that delicious tobacco imported from IWA through barely legal means. Which one was accepted by the capital's majority as the most likely occurrence? Definitely the Jiraiya-sama rescue by a long shot. Not that I believe it. Why not? It's certainly more plausible than the others. Almost all the people here, including the shinobi who weren't privy to the details, accepted that one to be the likely truth as well. It's a little too clear-cut for me. It sounded like a carefully weaved lie if you made sure to read between the lines. Hiruzen nodded in understanding as he puffed several times to fan the burning tobacco in the pipe. It sounds like Jiraiya-kun's counterintelligence tactics using his spies are in full swing. We don't want to have anyone believe Naruto-kun defeated all 10 of his would-be captors by himself. We need everyone, especially Orochimaru, to hear that it was Jiraiya-kun who interfered with the capture. Some anger and concern flashed across Asuma's face. That damn traitor was the one who wanted him. Did he manage to get away without getting hurt? The third's dark expression told him otherwise. It was touch and go for a little while, but he barely pulled through, and I'm certain he came out of this tougher, both mentally and physically, he remarked with some bittersweet pride. Asuma smirked and nodded, looking impressed. Sounds like he's plenty talented. I wonder if I could get him on my genin team, he pondered, not really expecting anything to come out of this. It was still worth a shot, though. After all, it was not every day when one got the chance to train the son of the Yellow Flash and the red-hot-blooded habanero. He's already quite strong, and I honestly believe he'll easily surpass his father someday. However, I'm afraid he's already spoken for. The third replied with an amused grin as he watched his son snap his fingers in feigned disappointment. He then leaned back in his chair with a curious expression. So you're considering being a Jounin sensei as soon as you've come back? His son shrugged nonchalantly. As much as I'd like to think I've kept up my training and improved my skills while I was gone, I think I should at least ease back into the force at first. Figured being a sensei would be a good way to do that while I occasionally take top-tier missions. Hiruzen nodded sagely as he puffed on his pipe several more times. Then it's a good thing I have a likely team in mind for you as soon as this coming graduation. I'll give you the details later. For now, you should take it easy and get in touch with your old friends. You'll be busy enough soon. The newly reinstated Jounin nodded before turning with a wave over his shoulder. I stayed in a hotel last night, so I need to find a place to live now. I'll also be visiting the family house later tonight to see how Aniki and Kane-chan are doing. Last time I saw them, Konohamaru was too, I think, by the way. He stopped at the office's door and turned his head to show his father an amused grin. Hiruzen did not like that expression. I have a feeling that prank day is happening today. A shiver went down the old man's spine. Please elaborate, Asuma-kun. Just some observations. First, I noticed something very interesting on the monument. I might have overlooked it completely if it wasn't for the fact I just came back last night and wanted to take in the old sights leisurely on my way here. Lastly, unless you've changed your smoking habits since the last time I saw you, I think he's got you already. It's good seeing you, Pops. Asuma answered before leaving the office with a chuckle. Hiruzen sighed tiredly. He wasn't able to see the Hokage monument from where his office was located in the building sitting below it. Right now, it was too early in the morning for an old man like him to get outside on the roof and see what his surrogate grandson was up to, so he put that off for later. Moving on, he wondered what his son meant about his smoking as he removed his pipe to check it over carefully. The long and ornate white pipe seemed fine. The tobacco stuffed into the open end was a little damp, but nothing to worry about. The large floating soap bubbles were what he expected as well. Wait, bubbles? The third's eyes widened as he glanced around the office to see many large bubbles full of swirling smoke floating around and above his desk. He also finally noticed the faint soapy taste in his mouth that just ruined the flavor of his favorite brand of tobacco. How the hell did Naruto get into his tobacco supply? It was always on him. He did not just fuck with my precious. That goddamn blonde bastard. He muttered grumpily after a moment of stunned disbelief. Just then, a smoke-filled bubble floated in close enough to pop on his pointed nose, and its released content irritated his eyes slightly, as if to mock him. Rooftop near a hidden ANBU HQ's entrance. Uzumaki Naruto, now back in his orange outfit after a quick detour to his apartment, yawned as he stretched his entire body like a fox. He then sat on the edge of a roof watching over an unassuming 24/7 dry cleaning shop that hid the one of many entrances to the large underground ANBU HQ. He chuckled at the cleverness of his nemesis to hide in plain sight like this. Mixed in with the regular customers were actual ANBU discreetly reporting in for their out-of-village missions while picking up clean outfits and mission-specific supplies hidden in the store's official bags. Most of the missions usually were very time-sensitive, and this way made it easier for any agent to get in and out as soon as possible, while giving any possible spy very little time to warn ahead. Only the Hokage and Dragon directly handed out the most delicate missions. The ANBU who were doing village patrols and domestic business only needed to slip in or out through the underground entrance hidden in the back, or any of the other entrances, which were disguised as unassuming businesses too. Meanwhile, ANBU rotated undercover agents as employees to guard all of those businesses, making it very difficult for spies to slip by even if they knew of these locations. To throw them off even more, ANBU regularly entered the Hokage's tower as decoys to fool all but the most cautious spies into thinking that was where the main activity happened, but it was still only a side entrance into the HQ. Naruto yawned again since he hadn't slept a wink last night due to all the work he did setting up his pranks. Speaking of that, it was about time for his surrogate grandfather's prank to be discovered. Glancing over at the Hokage tower in the distance, he smirked when he saw some bubbles floating out of the Hokage's office through an open window. Nice job getting one over our esteemed leader, Uzumaki-san. That would also explain why you painted the third's bust like that. A calm but distorted voice crackled behind him with a humorous undertone. Naruto raised an eyebrow and glanced over his shoulder to find Commander Dragon of the ANBU standing behind him. To almost anyone else, Dragon looked and acted like a male, but Naruto knew the truth. Hidden under the white horned dragon mask, heavy white cloak, and an impressive genjutsu was a lithe, powerful, and deadly woman who could give even the strongest shinobi a run for his money. With all of her features hidden, just two people knew her true identity. After the fourth's unfortunate death, only one remained now in the third. It's a masterpiece, isn't it? Naruto replied smugly as he glanced up to the Hokage monument looming large above the two of them. At this point, the sun rose enough to shine its light on the large mountain face. Beginning with the first bust, Naruto had painted it to look like Hashirama was smoking marijuana and enjoying a very nice high with his pleasant and bloodshot half-lidded expression. Next, Tobirama was made to look like he was having a nosebleed and leering at a small portrait of Naruto's sexy form striking a pose next to the head. Hiruzen's bust had a half-lidded dumb expression, like he was caught unaware, while smoking a pipe with several bubbles floating out of the pipe's end. Finally, the fourth had thick yellow eyebrows and was winking with a huge and sparkling smile. A painted-on hand forming a thumb-up gesture next to his head completed the picture. It was apparent Naruto was imitating Meito Gai's exuberant nature here. He was very tempted to paint on a word bubble with the kanji for youth, but stopped himself just short. He wanted it to be funny, not scary. Masterpiece or not, the populace certainly will be offended. Dragon commented calmly as she admired Naruto's artwork. She would never admit this to anyone, but it actually made her laugh out loud at the humor and audacity when she first noticed it. She also wouldn't tell anyone she hadn't noticed the monument being defaced until long after the deed had been done. That's the best way to get the entire village without having to prank each individual. Amazing as I am, there's no way I could have done that in just one night even with my army of clones. Naruto replied as he stretched his arms overhead before turning his head back to look at Dragon again. I'm honored you thought I'm worthy of your attention, but how long have you been following me, Dragon? I never noticed you at all. Since after your clones painted over the monument. I feel special to be the first to have seen your new shinobi outfit, by the way. Naruto shivered. This woman was scary. That was almost at the beginning of the operation, and neither he nor Kurama noticed all night. To think she could have just stopped him at any moment, and he wouldn't even know what hit him. I did tell you I have an easier time sensing anyone if they emit even a slight hint of any emotion close by. It's obvious she's in complete control. Kurama admitted with some begrudging respect for Dragon's skills before smirking. Definitely would make it sweeter if you were the one to get through her guard, have her open up to you, and hear her scream your name while you screw her brain out. It took all Naruto had to control his blush in front of the imposing ANBU commander. Too bad for you, I have no plan to do that, Arrow Vixen, he retorted. I doubt you plan to have two females share you with number 3 coming soon either. Kurama shot back smugly, hiding her slight elation at being called a vixen by him. He grumbled inwardly, unable to respond to that. Uzumaki-san? Dragon's slightly concerned voice cut in before Naruto could think up more retorts for Kurama. This time, he did blush in embarrassment at being caught spacing out. Sorry, Kurama was commenting on your skills. You're pretty scary to be able to avoid even her detection all night. He answered quickly to avoid any possibility of Dragon figuring out they were talking about her in a less than professional light. I was just observing. Even when I'm pranking your subordinates? It's just weird that you didn't even try to stop me. Let's just say I'm on a break and I have no inclination to apprehend you. Plus, think of this as recon for me. By following you, I was able to see where the latest holes in my force's security were and determine how to seal them later. I feel so used. Naruto sighed in mock shame. Dragon chuckled, and he thought the sound was pleasant despite the mask distorting her voice. She then stepped closer to the blonde. May I? He nodded, knowing exactly what she was asking, and just sat still with his head turned toward her. Her slender arms emerged out of the cloak as she reached him and carefully removed his eye patch with her left hand. She then ran a medical diagnostic jutsu on his left socket area with the other hand, its long fingers touching around the eye and the scar slashing across it with unexpected tenderness. Naruto was surprised to feel some warmth in Dragon's touch, and she smirked upon noticing the apparent confusion on his face. I wasn't always the commander, you know. Could have fooled me. I just thought of you as a baby in black nappies with that mask, and it's the most adorable owl. Naruto was silenced by a light smack to his forehead. Despite that, the ANBU couldn't control her amused smile under the mask. Before I earned that position, one of my missions was to help take care of you as an infant because Hokage-sama trusted me to guard and provide for you nearly every day while the village recovered from the disaster. Emotions were running high, and there were people openly willing to kill you for what you hold, until we managed to quell that, she explained quietly as the diagnostic continued. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Don't you hate brats? You've said it yourself many times. Nearly every time you've caught me in the past, in fact. She smirked slightly, but showed no outward reaction. I'll have to amend that statement, and admit there was one that wormed his way into my consciousness despite my best efforts. Not even I, who did nothing but train to be the top ANBU since my early years, could be completely immune to babies. Even a loud and demanding one like you, little Nara-chan. She surprised herself by briefly teasing him with the name she called him when he was a baby, but was rewarded with a blush and a sincere smile of gratitude that warmed even her aloofness. "Thank you for taking care of me, Dragon. I appreciate that. Any reason why you're checking my eye now, though?" "Just making sure there are no issues. It's not like just any doctor could do follow-ups since it's still classified. I'll have to do this once in a while. For now, it seems the Sharingan's fully assimilated with your optical, neural, and chakra pathways. It's like you were born with this eye," she commented quietly as she cancelled the jutsu and replaced the eye patch. Naruto smiled brightly, and it was so infectious Dragon couldn't help but smile a little as well under her mask. "Good to hear. Kurama's gonna have a big head about doing such a fine job, though." "Damn right I am, foolish mortals. No human will ever copy this feat," his tenant declared proudly. Dragon drew back into her cloak and stood next to the blonde. She was obviously interested in having a question answered. "So how did you lure him out here?" The Inuzuka compound. Inuzuka Kiba's eyes fluttered open, disturbed by the rays of sunlight intruding into his room through the windows. Letting out a loud yawn, he forced himself to roll out of bed and stagger to his feet. Like he usually did every morning, the Inuzuka heir absent-mindedly reached down to scoop up his beloved companion, Akimichi, from the bed and put the puppy on the top of his head. At that point, he sneezed loudly. Wonder if it's been chilly last night," he pondered to himself as he lazily scratched his rear end while exiting the room. Another sneeze came while he was in the bathroom brushing his teeth, making him spit the minty foam out all over the mirror. His eyes became itchy and blurry at this moment. "I think something's wrong with me, Akimichi," he muttered as he rubbed his eyes. He felt his companion shift on the top of his head. "And I think you've lost some weight. I'll have to ask Nae-san about your diet later." A moment later, he stepped into the house's common area, where the rest of this house's occupants were already seated at the dining table eating their breakfast. Inuzuka, the beautiful clan head, and his mother, was reading over the village and clan news. His older, and equally attractive, sister, Hana, was seated next to their mother biting into some bacon. Their large companion dogs were lazily lounging around on the floor around them. He grimaced a little as usual upon seeing their sleeping attires, which were just tank tops and athletic underwear. He didn't need to see his own mother and sister like that almost every morning. However, any time he did complain about it, they poked fun at him, so he gave up on that. Not much he could do since they could easily kick his ass into next week. He briefly wondered if his father had the right idea about running away from this crazy family, but shook it off when he remembered how cowardly that was. "Mornin', pup. You sure took your time waking up, especially since you have kennel duty today," Sim commented, not looking up from her papers, and Hana just waved in his general direction, her attention still on the food. Kiba let out another sneeze and blinked through some more itchiness in his eyes. "Mornin'. I'm a little sluggish, and I didn't know why since I was feeling great last night," he muttered in response as he took his seat at the table and gathered his portion of the breakfast. Hana finally directed her attention from her meal to her younger brother to check him over. Despite being a veterinarian, she did have some medical training for treating humans. Her brown eyes widened as she noticed something off about him and had to hold in her sudden laughter. Kiba was still eating his breakfast, so he didn't notice her nudge their mother's elbow with the other hand tightly clamped over her mouth. Annoyed, Sim snapped to Hana to tell her to quit it, but raised a quizzical eyebrow when she noticed her now red-faced daughter was pointing frantically in Kiba's direction. Confused, she followed the gesture to finally see something was different about her son. She couldn't contain a snort. "What's wrong, Mom?" Kiba glanced over at his mother and sister upon hearing that, only to see they were obviously seeing something funny about him. His eyes narrowed. "What are you finding so funny?" Hana couldn't say anything, as she was too busy holding in everything with both hands clamped over her mouth. Sim was far more composed, but there was obvious mirth in her eyes and smirk as she gave her son an appraising look. "Did you decide to make a rather important change recently, pup?" Confused, Kiba shook his head. Hana was now letting bursts of giggles escape through her clamped mouth while Sim's smirk widened even more. "Then I suppose that rumored prank day is today." She chuckled while Hana wasn't able to contain herself anymore and began slapping a hand on the table with howling laughter. Kiba frowned in confusion. He knew about Naruto's plan, but he wouldn't prank his friends, right? "Akimichi, Naruto wouldn't do anything to us, would he?" He spoke up to his companion still perched on his head for assurance. However, he didn't hear the replying bark as expected. "Meow." His eyes widened. Now Tsum couldn't help herself anymore and was hanging on to her daughter as they howled with laughter. Shakily, Kiba reached up to take a hold of his companion and moved the animal down in front of his face to confirm. A pure white kitten, held by the scruff of its neck, was staring back at him, its light gray slitted eyes narrowed in utter contempt. Kiba shivered. He wouldn't have minded cats if it wasn't for the fact he was quite allergic to them. That certainly explained his sneezing and sluggishness since waking up. It came without warning when he suddenly sneezed all over the kitten. He thought it wasn't possible, but his mother and sister laughed even harder now as they fell to the floor clutching their stomachs. He swore he saw a tick mark form on the slimy kitten's forehead, and didn't have time to react when sharp and deadly claws popped out of one of its paws and slashed across his face. Yow! Naruto and Dragon. A little white puppy barked from his spot on Naruto's lap when Dragon commented on his presence. Akamaru? I just had to encourage him to let me switch him with a kitten. Kiba's terrified of any cat because of his allergy. He's also a lousy morning person, so I imagine he wouldn't have noticed the switcheroo until it was too late. I thought you were tailing me, Naruto teased with a knowing smirk as he absent-mindedly scratched the small dog behind his ears, making him thump one of his hind legs lightly. I was following you from a distance. With the exception of the Hyugas, you got in and out of the other clan compounds rather quickly. Dragon defended slightly with some pink on her cheeks, happy her mask was hiding it. Naruto smirked and lifted Akamaru up to eye level for a face-to-face. You're so loyal to Kiba, yet you willingly abandoned him to my prank when I bribed you. What's up with that? He mock-accused the dog. Akamaru did not look abashed at all as he barked his reply proudly. You'd do anything for some pig ears, huh? No hesitation at all, the blonde retorted with a foxy smirk. Dragon was shaking her head exasperatedly at the one-sided banter. Naruto then put the dog down next to him and tossed him one more pig ear he got out of his pouch. Go on back to him, you little glutton. Prank should be done by now, and I'm sure he'll worry if you've been gone too long. He shooed with a chuckle. Akamaru yipped and nodded his head before hopping down several ledges to the street to run in the direction of the Inuzuka compound. You certainly have a way with animals. Dragon's remark was laced with mirth. His only reply was an unapologetic shrug. So what did you do with the others? The Hyuga compound. Hinata and Hanabi stood in the hallway outside their bedrooms staring at each other in curious silence. They just stepped out at the same time in their yukata only to see there was something different about the other. Hanabi was the first to smirk and break the silence. With those huge breasts, I didn't think anything could manage to make you look childish anymore. However, it seems I was mistaken, Nei-chan. She giggled as she checked out Hinata's new hairstyle. Her long and beautiful princess-cut hair was now tied and split into two braided pigtails at the back of her neck. They were wound so tightly they actually stuck out to the sides instead of hanging down her back, and each end of the pigtails had bright yellow decorative ribbons. In the seam running over the exact center of her head, and this style did make her look more like a little girl than a maturing beauty at the moment. Hinata's eyes narrowed at this rare show of sibling rivalry before displaying her own smirk. You're one to speak, baby sister. Did you have a look in a mirror yet? She emphasized the word baby, and Hanabi's smirk was wiped off her face immediately. Of course, she couldn't really retort, as her own long hair had been pulled up into adorable twin tails that were tied high up the sides and flowed down to her shoulders in large twirls. To top it all off, the tails were tied using very cute orange fox-themed decorative hair ties. It made the petite girl look very childish as a result. The two sisters stared at each other with narrowed eyes for a moment, before sighing at the same time. Naruto-kun did this, Hinata stated decisively with her little sister nodding. How did he manage to pull this off in a compound full of Byakugan users? Hinata frowned as she picked at one of her pigtails, trying to loosen it one more time. Of course, Naruto somehow made it impossible to undo the ties. She suspected seals were involved. You've known him for as long as I have. The list of things he has done that were supposed to be impossible for anyone else to achieve is always growing, and I've learned not to question that anymore. Hanabi had to concede that point. Do you think he did this to anyone else here, Nei-chan? She asked as they moved down the hallway to the common area for their breakfast, resigned to spending some time with their hair stuck in those styles. Knowing Naruto, whatever was keeping the new hairstyles in place should disperse soon. He never allowed any of his pranks to go on too long, and or cross the line into malicious. I can't imagine him managing to get one over father, Hanabi-chan. I think we're the only ones he dash. Hinata was cut off as the sister's face faltered at the sight that greeted them. Hayashi was sitting quietly at the head of the breakfast table with Tomo, who laughed warmly when she saw the girls' hairstyles and their reaction. Their beloved caretaker wasn't spared, since her long thigh-length black hair had been weaved into a beautiful and complex 3-strand braid that ran down her back. However, that wasn't what stunned the sisters. Naruto managed to get Hayashi too. He was reading over some reports in front of him, his usually calm and stoic expression in place. However, he was sporting a totally different hairstyle. The sisters couldn't believe that Naruto had the gall to use cornrows, of all the possible choices out there, on the powerful clan head. They formed a classy and complex pattern that flowed into thin dreadlocks at the neck and went down to his shoulders. This style was very well done and made him look even more regal and somewhat exotic, as evidenced by a slight dusting of pink on Tomo's cheeks whenever she gazed at her lord. Father! Hinata squeaked in shock as she rose shakily from the floor along with an equally stunned Hanabi. Good morning, my daughters. Hurry and eat before your breakfast gets cold. Hayashi spoke as if there was nothing going on. It took the sisters a long moment to stop staring and shake off their shock before they moved to their seats at the table. As they all ate, the women couldn't contain a giggle or two that escaped whenever they peeked at the clan head's temporary hairstyle. Just as they finished eating, "It seems Naruto-san has decided to strike today." Hayashi's statement, delivered in perfect monotone as he continued to read, was the last straw for the females, and they broke into a laughing fit. They didn't notice him smirking slightly. He always did enjoy watching them being happy like this, even if it was at his expense. Plus, the cornrows did make him look damn badass, in his opinion. The females were able to calm down just when there was a knock at the door connecting the common area to the front entranceway. The females straightened up and made sure they were decent in their yukata before Hayashi put the papers in his hands down, uncaring if anyone else saw his new hairstyle. Enter. The door slid open slowly to reveal a very annoyed Niji. His stoic expression would have been perfectly calm if it wasn't being broken up by a violent twitch of facial muscles every few seconds. The reason for this was the most ridiculous hairstyle anyone had ever seen. His long hair had been split into 3 outrageous braids, 2 of them sticking half a foot straight out from the sides above his ears and the third reaching a foot high into the air from the top of his head. They were very ugly braids since they were poorly weaved, had blindingly colorful hair ties every couple inches, and the ends were frayed. It took all the composure the women had to not burst out laughing, and they sat very still at the table trying their best not to look at Niji. Hayashi calmly stared at his nephew for a long moment, though only Hinata managed to notice the slightest upward twitch at the corners of his lips. "It seems there is something different about you today, nephew," he remarked dryly. Niji's entire body twitched violently before he took a deep breath to calm himself. The women were vibrating with repressed laughter at this point. "Uncle, I request permission to locate and terminate the person responsible for the attack on our clan. This dash," Niji growled slightly as he pointed at his hair, "has been done to most of our kin." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "Permission denied. Uncle, this is just a harmless prank. Besides, I have already checked. Whomever this person was." The women and Niji almost snorted at his blatant omission of the intruder's identity. "He apparently made sure to exclude those who were scheduled to take care of essential business outside this compound today in order to preserve our image. Also, there was a note on this table." Hayashi picked up a small piece of paper for all to see. Hinata leaned in since she was the closest. "Enjoy your fun new hairstyles. If you don't like it, you can change back at noon. Send my apologies to a gentleman named Niji since I needed someone to practice my hairstyling skills on first." She read out loud and almost cooed at the cute drawing of a squinting fox's head giving a peace sign at the end. Niji's left eye twitched violently at being considered a practice dummy. "It's only for a few hours? That's too bad." Tomo commented with a slight pout while glancing at Hayashi's cornrows. "I have training in 30 minutes. Is that not an important business?" Niji ground out through gritted teeth. "Then you will need to leave soon, nephew. It will likely take longer to get to the training field using stealth. Once there, you should not have to worry about being seen by the public for the day." Hayashi replied dismissively. Niji looked like he was going to burst a blood vessel for a moment before bowing stiffly, his hairstyle making this action utterly ridiculous. He then closed the door to leave them in silence. It wasn't long until Hanabi thumped her forehead down on the table with her hands gripping the edge tightly due to a bad case of the giggles, unable to speak now as she repeatedly tried, and failed to regain control. Tomo was biting her knuckles to keep from following suit. Father, isn't it mean sending Niji-Nizan out like that? Hinata managed to get out, somehow keeping her composure unlike her sister, even with the memory of Niji's ridiculous hairstyle burned into her mind forever. Naruto-san apparently succeeded in infiltrating this compound full of Byakugan users with no issue. While I admire his sheer audacity and skills, I am also disappointed in this clan's lack of alertness and security, including my own awareness. This will do as a harmless but humbling punishment on those caught unaware and serve as a reminder of our complacence. Hinata understood the reasoning. She then frowned as she tugged on her braided pigtails again, a little annoyed at her boyfriend for doing this to her. She would have to get back at him soon for this. Her father then picked up some reports to finish reading. Today should be a slow day for the clan, so let us stay in and enjoy our quiet time. Something tells me we absolutely must not go out into the village, he stated, and the females quickly nodded in complete agreement, not wanting to be caught in the middle of whatever would happen out there. Naruto wasn't holding back today. The Nara compound. Naruto Shikamaru yawned and stretched in his bed. Troublesome. He hated waking up at this time, but it was the latest his mother allowed him to sleep in before threatening bodily harm for him to get out of bed. It was less troublesome for him to get up now instead of dealing with her nagging. Just as he was about to shrug his blanket off, his bleary eyes caught sight of something off about his room. He blinked several times to clear his sleepy vision, and suddenly froze in horror. He then whimpered before pulling his blanket back over his head. Damn you, troublesome bastard! He cursed from under the shaking blanket. The reasons for this rather extreme reaction were lining the four walls of his bedroom. Some were even hanging from the ceiling. Of course, they were all frying pans of various sizes and designs, a stark reminder of his overbearing mother's propensity for using them to get her way rather violently with the lazy men of the Nara household. He shouldn't have let it slip to Naruto he had an irrational fear of these damn things. The Akimichi compound. Choji was yawning lazily as he walked out of his family's house toward the compound's main meat storage unit to retrieve ingredients for his parents to cook. As benefiting the Akimichi clan's healthy appetite for anything meat, the unit was almost as large as a decent-sized house. This young man was practically drooling at the idea of getting to enjoy some bacon, sausage, fish, and more bacon this morning. As he opened the door to revel in the glorious sight of all the meat around him, he froze solid with wide eyes and mouth hanging open. He didn't move a single inch for several minutes until Choza, his father, finally came out of the house to see what was the hold-up. He noticed his horrified son and looked curiously into the storage unit before freezing solid too, his expression the same as Choji's. More men then came out of the various houses around the compound to see what was wrong before they too all stiffened upon seeing what was inside the storage unit. Finally, the women grumbled in annoyance as they stepped out of their houses in search of the missing males, only to see all their men staring open-mouthed into the storage unit as if it was the very depth of hell itself. Choji's mother nudged her way through the petrified crowd to the storage unit's door and peeked in. She snorted in amusement before turning back to the women with a smirk. It seems someone has replaced all the meat in storage with nothing but vegetables and fruits. I guess we'll be actually having a healthy breakfast this morning, she announced, much to the women's laughter. Choza snapped out of his nightmarish trauma at last. This is sacrilege. No one messes with our precious, not even him, he roared with steam coming out of his nose like a bull. He then began rallying all the men to search for the blonde heretic and teach him a lesson. It wouldn't be discovered for several hours that all Naruto did was switch the contents of the fresh produce storage unit with all the meat. Their obsession and urgency in finding their precious meat was such that they failed to take the 5 seconds to check the fresh produce storage, which was sitting right next door to the meat storage. All of their precious meat had been hidden under their noses the whole time. The Yamanaka compound. How the hell did he do this? And Noichi muttered in astonishment as he stood still in nothing but his boxers staring into the dresser's mirror at himself. He had just gotten out of bed and immediately found that his long hair had somehow changed colors from its usual pale blonde to brown overnight. He also noticed that this was the same shade of light brown as his lovely wife's hair. Speaking of Kana, where was she? She wasn't in bed when he woke up. As if to answer his question, the beautiful woman announced her appearance by humming a catchy tune as if it was her entrance music, before twirling slowly and gracefully through the attached bathroom's door with her arms curving up over her head like a ballerina, before finishing with a sensual pose in the middle of the bedroom. She then flipped her curly and pale blonde hair back with a whip of her head before reaching up with both hands to fan out her long hair to show off for her dumbfounded husband. He was so stunned by how exquisite she looked with the new hair color that he only noticed just now she was also completely nude for his eyes to take in every inch of her flawless beauty. "I look fabulous!" she happily declared with spread arms as if she was standing before a cheering audience, obviously pleased with this. At this breathtaking sight, Inoichi immediately forgot about how their hair colors had been switched and smirked roguishly. He stepped up behind his wife and gently wrapped his arms around her slim waist to pull her firmly against him, letting his actions and body do the talking for him. Her pleased gasp when her backside pressed up against something hard nearly sent all his rational thoughts out the window. He was so close to ravishing her at that moment. "Apparently you're liking this very much, darling," Kana murmured seductively with a dazzling smile before turning her head to gaze up at him with unrestrained desire and love in her hazel eyes. He looked damn good with brown hair, after all. "We'll have to thank a certain someone for helping spice up our morning a little, even if it was unintentional." Inoichi growled huskily as he leaned in to lay light kisses on her neck, eliciting a quivering sigh from her as she leaned back against his chest, silently begging for his hands to touch every inch of her. He was only too happy to comply. "I wonder what sea color he put on Ino-chan?" She managed to breathe out a moment later despite being slowly driven out of her mind from her husband's expert ministrations. "Why do I have Sakura-chan's pink hair?" A young woman's voice shrieked down the hall from their bedroom. The amorous couple instantly stopped their play and fell silent for a few seconds, before bursting into laughter. After a moment, Kana hummed sexily as she turned in her husband's arms to face him with both hands on his chest. She then formed a predatory smile that made him shiver in all the good ways. "There's our answer. She'll have to deal with that on her own for now, though. How about we continue, my handsome brown-haired husband? The door's already locked." She whispered the last sentence huskily before gently shoving her surprised man back to sprawl out on their bed. Grinning, she then slowly and sensually crawled onto him, somehow divesting him of his boxers in the process as well. As he took in the magnificent sight of his naked and incredibly horny wife sporting his blonde hair color, Inoichi could only think one thing as she leaned down to lock her lips with his in a kiss so passionate and searing it scrambled his well-fortified mind. "I definitely owe you one, Naruto." Naruto and Dragon Naruto frowned suddenly just after he finished summarizing the pranks he just sprang on the clans. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. For a moment I just had this irresistible urge to do the world's greatest high five with someone," he muttered before shaking it off. "Anything more?" Dragon inquired while hiding her amusement at just how easily Naruto executed those pranks on 5 shinobi clans. Just then, a roar of utter fury shook the morning air throughout the entire village. "Naruto! I will stab you! Yeah, I may have hit a few more people that would likely put all their effort into finding and destroying me. For example, I switched Hyuga-chan's prize sword collection out with sticks and rubber toy swords. The crown piece will be my good old faithful Nad's crusher. She'll notice as soon as she gets home from her patrol, just now." Naruto replied nonchalantly as if that declaration of his impending doom didn't happen. "Though, did you hear something?" he wondered with a quizzical expression. His companion just stared at him in deadpan as he shrugged in mock confusion before continuing. "I also switched Kakashi-sensei's beloved limited edition porn collection out with another set, but he'll notice something different. I imagine he just sat down for his 6:30 reading of the Three Nurses volume, and he'll find someone else's autograph instead of Erosenen's just right about now. I wonder if he'll get enough clues on who did it when I left an artwork of a fox's head flipping him off as my signature? Uzumaki Naruto! I'm going to find you and make you wish you were never born for trifling with the Ika Empire." A different voice bellowed from another part of the village. Naruto quickly snapped his fingers several times, then jabbed an index finger up in the air, as if he just came upon an answer that was eluding him. "There! I definitely heard something. I think..." Dragon facepalmed against her mask. "Hard. Lastly, I left a secret note lying around Sasuke-team's home for him to find yesterday. My assumption is that he just spent the entire night running himself ragged doing increasingly difficult tasks in order to get to the next clue in this treasure hunt. In the end, he should have reached the goal any minute now after going through a particularly nasty booby-trapped obstacle course in the forest behind the monument. Killing you will not be enough, dope. I'll make you suffer. And, just what's in the note that'd get him so willing to do those tasks?" Dragon had a feeling she didn't want to know, but her morbid curiosity got the better of her. Do you need more power? Find this place and follow the instructions, no matter what. He recited the simple memo. There was dead silence between the two for a long moment. Seriously? He turns into a complete moron whenever Itachi, your weak or more power comes up in any conversation. It's not hard to tempt him. There was another long pause as Dragon contemplated just how utterly stupid and revenge-obsessed the last Uchiha was. She sighed inwardly, missing Itachi's intelligence from when they were colleagues. And what's awaiting him at the end? Congratulations. You've just gained a little more strength and power from all the painful and harrowing experiences you just put yourself through to get here. Keep pushing yourself and you'll continue gaining more. Slow but sure is the way to win the game. Naruto recited the official-looking note he left at the end of the treasure hunt in a cheerful tone. Dragon's sweat dropped. Is that all? Dope. Just then, a heavily panting figure hopped onto the roof across from Naruto and Dragon. It was Sasuke, but the raven-haired Uchiha was covered from top to bottom in extremely dirty white feathers, and a nasty odor was emitting from him. A murderous glare pierced through the feathers covering his face at his blonde tormentor. Some feathers, manure, and glue might have been involved somewhat. Naruto finished his thought, totally oblivious to his enraged classmates standing behind him until he stood and turned around. Oh. Nice to see you this fine morning, your Amonis. You're smelling so much better for some reason. He chirped cheerily with a waving hand. Sasuke's entire body was trembling violently at this blasé attitude. You, how dare you trick me? The wannabe Avenger growled hotly, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Dragon was completely ignored by the Uchiha, not that she cared since it was between the two young men. Trick you? All I did was drop a little note near the entrance to your district. I wouldn't have expected anyone else to fall for such a blatant trap, all because it vaguely promised power. I almost thought I was wasting my time setting up traps back in that forest, but then I remembered it's you they were for. Enough talk. Sasuke roared as he lunged forward at an impressive speed, for a genin at least, toward Naruto who was standing still and raising a hand with a bored expression. Just as Sasuke lashed out with a precise punch at Naruto's face, he was shocked at just how easily and softly the blonde gripped his extended hand in that instant. He then suddenly sidestepped to the side and Sasuke felt the other hand grip the back of his neck. A jolt went through his entire body before his entire world twirled as he felt himself being spun around by his trapped arm at breakneck speed before sudden release. In the next instant, he was flying and flailing toward a sea of green leaves, feeling unnaturally drained. Dragon whistled as her eyes followed the shrinking black and white dots streaking through the sky toward a small patch of trees in a nearby park, floating feathers trailing behind it. Naruto was nonchalantly patting his hands as if to shake off some imaginary dust. Nice throw. Redirecting all the energy he put into his charge before adding your own strength to the technique isn't something many genin could do as easily as you've made it look. Plus, I almost missed your little sleight of hand slapping a temporary restraining seal on his neck in order to prevent him from recovering quickly enough to bug you again for the rest of the day. She observed calmly as she watched the feathered Uchiha recover just enough to protect himself from the fall as he disappeared into the trees at last. It's sad, you know? He's actually strong and would have been Chunin material as soon as his first exams roll around, so long as no one pisses him off. Unfortunately, anyone with half a brain will figure it out in the first half minute of any engagement that he loses his shit completely at the mere mention of his brother or being weak, and just charges forward like a goddamn bull. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Dragon shrugged silently since she didn't care one bit about Sasuke. He definitely wasn't anywhere near ANBU material at the present. At that moment, the sun had fully risen into the sky and they noticed the quiet village wasn't so quiet anymore. Most of its citizens were waking up and getting ready when some of them noticed the defaced Hokage monument, and either screamed in shock or laughed uproariously. This, of course, got others around them to notice, and the village's noise level rose exponentially until it reached a dull roar all around Naruto and Dragon. The blonde was chuckling merrily. I love the sound of outraged people in the morning. You know you'll have to clean it up later. Nothing a few clones with some low-powered Swait Unjutsu couldn't take care of in a few minutes. I made sure the paint would be easily removable. You know water style? You do remember I've been training my Sharingan with Kakashi-sensei, copycat of the Thousand Jutsu, on and off the past summer, right? I almost had no choice but to pick up a couple Doton and Swait Unjutsu in our spars. They're low-ranked but pretty useful for making some chores easier. Naruto began stretching to loosen up, as if he was preparing for some jogging. He could feel Dragon's curious gaze upon him as he stretched his legs. Sasuke team was the easy one. I'm getting ready for the hard part. Naruto. A female voice shouted from a nearby rooftop. They glanced in the direction of the voice to find a cat-masked ANBU shaking with wrathful fury. She was holding a long and thick stick in her right hand. Dragon let out a snort, remembering what Naruto said he did to Hyuga. Nico-chan. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? The blonde greeted in a cheery voice as he stood from his stretching and waved. Hyuga only brandished the stick threateningly in response. I just spent all night helping my comrades desperately tried to find you, only to come home and find that someone snuck into my bedroom and replaced my priceless collection with sticks and cheap toys. Where the fuck are my swords? She growled as she hopped over to land on the same rooftop as him. So focused was she on the one who wronged her that she hadn't even realized her superior was standing to the side. Dragon was finding this highly amusing. Don't dismiss my gifts so easily. What you're holding in your hands is my prized Nads Crusher. With that in my hands, I've brought down many great shinobi, including an infamous Kumo Nin who almost kidnapped a Hyuga heiress, and one of the legendary Sannin, the ever-gallant and ever-pervy Jiraiya-sama. Naruto spoke seriously as if the stick was truly priceless, though he couldn't keep a small teasing smile off his face. This only served to annoy Hyuga even more. Yeah? Well, I'm about to bring down a goddamn prankster with it if he still refuses to tell me what he did with my swords. Naruto turned his head to Dragon. Oi, did I ever tell you what I got set up for the ANBU? I don't believe so. Hyuga stiffened in shock, finally noticing Dragon's presence. CCC Commander. When did you get here? She sputtered while saluting awkwardly. I've been here the entire time, was the amused reply. Before Hyuga could stammer some more, Naruto's next words filled her with absolute terror. Time for me to spring this trap. Both ANBU turned to the blonde, one in horror and the other in curiosity, to watch him go through several hand seals. Release! In the next instant, Hyuga was engulfed by a large puff of smoke. She wasn't the only one as the entire village was peppered with puffs of smoke. The dry cleaning shop below the trio that the ANBU were using as a front suddenly filled up with smoke as well. Dragon realized the puffs were appearing around where she knew most of her subordinates were supposed to be at this moment. It felt like an eternity before the smoke around Hyuga slowly dispersed, but at last she was revealed. Dragon had to hold back a snort of laughter. It wouldn't do for the quiet and intimidating commander of ANBU to have a sense of humor, but damn, Naruto was trying his hardest to break that notion. Standing before them was the same woman as before, but in a completely new outfit. The only thing that remained the same was the ANBU mask. Hyuga was now wearing a tight and shiny black leather catsuit that covered her entire body neck to feet, but left very little to imagination as every one of her incredible curves could be easily made out, especially with her large breasts straining against the leather. To top off this look, she wore leather-heeled boots, had a headband made up of a pair of cat ears in her purple hair, and a long black cat's tail was attached to the suit just above her curvy rear end, now made even more delectable because of the high heels. Hyuga was now petrified, her brain unable to process what just happened. Naruto had to blush as he stared at this beautiful woman looking so stunningly sexy in the catsuit, even though he was expecting this. Thank Kami I let you talk me into making these strange outfits from your past. Kukuku, I imagine that style will catch on quickly in this civilization now that it's out and about. Kurama chuckled maliciously, always pleased to introduce a little more harmless corruption of decency into society. So, is this what we're going to see on the others? Dragon's voice cut in, breaking the blonde out of his staring, and he shook it off. Hyuga was still frozen like a statue in shock. Yeah, but the outfits are different for most of them. Oh? How so? At that moment, a large number of ANBU hopped onto the rooftops all around them, apparently in search of something. It wasn't hard to find out what. Where's that blonde bastard? He's gone too far this time. I can't get this off. What the hell's this? Don't look at me, pervert. Various outfits from all walks of life, including several suggestions Kurama made from what she remembered in past civilizations, were all around the trio. Dragon made out outfits for clowns, geishas, monks, farmers, pirates, princesses, princes, samurais, and many others, including catsuits similar to Hyuga's but in different colors. The only similarity between all of them was their masks were still on their faces. This time, Dragon couldn't hold her snort of laughter in. It was brief, but it was enough to make Naruto smirk at her, as she promptly ignored him. This is even better than I could have hoped for. All those months of seal drawing and making these outfits finally paid off, he exclaimed quietly, not wanting to draw the other ANBU's attention. They haven't seen the trio just yet. Seals? Yeah, it's a modified single-use version of the outfit-switching seal I have on my right arm. It was tough work, but I managed to apply it on the mask of every ANBU I could find over the past few months, all just for today. They're active only as long as they're being worn, so no worries about off-duty and undercover agents being caught out. The big kicker is that none of them can get their nice new outfits off for the next few hours. After that amount of time, the storage seal will be visible on their masks, and they can change then. They just have to apply chakra to those seals to get their original outfits back. He explained as he chuckled quietly at some of the ANBU trying their absolute best to tear off their surprisingly durable outfits. Dragon nodded in understanding but was wondering if this would affect her subordinates already out on sensitive missions. My activation jutsu won't work beyond a certain range, which is just within this village. I've tested it myself. Naruto answered as if he'd read her mind. She relaxed a little in relief. It then hit her just how skilled this young man was in Fuinjutsu. She knew, with enough knowledge, a seal master could do just about anything he or she needed for any occasion, but to see this in action was quite jarring. He had just modified a seal solely for a prank, yet in another way that same seal would have massive practical potential for many shinobi. She and the Hokage absolutely needed to make sure Naruto would feverishly protect his seals from being copied by enemies in the future. For now, she would let the teen have his fun. Finally, the statuesque Hyuga was coming back to her senses. The first thing she remembered was the appreciative looks Naruto gave her, and for some reason, that made her very self-conscious instead of angry, and she promptly forgot her well-trained composure. "KY!" She suddenly squeaked loudly as she futilely covered herself with her arms. This made Naruto jolt and stare at her in surprise, having never seen her act like this before. He also realized this was very adorable. "Whoa, cute," he whispered in reverence, but Hyuga clearly heard him. That just made her face explode into full redness under the mask and sent her right into full flight mode. Please don't look," she shouted in panic as she turned and ran, hopping down off the roof to presumably hide out at home. It took Naruto a few seconds to shake out of his shock at such a strong and proud woman running off like this. "The scroll with your swords is in one of your kitchen cabinets," he helpfully shouted after her, thankful he had the forethought to activate his Sharingan earlier when he memorized that wonderful but jiggling in the tight leather as she ran away. Kami, he was letting Jiraiya corrupt him so soon into his life. I never would have expected that reaction from her. Guess she was just embarrassed her male superior saw her like that. "I'll have to apologize to her later," he muttered. Dragon glanced over at him appraisingly. Was it really like that? It felt to her like Hyuga was much more concerned about Naruto seeing her than her own superior. The commotion finally attracted some attention to Naruto's location. Only a moment after Hyuga's departure, 3 random ANBU hopped onto the roof. The first one was wearing a brightly colored clown's outfit with large shoes that squeaked with every step. His mask also had on some clown face painting and a large red nose to complete the look. The second was in a crappy geisha's outfit using a gigantic black Shimada-style wig peppered with gaudy hair ornaments, tight light blue kimono, and the trademark blush and painted red lips on the mask. The third was an old-fashioned and very puffy princess dress so unwieldy that the female ANBU had to pick up the skirt to even move around. The giant lime green 3-foot-tall wig balancing on top of her head topped off the look. Between all of them, an impressive wave of killing intent was directed at Naruto, who was too busy laughing hysterically at the ridiculous scene in front of him. Dragon was struggling to keep her composure. Maybe you should make this a new policy? Having your enemies laugh to death with these outfits?" he chortled as he managed to get himself under control. At this point, more ANBU surrounded Naruto in their own ridiculous outfits, all directing their own killing intent at him. "How about we make it a policy that you regret ever doing this?" the geisha growled in a clearly male voice. Naruto blinked in surprise. "Oh damn, I must have accidentally slipped you a different outfit." "Sorry?" he apologized not so sincerely. "So you admit to this?" the princess with the lime green wig accused. "Only because I'm the only one that can and is willing to do this," he declared with an infuriating smirk. The clown stepped forward with his giant red shoes squeaking obnoxiously. "Get the blonde bastard!" A roar of approval from other ANBU met this statement. Naruto only responded by shifting his body into evasion mode with a calm expression on his face. Dragon was standing in the middle of all this wondering what was going to happen. The blonde was too confident against this many of her subordinates, for some reason. Naruto! Just then, everyone heard a scream of fury from above. They shifted their gazes up to see a silver blur descending upon Naruto at top speed. Boom! The rooftop exploded into a large cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's sight. It felt like an eternity while everyone were tense and waiting for the dust to clear. When visibility returned, Hatake Kakashi was kneeling where Uzumaki Naruto was standing just a moment ago, his right arm buried into the roof itself. The elite jounin was apparently insane with rage as evidenced by his comically angry-looking white eye. He pulled his arm out of the roof with a crunch, slowly stood, and threw his masked face to the sky with a howl of rage. Where are you? The ICHA Empire demands your blood. Over here! All attention snapped to a power pole next to the building the ANBU and Kakashi were standing on. Balanced on its top was their blonde enemy, looking down on them with a challenging grin. Try and catch me, he mocked before disappearing in a blur of speed. The others quickly scattered into blurs of their own, intent on chasing him down. After the dust settled, it was clear the only one left on the roof was Dragon, who shook her head and chuckled. It was an entertaining morning. So, care to tell me why your creator did not get one of these seals on me? I'm almost disappointed he didn't seem to have tried, she asked curiously to no one in particular. Over by a small smokestack nearby, a clone of Naruto shimmered into existence out of its invisibility cloak jutsu. It raised an eyebrow. What makes you so sure I'm not the real one? After dealing with him and his damned clones for years, I've gained a good sense for it. The clone shrugged, accepting that as the answer before grinning. He had to give you up as a lost cause. You didn't give him many opportunities to get any seal on you since you rarely appeared around him. You're just way too alert whenever you sniff even an iota of his presence anywhere near you. Boss can't win everything, and he knows that. So it requires physical contact? No wonder he's been instigating so many chases the last few months. Good chance to touch more than a few masks without them noticing in the heat of the moment. And here I thought he was just acting like a rebellious teen. Yup, and he designed the seal to disappear once it's on, at least until he uses the activation jutsu. Even if they checked their masks any time before now, they wouldn't have noticed unless they were specifically searching for a small trace of his chakra in it. Dragon nodded in understanding, but something was bothering her. Do you know what would have been my outfit if Uzumaki-san had gotten that seal on me? She did not like that smirk on the clone's face. A full-body unitard padded all over with giant fake muscles and painted to make you look like a hairy and manly bodybuilder in a skimpy fundoshi. Throw in a bushy beard on your mask for some added effect, as well. She twitched violently and punched the laughing clone hard enough to dispel it. She should have figured he'd poke fun about hiding her true gender. Soon in a random alley. Damn, they're going all out today. Naruto muttered as he hid in the shadows of the alley by a busy street. Overhead, ANBU were seen streaking across the rooftops frantically searching for him. After a few minutes, he realized they were moving away from his position. Sighing, he stepped out onto the street and walked slowly among the crowd, taking the chance to rest up a bit from his frantic chase earlier before they would eventually discover him again. The inclusion of Kakashi made the search party quite formidable. Naruto needed to eliminate him from the search soon if he was going to get some breathing room. A finger tapped him on the shoulder, making him freeze. Naruto-san. A monotone voice spoke from behind with a small tinge of annoyance. Slowly, he turned around to look into the stoic face of his friend, Aburaim Shino. Shino! How's it going? Naruto greeted nervously. It is going well. In fact, it has been a perfectly normal morning. Shino replied, his tone growing a slight more annoyed. Naruto tilted his head. You sound like that bothers you. Any other morning, that would be acceptable. However, I have heard you have pranked our other friends today, Naruto-san. The blonde raised an eyebrow. Wait, you wanted to be pranked too? Not necessarily, but I cannot help but feel I was ignored and forgotten. A gloomy cloud appeared over Shino's head as he said this. Naruto's sweat dropped at this, but a knowing smirk appeared on his face. How do you know you haven't been hit yet? Shino's head perked up at that. Your inquiry makes it sound like I was included in your plan after all. Naruto clapped a hand on Shino's shoulder. You should really get out of that heavy coat sometimes, he spoke with a mischievous grin. Shino's eyes widened behind his sunglasses at the implication. There he is! A voice from the rooftops shouted. Naruto's head snapped up at that. Shit! I gotta go. See you around, Shino. He then quickly sped off with a hasty wave. As Shino watched his friend run off with several oddly dressed ANBU chasing after him from the rooftops, he pondered what Naruto had said. He was sure that this morning he had dressed in his normal outfit of a black shirt and shinobi-style pants underneath this heavy full-length beige coat. Curiosity overtaking him, he unbuttoned the coat and opened it up a little to peek inside. It was a long minute until he sighed explosively and his arms flopped to his sides, letting his coat fall wide open to reveal an exact copy of Naruto's infamous obnoxiously bright orange outfit underneath. It was gaudy on Naruto, and it was even more so on him, considering his dark style. Naruto-san. Shino muttered, unable to discern exactly what he was feeling at this moment. Was it elation that he hadn't been at least forgotten by Naruto? Or was it annoyance at his friend for doing this to him? Some time later in another part of Konoha, Sarutobi Asuma was humming a tune as he walked down a nearly empty side street, enjoying a smoke. He had just visited a potential apartment that he wasn't impressed with at its price and passed it on. At this moment, he was finding his way to the next available place on the list. Then he heard some rather obnoxious squeaking sounds growing louder as they got closer. Raising a puzzled eyebrow, he shifted his gaze skyward as he listened to random voices above. He's over there. Lizard, just stop moving. You're not helping anyone if you keep moving in those annoying shoes. I could say the same about you, Sparrow. Your huge fancy skirt keeps slapping everyone in their face. Stay the hell away from me. Then, at that point, Asuma's alert eyes caught a tiny glimpse of a blonde blur hopping down to the street from the roofs before disappearing. In the next instant, he saw many blurs hopping over him to the other side of the street, oblivious to the blonde blur from earlier. Damn it! He just vanished! One voice cursed as the general noise faded with the group moving away. Asuma took a long drag before letting out a large puff. Asumaji, you know smoking kills, right? He grinned. Not if I've learned a chakra trick to protect my lungs, little runt, he replied, teasingly using the name he called Naruto back then. Turning his head, he found a blonde teenage male shimmering into existence next to him. You've shot up like bamboo, it seems. Guess I'll have to address you differently now, Naruto, he commented, holding back a frown at the sight of the younger man's covered left eye. He would inquire about that another time. Naruto smirked before giving Asuma an appraising look. You're huge! I thought I'd catch up with you finally, but you just keep getting taller. It kinda pisses me off, you know. The taller man chuckled. You still have plenty of time to catch up. So, I hear you're the hot topic of the village at the moment. Nice work on the monument, by the way. Naruto did his usual sheepish pose. Thanks. It's nice to hear someone appreciate my work. Some people just can't take a joke. Naruto! You won't get away this time! An enraged voice interrupted them. Asuma and Naruto turned to see Kakashi standing about 50 meters down the street with multiple kunai in each hand. Steam was puffing out of his nose like a bull and his visible eye was white with insane rage. Let me guess, he's one of those people. You messed with his Ika, huh? Asuma said amusedly. It was rare to see Kakashi fly off the handle, so it must have been only for that reason. Naruto chuckled with a sweat drop before turning to the rabid Jounin. I don't want to have to do this, so you'd better give up. Your original collection's safe with me, but if you keep this up, I'm going to have to do something drastic, Kakashi-sensei. We've been at this long enough. Kakashi was far too gone in his obsession with getting his precious back, however. Give them back. Gimme my babies. He yelled frantically as he sprinted down the street at the duo with all of his kunai poised. Naruto sighed before inhaling deeply. Ji-sensei. Kakashi-sensei wants to challenge you to an all-day-long rock-paper-scissors competition. That snapped Kakashi out of his blind rage as he instantly stopped mid-stride just mere feet from the duo, his lone eye wide with utter horror as his kunai clattered to the ground from limp fingers. Asuma winced, knowing what Naruto had just wrought on his old classmate. You did not just say that. Kakashi's whisper was so soft and pleading it almost broke Naruto's heart. The blonde glanced away guiltily. You forced my hand. In the next instant, a green blur shot past the trio and down the street at a speed so insane that Kakashi just wasn't there in the next blink of an eye. As the massive gusts of wind buffered Naruto and Asuma around, All they heard was a horrified scream mixed in with the loud yell of YYYOUTH. There was a long moment of silence as Naruto and Asuma bowed their heads in solace for Kakashi's demise. So what are you doing? The blonde asked cheerily as if that scene didn't just happen. I'm looking for a place to live. I just got back in town last night. Though, so far it's been a bust. The Jounin replied easily. A flicker of an idea went across Naruto's face. If you're looking for a nice one-bedroom place, I know of one that's kinda old, but in good condition. It's going for 500 a month. Asuma's eyes widened. You're shitting me. That's 2/3 of the average rent. Nope, you can check it out. It just opened up over on Blackleaf and Main. It's in a quiet area close to the Hokage Tower and training fields. Better hurry. Naruto pointed in the general direction. Asuma grinned widely and clapped the teen on his back. Thanks. I'd better see if I could get this one. I owe you one, and see you around. He then vanished in a swirl of leaves and smoke. Now alone, Naruto yawned and stretched. What should I do then? His stomach picked that time to growl loudly, which attracted the attention of two nearby ANBU. One was dressed like a flamboyant pirate captain and the other was in a skimpy bright pink nurse outfit. I hear him. He's over here. Damn it. Later at Ichiraku Ramen after another 2 hours of sneaking around and evading ANBU. So should I be worried a certain someone might be targeting this honest and humble place of business? The cute ramen cook I am asked sweetly as she set the first bowl of ramen down in front of Naruto. Worry not, young ramen maiden. This place has been declared sacred by the gods. It would be a most severe sacrilege for that certain someone to even raise a hand against this holy place. He replied seriously as he put his hands together in reverent prayer before his steaming bowl. I am chuckled and rolled her eyes. She leaned on the counter with a soft smile as she once again admired Naruto's handiwork on the Hokage monument for a moment. Will I be expecting to see angry people coming by here often because they know this is your favorite place to hang out? No worries. They think I'm everywhere but here. Would that have something to do with these multiple copies of you I've seen running around? Naruto blinked in surprise. You have good eyes. None of them should have been close to this place. I'm a woman of many talents. Enjoy your meal and I'll get started on the next bowl. She teased with a sly smile before turning to the kitchen in the back. Naruto shrugged before clapping his hands together one more time. Itadakimatsu. Thump! A man's hand slammed on the countertop next to Naruto's bowl. The blonde himself froze in his prayer state at the sound. Opening his right eye slightly to see who dared to interrupt his sacred meal, he was startled to see an extremely irritated-looking Yumino Irika mere inches from his face. What can I do for you, Irika-sensei? He asked, leaning back from his sensei's glaring face. Irika's eyebrow twitched violently before he took a deep breath. You know, when I gave my class the week off until the exams to practice what they needed to know, I was hoping I would at least go a full day without you making trouble, Naruto. To think you even had the audacity to vandalize the monument. You've mistaken me for someone else. It was Sasuke team who did all of this. Irika blinked in surprise. Oh really? Yep, you should find him in Spring Park. Give him my regards when you're punishing him. Alright. Sorry for interrupting your meal. Irika bowed and walked off, or that was what he was going to do when he suddenly snapped back with his head somehow bigger than his body. Like hell I'd believe that bullshit. He roared with his patented demonic head jutsu. Naruto scratched behind his head with a foxy grin. He, just had to try. Irika sighed angrily and leaned against the counter. Seriously, you know what I woke up to this morning? It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. Someone was standing over me in my bed in this pitch-black outfit, a beret, and an incredibly creepy mask. I thought I was going to wet my bed. Naruto snickered as he ate some ramen, earning a glare from Irika. Even Ayam giggled as she overheard this. It turned out to be one of the ANBU pranked with that outfit switching thing. However, what was even weirder is that he had to do charades with me. Turns out you've made it so he wasn't able to utter a single word as long as that mask was stuck on his face. It took 30 goddamn minutes to understand what the hell he was trying to say, which was to help find you and bring you in. Naruto snapped his fingers. That's a mime. I did something extra special with that outfit. That's right. A mime, one of the most disturbing things in the world, woke me up in my own bed. I'm never going to want to sleep again for the next week. Irika shuddered before glaring at his blonde nemesis, who was chuckling at the image in his head. Now I'm gonna kick your ass, drag you before the ANBU, have them kick your ass, then I'll kick your ass one more time for good measure," he declared before reaching for Naruto, only to grab at nothing. In the next instant, the blonde was outside the stand with Iruka quickly following suit. "You really shouldn't resist too much. I may be an academy sensei, but I'm no slouch," he spoke confidently as he smirked at his student, almost hoping for him to do something rash. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "I'm not gonna go quietly. I know how to get rid of closet perverts like you," he shot back. Iruka's face flushed hot at being labeled a closet pervert and was about to retort angrily when Naruto suddenly popped into smoke for a moment before clearing away. The scarred sensei's jaw promptly dropped. What he was looking at was the second most beautiful woman he had ever seen. In Naruto's place stood a tall tanned woman with incredible youthful beauty and long blonde hair tied up into twin tails. Her startlingly bright sapphire blue eyes seemed to glow in the sunlight, and her whiskered cheeks added to her overall cuteness. She was dressed in a tight red tank top stretched against her large chest with jean shorts cut so short the bottom curves of her plump rear end were barely visible. She bent over sensually, shoving her amazing cleavage in Iruka's face. It took all he had to not propel backward from a massive nosebleed. "Well, Iruka-kun, do you think I'm the most beautiful woman around?" she whispered seductively with an adorable pout. He had to clamp a hand over his nose to hide a small nosebleed threatening to turn into a river. Then the question registered in his mind. "No! Saki-chan's definitely the most beautiful woman ever!" He quickly denied strongly while shaking his head of the blonde woman's visage to replace it with his lovely Saki. Then he heard a gasp from behind, making him freeze. The blonde woman popped into smoke, changing back to Naruto, who was standing cross-armed with an evil smirk. Seeing that, Iruka robotically swiveled his head around to find a flushed and panting Haruno Saki and her shocked daughter standing behind him. He gulped upon seeing his girlfriend's incredibly turned-on expression. Why you saw all that?" he whispered, fearing for his life. He loved his Saki, but his life was usually in danger of being sucked out whenever she got incredibly horny. Like she was right now. "Yes, I most certainly did hear you call me more beautiful than even the blonde goddess that stood before us until a moment ago." The elder Haruno growled huskily as she sauntered up to a nervous Iruka. She then slowly slid her hands up his chest until they reached his flak vest's high collar, and gripped it tightly. "Now, we are going to find a place to be alone together. Are we clear?" she whispered, her emerald eyes insane and dark with lust. Iruka whimpered and comically sweated, before nodding slowly. And they were gone in the next instant, with Saki pulling her prey off his feet and running at above jounen speed down the street in search for a location where she could properly express her appreciation for her beloved boyfriend's opinion. Poor Iruka was flapping in the air behind her like a flag in the wind. Sakura stared after the rapidly disappearing couple in utter shock, while Naruto was rolling on the ground laughing uproariously. It took a moment for her to snap out of it and stare down at the blonde in deadpan. "Thanks a lot for ruining my lunch date with Mom, Naruto-san," she muttered grouchily. Naruto slowly got to his feet with hands still on his knees, wheezing and chuckling. "Sorry about that, Sakura-san. I had to get Iruka-sensei off my back for today, and you two popped up just at the right time for that. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to make it up to you by paying for your meal. By the way, I like that color on you." Sakura blushed slightly as she twirled a strand of her currently platinum blonde shoulder-length hair with her finger. She had to admit that, after her initial shock when she woke up to see the change, she liked how it matched well with her bright green eyes. "Ino-chan's on a warpath chasing you down, just so you know. Saying something about how pink don't match with her blue eyes," she warned with a smirk as she sat at the counter. "I'll keep that in mind. The colors will change back soon enough anyway, since my seals were set to last no longer than half a day." Naruto smiled as he sat back down in front of his second bowl. "Oh? So you never physically dyed our hair somehow while we were asleep? I don't have to tell you that might have been a little creepy." "Nope. I had the seals absorb the color properties from the loose hair I collected, slipped them onto you and a few others over the past week when you weren't paying attention, and just activated them from outside your places. The only in-depth infiltration I had to do last night was the Hyuga compound. Everything else were pretty much taken care of with seals and other ways," he explained. Sakura nodded. She might have been more annoyed about this if she hadn't seen some of the ANBU in their silly outfits, and realized she got off easy in comparison. They ate in comfortable silence until she finished her bowl, slid it back, and sighed. Wringing her fingers nervously in her lap, she turned to Naruto. Naruto-san, I just want to say I'm dash. A raised hand stopped her here. Naruto shook his head with a reassuring smile. Sakura-san, if that's what I think it is, then there's nothing between us to apologize about. We were kids. We picked sides like kids. We threw insults at each other and got in fights because we didn't know better. If you still want to apologize, then I'll have to apologize for my attitude toward you as well. Sakura's green eyes widened before nodding hesitantly, but it looked like a small weight was lifted off her shoulders. Go on and order seconds if you want. Thanks. I'll do that then since I need to keep up my energy, she replied brightly before signaling Ayam for another bowl. I'm glad to see the training you've been doing on the side with Ino-chan is going well. Sakura snapped to him in surprise and blushed. I thought that was a secret. She didn't say anything. I just could tell. You got a little more muscles and you're eating properly. I can tell you'll be a great kunoichi like Ino-chan and Hinata-chan if you keep this up. Sakura smiled genuinely at the commendation and nodded. Thanks. It means a lot to hear that from someone, even you. Oh, I'm pretty credible, ain't I? Sakura stared at him blankly for a long moment before shifting her gaze to the defaced Hokage monument. He turned sheepish. Oh, that. You can't hide from me because I can sense you. Now stay still, will you? Naruto's face paled rapidly as he heard an irritated voice getting closer. He quickly took out some bills to cover his and Sakura's meals. Sorry, I gotta run. Appointments and stuff. He waved quickly before slipping out of the ramen stand, leaving behind a chuckling Sakura and Ayam. A few minutes later, a pink blur tackled a retreating blonde blur somewhere in a park. They tumbled to a stop together with the young woman straddling her catch. Naruto grinned teasingly as he checked out her short pink hair. It was just shorter than shoulder length, and it was styled up with several white hairpins. Her signature long bang was also stylized to flow over her right eye and to the side before merging with the rest of her now shorter hair instead of just hanging loosely in front of her face like before. Yamanaka Ino's annoyed expression showed she was not amused at all. Well, what? What do you have to say about this, Baka? If you want my honest opinion, then that pink doesn't go well with your beautiful blue eyes. Ino growled and bopped him on the forehead, though she blushed at the comment about her eyes. Then don't do it again. Naruto nodded and smiled brightly, and Ino knew she couldn't stay annoyed for long with that expression directed at her. She sighed in resignation and leaned down to bury her face in his chest and hug him tightly. I love you, despite your many cases of idiocy, Naruto-kun, she mumbled into his chest. I love you, despite your bossiness and temper, Ino-chan, he retorted, his tone affectionate. They broke into chuckles and pecked each other on the lips. They continued to cuddle for a long minute, just enjoying the warmth. They then finally let go and helped each other to their feet. Taking a look around, they gazed at each other upon realizing where they were, and smiled knowingly. They unknowingly found themselves near the playground where they first met, and played together many times since. Ino had a thought, and gently led her man by hand over to the swing where she first found him. She then silently prompted for him to take a seat in it, and Naruto, although confused, complied. He was almost too big for the swing now, but it still supported him. Ino then stood in front staring at her boyfriend deeply as he tilted his head with a bemused smile. I like this, she whispered. You are so full of life and confidence now, unlike the first time I saw you. I like seeing you like this a million times better compared to that time. Naruto's expression softened in understanding and reached out to gently pull Ino by her hips and between his legs. She quickly wrapped her arms around his head tightly with her fingers buried deep into his hair, and pressed her lips almost desperately to his forehead. Naruto, although surprised by such an intimate embrace since his face was practically buried in her soft chest, didn't blush or react perversely because this wasn't the time for that. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist firmly in response. It's because you helped make me the way I am now, Ino-chan, he whispered, enjoying listening to her heartbeat, which was slowly rising due to this intimate moment. I had to. Even I knew back then you were close to dead on the inside. I couldn't leave you alone, and I'm glad I didn't. She sniffled a little as she nuzzled her nose in his soft hair, making sure to enjoy his wonderful and calming scent. And I'm forever grateful to you because of that. Now please don't cry. Ino smiled, then leaned back to look down at him with watery eyes. I won't if you do something for me, she replied with a shy grin. Naruto grinned back. Something tells me I know what it is. She giggled as she gently sat down sideways on one of his thighs to get her face level with his. After staring into each other's eyes for a moment, they leaned in to lock lips for a long and heated kiss that seemed to have robbed the couple of their sense of time. They never let up until their need for air forced them apart many minutes later. They grinned goofily as they touched foreheads, enjoying being in each other's arms and not wanting to let go for the time being. Since it began with her hair turning pink and trying to forget the very amorous, but disturbing, sounds emitting from her parents' locked bedroom, Ino had to admit today was turning into a really great one. Soon in the afternoon, Commander Dragon was wandering through a maze of connected rooms inside the ANBU HQ with no particular destination in mind. She had noticed her subordinates were now able to discard their silly outfits and noted, with some amusement, some of her female agents sneaking away their rather scandalous outfits to keep for future occasions, presumably for their lovers. Ironically, they were the one who complained the loudest about being stuck in those outfits. Naruto had done as promised and quickly washed down the Hokage monument. At this moment, the village was back to normal, so it was time to get back into the usual pace. That was when it hit Dragon that this was likely the last time Uzumaki Naruto would make trouble for Konoha and the ANBU. As soon as he became a shinobi, he would be viewed as an adult, and would have to be held accountable for his disruptive actions. It wasn't like he was going to suddenly stop pranking individuals, but the large-scale pranks he did would likely cease completely. While that would give her some relief like every other ANBU, she had to admit she was going to miss the excitement and laughs that came with these stunts. As she overheard the conversations from her people when she slipped into a packed lounge, it turned out she wasn't the only one to realize the finality of today's pranks. You know, Uzumaki's graduating next week. He'll have to drop the big pranks now that he'll be an adult. I'm going to miss it. What? Are you insane? He's a menace. Yeah, but you weren't in the force before he began his pranking campaign against us. It was purely professional around here. Yeah, so? That's what we're supposed to be. What I mean is that everything was just bland and featureless. We just reported from missions and training, kept our distance from each other, kept our masks on at all time even though there were no need for that inside the HQ, and rarely interacted beyond exchanging mission details. It felt like we were slowly turning into emotionless and faceless machines the longer we stayed here, just one step over from being those rude agents. That's why so many quit this force after just a few years or so. They couldn't take losing any more of their humanity, and, after what we've dealt with out there, who'd blame them? Really? But we're currently making connections. We chat a lot, make jokes, and we even had games and fun once in a while. I have to admit this atmosphere was surprisingly more pleasant than I expected for a Spec Ops force. I thought it was always like this before I joined, since the rest of the military had similar attitudes. It was because of Uzumaki. I'm not sure if he thought that we needed some dose of humanity when he started pranking us as a brat, or he just did it on a whim. Whatever he was thinking, his pranks, while they were damn annoying when they hit us, gave us reasons to laugh and poke fun at each other about being caught, and it just flowed from there. I was about ready to quit the force when Uzumaki came into the picture, and everything changed. When I joined, I didn't even know this was a lounge because no one used it. We all just passed through here to training, supplies, and mission pickups. Some of the more veteran ANBU nodded at the truth of that statement, while the younger ones were surprised. Now we're eating, chatting, relaxing, and playing games here with our masks off. Even though we were just hit with a big prank this morning and were understandably pissed at that time, we're laughing now about what the others look like in their ridiculous outfits. In addition, it's now my 10th year in this force, a number I never thought possible back then. There was silence in the room as all of its occupants contemplated that information. Most of them also found that number unbelievable, but they also realized they could easily reach that many years themselves if they had a way to unwind and have a bit of fun in between missions. Bor, who spoke in support of Naruto, stood and slipped his mask on. Sure, we need to be purely stoic and professional on missions, but no one said we have to be like that in between. We need to unwind from those dangerous and difficult missions, and I'm all for this camaraderie we're enjoying. I like it here now, and I'm not letting anything change back to before Uzumaki. I hope you all feel the same way too. With that said, see you later for poker tonight. He finished before making to walk out of the room, and froze in his track when he saw Dragon standing by the room's exit. The others finally noticed their superior and quickly stood to salute him. At ease, she said shortly before looking at Bor, who returned the gaze. I agree with what you've said. Uzumaki has shown us the way, and we'll have to maintain what we have going here from now on. Despite my so-called reputation, the mentality of all who work under me is important to me, and I'd rather see you all continue to have fun and unwind, within reason, of course. Carry on and enjoy yourselves." She spoke neutrally before turning to glide out of the room, leaving behind a somewhat stunned room. "Well shit. Even Uzumaki's gotten to our hard-ass boss too," one ANBU commented bluntly, causing everyone to break into chuckles for a moment, before they all stiffened when Dragon poked her head back into the doorway. "By the way, all personnel not scheduled to be out of the village tomorrow are to report to the assembly room at 1100 to explain why they all failed to detain one single teenage male. Make sure to pass that on to all of your colleagues," she ordered blandly before disappearing from sight once again. After a long minute of stunned silence, someone turned to the one who spoke earlier. "You just had to open your big fat mouth." Later in the evening at the Sarutobi house, the Hokage was relaxing in his chair on the porch of his family house. It was modest compared to the noble clans, but the house was large enough to comfortably accommodate a decent-sized family. He usually stayed with his oldest son, daughter-in-law, and grandson whenever he was not sleeping in the Hokage's quarters. Puffing his long pipe, now stuffed with some proper tobacco, Hiruzen was awaiting his youngest son's arrival. Just then, Asuma came out of a shunshin in front of the house. The father was curious about the blue face on his son, as if he was depressed about something. "Welcome, and what seems to be the matter, Asuma-kun?" he inquired concernedly. Asuma snapped to him with an annoyed expression. "It was that blonde bastard. He tricked me." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow as he puffed on his pipe, hiding a smile. Apparently he wasn't the only Sarutobi to have been hit today. "What did he do? I only ran into him for a few minutes while he was being chased. I'll tell you right now that he's a quick thinker, considering he couldn't have known I've been back in the village until that very moment. I mentioned to him I was having trouble finding a good apartment, and he, without missing a beat, suggested I try this place on Blackleaf in Maine. He didn't act suspicious at all as he pointed me to that damn place with the innocent smile on his face." Hiruzen coughed out some smoke upon hearing this. What? I checked it out, and it was in perfect condition, in a great location, and had a great view. I just had to have it right there." At this, Hiruzen laughed heartily. "Let me guess, the landlord didn't tell you the most important feature, did he? That it was supposedly haunted, especially at night time," he chortled. His son grumbled dejectedly. "I didn't even suspect anything until after I've signed the lease. So how did you find out that place has a bad history of murders, suicides, and alleged supernatural happenings? I met the old man downstairs." "Ah, did he do that thing in which he cackled evilly all the time as he told you the horror stories about your new haunted apartment?" Asuma groaned and nodded, getting even more depressed at the memory. "Other than likely seeing a few strange things, I'm sure it's a nice place for that price. You'll just have to suck it up. Knowing that old bastard landlord, the lease is probably ironclad." "Yeah, it is. I've spent the past few hours trying to get out of it. No luck." Hiruzen put out his pipe and rose to his feet. "We'll worry about that later, and let's get started on dinner. They're anxious to see you, Asuma-kun," he invited with an arm wave toward the front door. Asuma smiled warmly and nodded, feeling it was good to be back home finally. Later after dinner, Asuma was now standing in front of the door to his new apartment. He reminded himself he was one of the best jounin of his generation. He reminded himself he faced down enemies stronger than him without flinching. He reminded himself he had to protect the daimyo from assassination attempts, coups in the court, and the frequent and unprovoked attacks by the capital's Kaneko, the evil twin of Tora, Konoha's demon cat. He still shuddered at his memories of the horrors and casualties caused by the true demon cat. A/N, Kaneko means kitten, uneasy face. With that highly decorated and nearly fearless background, Asuma should have had no problem with an allegedly haunted apartment. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to turn the goddamned key in the doorknob. Instead, he just stood in front of the door for the past 15 minutes trying to psych himself up. What the hell was wrong with him? He took a deep breath and reached for the key once again. This time he was going to do it. A horrific rattling sound suddenly reached his ears from behind the door. Nope, he wasn't going to do it. The ever-fearless elite jounin thumped his forehead repeatedly against the wall next to the door in frustration, while muttering several choice curses for a certain blonde. "I have a feeling you just found out that place is haunted." A feminine and pleasant voice cut into his frustrations. He jumped slightly and slowly turned down the hall to see what looked like an attractive young woman standing in front of the door to the only other unit on this floor. It was hard to make her out due to the dim lighting. She was holding a small grocery bag. Why yeah. Unfortunately, I can't get out of this one, so I'm just trying to suck it up and get it over with, miss. The woman smiled somewhat pityingly. I'm sorry to hear that, but here's hoping for your success. I'm Yuhi Kurinai, and welcome to the neighborhood. She introduced herself with a formal bow. Asuma started in surprise and then took a careful look. He noted the familiar curly raven hair, her beautiful and unique wine-red eyes, and her stark red lipstick that she always wore. It was definitely his old-school crush. Keikure-chan? He blurted out in shock at the sight of this beautiful and mature woman before him. The genjutsu mistress arched an eyebrow at his familiarity. Only one person in her life called her by that name. Wait, his deep voice was definitely familiar. She took a closer look as well, and her eyes widened. He had gotten taller, broader, and his beard was new, but it was definitely her old-school crush. Asuma-kun, is that you? You've come back! She breathed out at the sight of this handsome and rugged-looking man. She definitely wasn't complaining at all. They stared at each other in silence as they took in each other's details, at least until they realized what they were doing. They blushed and shyly shifted their gazes away. On the inside, they were pretty elated to be reunited like this, however. Meanwhile, inner Asuma was profusely thanking Naruto for putting him up to this. Even if it meant something like taking on a powerful and vengeful poltergeist bound to his cursed apartment, his devastatingly beautiful crush being his neighbor would be still worth it. Meanwhile, at Naruto's apartment, Naruto grumbled as he pushed himself out of bed. He was catching up on some sleep now that things have calmed down enough. However, it still wasn't too late in the evening to turn away guests, and there was someone knocking at the door. It was what woke him up. Yeah. He muttered with a sleepy expression and opened the front door to reveal a smiling Hinata and Hanabi with their hair back to normal. Huh! Girls, what are you doing here? Revenge. Hanabi replied in a sweet tone that made him shiver in dread. Wark! In his moment of confusion, the sisters took advantage and used their gentle fists to immobilize his limbs in an instant. Wait! What are you gonna do to me? He stammered as the girls dragged him over to the living room couch and propped him against it. Hinata kept that sweet smile as she leaned in and pecked him slightly on his nose, before showing him a list numbered up to 10. When they realized it was you that styled our hair, the clan decided to band together and write down a list of styles they'd like for you to try in return. It was difficult narrowing them down to 10 for the time we have. If it was possible, Hinata's smile became even more innocent. Her little sister popped into his view holding up a large bag. They sent us two because you trust us and wouldn't realize our motive until it was too late. Now, we've got a whole bunch of hair products and accessories here. You'll notice most of the styles on the list tend to be on the more girly side. In stark contrast to Hinata's sweet smile, Hanabi's was positively feral. And we'll take pictures for our kin to enjoy. Hinata piped up cheerily while holding a small camera. Wait, can we work this out? Naruto was desperately trying to get away from this, but his limbs wouldn't obey him. Meanwhile, he was pleading with his tenant. Kurama! My lifelong partner, wonderful best friend, beautiful and wise vixen, world's greatest entity, dark-skinned goddess. Kurama raised an eyebrow amusedly as he serenaded her with every imaginable terms of flattery before finally making his request. Please! You've got to flood my tenketsu with your chakra so I can move again and get away. Unfortunately for you, I haven't had enough fun today. I want to see more, and this is amusing. You're on your own with this one. She chuckled evilly, much to Naruto's growing despair. He knew there was no changing her mind if she thought this was amusing. That damn sadistic fox! There's nothing to work out. We're just returning the favor. Hanabi chimed in as she spread out the various products and accessories on the coffee table. The blonde shivered. They looked like torture instruments. Your hair is long enough for most styles, but for the longer ones, we'll have to put extensions on you. I'm sure you'd stubbornly refuse to hinge yourself with long hair even if we asked nicely. Hinata pondered as she ran a hand through Naruto's spiky hair. He was nodding his head frantically. I'll hinge. I'll do it. Just don't put them on me. Hinata tilted her head innocently. You still won't do it? That's too bad. We'll have to do this the hard way then, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, these are especially high quality and look just like real hair. Most importantly, they would be nearly impossible to tear off for days. Father did his utmost to ensure you get the best, after all. She replied as if she hadn't heard his frantic submissions. All Naruto could do now was shake his head vigorously while screaming unintelligibly as Hinata and Hanabi slowly prepared their instruments. Just then, the front door banged open. Yes! Naruto's savior arrived just in time, and it was Anko? And why did she have an irritated expression on her face as she searched from the front door? Anko-chan! You're finally back! The purple-haired woman finally noticed him and the Hyuga girl staring back at her in confused silence. She looked curious. What are you doing to him? He pranked the entire clan by changing our hair into silly styles. We're about to return the favor. Hanabi answered with a mischievous smile. You've got to save me, please! They're gonna put extensions on me. Extensions! Naruto struggled frantically against his immobile body. Anko just stared at the trio for a long moment, making them shift uncomfortably. Then she smirked evilly as she slowly closed the front door behind her as if in a horror scene. Let me watch? What? The helpless victim screamed shrilly. Sure! The younger girls chirped at the same time, and they got back to their plan. Anko stepped over to a nearby chair and sat down to stare at Naruto with an annoyed glare. Gaki, let me explain something here. You know the #1 rule around me, right? You should. It's easy to remember since it practically rhymes. Naruto nodded frantically, hoping this explanation would end with him getting out if he answered correctly. Oh, how wrong was he? Never, ever get in between Anko and Dango. Right, so I've been out for 2 weeks on a mission, and I had to leave the morning after that stupid fight between you and that masked asshole. It was not a fun 2 weeks because I had to deal with an idiot client who thought he had the right to grope me every chance he had because he was paying for my service. Even though I also kindly corrected him otherwise with Saban and Kanai each time, he kept this up until I finally kicked him in his balls repeatedly as soon as I got payment. She snarled viciously at the memory of that perverted client. Naruto winced, wanting to cross his legs protectively but unable to do so. So you can imagine that I was stressed out and seriously craving my dango. On the way home from the mission, it was all I could think of. Those spicy yet delicious spheres of goodness. She moaned sensually, making all 3 younger people blush. I was practically skipping through the main gate just 30 minutes ago. I then went to see the old man to drop off the report as quickly as possible. I ran with all I had to the dango shop only to. All 3 leaned in, wanting to hear more. Only to find out it's closed. Anko growled as she shot to her feet with a shaking fist, making the others flinch back. It's always open till midnight every day. Instead, it's locked up tight even at 8, and it's your fault, Gaki. You got in between the dango and me. You broke the rule, she whispered as she leaned over the terrified blonde. How can it be my fault? I never went anywhere near that shop. You know I would never touch your dango. The owner left a note on the door. It basically said because of you declaring your stupid prank day, he was nervous about his business so he decided to close everything up and take a holiday for a few days. She explained with a scowl, and Naruto paled considerably at hearing that. That damn coward! So, since I've been denied my dango because of you, and I'm also annoyed I just missed all the fun earlier in the day apparently, I'll have to settle for the next best thing. That's to watch you be humiliated. You may continue, girls. I'll help and take pictures. The snake mistress offered with an evil smirk. Naruto was frantically shaking his head as Hanabi and Hinata descended on him with excited grins. A scream of pure anguish echoed throughout the village. Help! Hearing Naruto's cry of suffering, all the victims of today's prank smiled as they felt like they all got some measure of karma. Next morning outside Naruto's apartment, Inuzuka Kiba was banging on Naruto's front door, hoping to get some measure of payback from yesterday's prank. His face was still sporting the kitten's handiwork, a crisscross of fine scratches that looked like an ongoing tic-tac-toe match. The only reason he hadn't gone after Naruto yesterday after the kitten incident was because he was too busy dealing with his allergy all day. After a few minutes of banging, the front door opened to reveal an irritated-looking Naruto. Whatever Kiba had to yell about died in his throat as he took in the long, luscious, and shiny blonde locks framing Naruto's face and flowing down to his rear end in a perfect princess cut style similar to Hinata's. Incidentally, that was the heiress' choice in the styles they tried on him. Kiba was used to seeing Naruto with long hair whenever he hinged into his female form, but this time he was clearly a man with a very girly hairstyle. From his disgruntled expression, which seemed very out of place framed by his new hairstyle, it was apparent someone forced this upon him. With all that information in mind, the Inuzuka heir promptly fell over laughing uproariously. Naruto's eyebrows were twitching angrily. "Yeah, fuck you, tic-tac-toe face," he grunted before slamming the door, leaving Kiba alone laughing even harder at the reaction. That was more than payback enough, he decided. Same place a few days later. So he only came out to do his training and nothing else since then? And he's finally home today? Anko quizzed as she stood next to a concerned Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino in front of Naruto's apartment. This was the first time Ino's sensing ability finally found him at home, since he hadn't been in the apartment the many other times they stopped by in the last 4 days. Yeah. Something tells me the photos of Naruto-kun's girly hairstyles being circulated through the whole village likely struck a blow to his ego, Ino commented neutrally but with a pointed look at Anko and the sisters, who winced in guilt. Hanabi looked absolutely remorseful. They didn't think this was going to get out of hand so quickly. Hinata almost growled at the memory of Niji's gleeful expression as he scanned the photos. She wouldn't have been surprised if he was the one who secretly spread the photos, but there were many other suspects with the same motive too. Did he ever tell anyone exactly why he hasn't been around the last few days, though? Ino spoke up. The others stared at her as if she grew a second head. Of course we know why he's pretty much avoiding us. It's because of those photos getting out. Anko replied hotly. You mean what we think caused this reaction from him? We all know Naruto-kun. He's a prankster, so it means that when he pranks, he knows to be prepared to be struck back once in a while as revenge. It's not like him to get upset about this for so long. He'd laugh it off after only half a day tops. Then what else would have caused him to lock us out of his life for the last few days? Hanabi quizzed, looking distressed at that notion. She was the one who suggested that retaliation, and had been the one in charge of the photos. She felt it was her fault that they got out somehow, even though she thought she had been careful enough with them. And he's not responding to our knocking. Hinata added. She felt just as bad about this too. Well, I know what'll get him out here, Anko announced, and shoved the girls aside so she stood directly in front of the door with fists on her hips. She inhaled. Your piss water ramen sucks ass. My dango rules forever. The other's face faulted. Really? Ino shot up to shout at Anko for such a stupid antic, but was silenced by an open hand. The jounin then began subtracting a finger each second, as if counting down. Just when she had none left after 5 seconds, the apartment's door slammed open to reveal a sleepy and grumpy blonde in tank top and shorts. His hair was back to normal. The hell was that for? I thought we agreed we'd stop insulting each other's food of the gods. He shouted at a grinning Anko, pleased she got the blonde out here rather easily. Meanwhile, the others face-bound hard. You haven't been responding to our knocking because you were asleep. Just how much of a heavy sleeper are you? It's 3 in the afternoon, Ino exclaimed incredulously, snapping Naruto's attention away from ranting at Anko. He grunted dumbly as he finally took in Ino and the Hyuga sisters. Hinata and Hanabi stiffened and prepared themselves to be shouted at by him when his single eye focused on them, but there was no negative reaction. In fact, his expression brightened at seeing them. You're also all here too, girls? Wow, it's great to finally see you again after a while. How long it's been, a day or 2? Anko raised an eyebrow with crossed arms. 4 days. That's how long it's been since we all last saw you. Naruto started at that and blinked olishly. Shit. It's been that long? Hanabi bowed her head slightly forward, shading her eyes, and began to tremble. An ominous aura began to develop around her. Hinata, relieved that Naruto wasn't actually upset with anyone, noticed this shift in her sister and took a step back while poking her index fingers together nervously. Oniai-chan, just what have you been doing in all that time? Hanabi's voice was quiet and monotone, even as she continued to tremble. Naruto glanced at her and rubbed a hand behind his neck with a sheepish grin. Ino noted the change in the younger Hyuga too, and took a large step back to stand next to Hinata. She wasn't going to have anything to do with this. Oh, Kurama let me take a week off from training to prepare my pranks for that day. In return, I'd have to spend all my time catching up afterward. So I've been at the training ground at the crack of dawn and didn't come home till past midnight each day. This is the first day she finally let me rest. Hanabi's entire body twitched violently while the other 2 heiresses winced. Meanwhile, Anko also noted the petite girl's shifting temperament and quickly moved next to the others to watch this with a grin, excited for the fireworks to begin. So, In the last 4 days, you couldn't have found a way to at least leave a message for what you've been disappearing to all this time? Yeah, sorry about that. I lost track of time, but man, I can't believe it's been actually 4 days. Oniai-chan, were you even upset by the photos getting out? Hanabi's voice was deceptively calm as she stared up into his gaze. The clueless blonde scratched behind his head in confusion. What photos? The other girls slapped their foreheads. Hanabi's body twitched violently again, before she immediately shifted into an attacking kata. To think I spent 4 days feeling incredibly guilty about this. All for nothing. Byakugan. Huh. What dash? Was all Naruto managed to get out before a small black bundle of fury descended upon him. Meanwhile, the audience were watching all this with a mixture of amusement, pity, and horror. Naruto-kun. Hinata mumbled nervously as she fidgeted with her hands, wondering if she wanted to stop Hanabi or not. He deserved that. Ino remarked with a shake of her head. Anko was just laughing like there was no tomorrow. Let's still take him out for ramen after Hanabi-chan's done. The photos still got out anyway, and I think he's gonna need his treat after this. Ino added as she cocked her head in curiosity at such an interesting technique Hanabi was using. Not my face, was Naruto's girly shriek. Ano, is it supposed to bend like that? Hinata commented nervously. She didn't know how her precious little sister learned those techniques. That's not supposed to bend that way, Naruto yelled as if answering the question. Is he gonna be alright for graduation? Anko wondered, though there still was merriment in her eyes at seeing such a wonderfully violent scene before her. He doesn't need to be at 100% to pass. Ino waved it off nonchalantly, before wincing at a particularly horrific attack. Or 50%. Probably for the best. Knowing him, he'd just treat that like a prank and show off his full capabilities just to vex the hell out of the instructors. That'll definitely show up in the records as an unusual occurrence, the older woman commented offhandedly. The other 2 women frowned in worry. Despite Hanabi-chan's best efforts to the contrary, we know Naruto-kun's going to be perfectly healthy for graduation. He will show off, I just know he's gonna do a dash, and the others will take notice of how much different he is from an average academy student he was portraying himself as. Ino remarked with an index finger on her chin. I don't think we need him to get the attention of other villages so soon. I had a hell of a time when I showed up in the bingo books, and he's going to be even more of a lightning rod for trouble than me. The longer he stays under their noses, the better, Anko suggested. We'll just have to offer him incentives to avoid showing off, Hinata added. The other 2 stared over at her, making her blush despite the mischievous smile she was displaying. Why is no one saving me from this adorable little demon? Naruto cried out pitifully. Night of the Academy's graduation at Ichiraku Ramen. Well, that was boring, Kiba grumbled just as he slurped on some noodle. His small companion barked his affirmation from atop his head. Yeah! I was expecting him to drop his perfectly average and boring student facade today just to screw with the teachers and the civilian council. You know, pay them back for their years of bigotry and arrogance. Even now, they still think they've successfully kept him down. It sucks only Irika-sensei ever cared. Choji mumbled through the food in his mouth. Ayam was bringing him his 7th bowl. It would have been troublesome for him in the future. Shikamaru replied in a bored tone as he leaned back in his chair. He had just finished eating. What do you mean? Kiba inquired curiously. Akamaru whined questioningly, tilting his head in confusion. It would have been a poor decision for him to suddenly act up today. Why? Because it would show up in his official files as an unusual occurrence, alerting any enemy spy that there was something off about him. Shino interjected while between mouthfuls of his large salad. 4 human and 1 canine heads nodded in unison as if that was the answer. Sitting at the counter next to the 5 or 3 more patrons, the indigo-haired female giggled. Naruto-kun, was that your plan? Hinata asked rather sweetly, nearly unable to hide her mischievous smile. On the other side of the young man sitting between them, her blonde counterpart smirked. Yes, was it? Ino prodded, not even bothering to hide her evil grin. Huh. Naruto grunted rather dumbly with a full mouth just after he finished his 10th bowl. All of his male friends stared at him expectantly while the 2 girls exchanged knowing smiles. Finally, he swallowed his last bite and frowned in annoyance. Hell no! I wanted to blow all of them away with my awesomeness, he declared. The boys face planted on the counter. Fortunately for them, Ayam and Tucci, used to Naruto's antics over the years, were ready and expertly moved their dishes out of the way just before their heads could break them. Akamaru yipped his displeasure, as he was forced to hold on to avoid falling off his human's head. I wanted so badly to shred each of the targets to pieces using my wind chakra with the throwing weapons. When I realized Mizuki team was doing the taijutsu test, I was so ready to crush his bones into dust, especially when he came at me with more power and skill than he used with the rest of you. And they just had to tempt me with the extra credit jutsu. I wanted to see their faces when my Rasengan punches a giant hole through the wall. He finished his rant by standing on his chair with a foot on the counter, his hands up in the air grasping at nothing as if he was watching this mischance go by. The boys and a dog's sweat dropped. It figures. They all grumbled/growled while an annoyed Hinata, and Ino made a sheepish Naruto sit back down, then scolded him for dirtying up the counter with his foot. Troublesome, so what stopped you? Shikamaru quizzed with a smirk. They threatened me with severely reduced kissing privileges for the next month. Naruto deadpanned as he pointed his thumbs at Ino and Hinata, who were grinning innocently. Boing! Don't forget me too, a new voice chirped. It belonged to a beautiful purple-haired woman who suddenly hopped on and hugged Naruto from behind out of nowhere, making him blush heavily as he felt two big and soft breasts on his back. Several eyebrows twitched in slight jealousy. Anko-chan. In my case, I said I would pay particular attention to his balls in our spars. She added with a deceptively sweet expression, which only served to make all the males within earshot protectively cover their crotches and shiver at the implied threat. Anko then turned a friendly face toward the others. Just wanted to give all of you my congratulations on your graduation, kiddos. I am Chan, miso for me, please. She called out as she slipped off the still red Naruto and took the last free seat at the counter next to Hinata. The cute ramen cook returned a bright smile and greeting as she moved to prepare Anko's portion. So it took 3 girls to change your mind? Kiba teased with a smirk while Akamaru let out what sounded like a growling snicker. Shikamaru muttered troublesome. And Choji sent his favorite eating contest opponent some pitying looks. Even Shino raised an eyebrow. 4. Naruto corrected with an annoyed frown, making the aforementioned girls grin knowingly. You mean she also? Choji retorted in genuine surprise. From what they heard about Kurama, she had as much penchant for troublemaking as did Naruto. One would have thought she was all for causing chaos at the exams. It's just one of those very rare days in which she actually gave in to her common sensibilities. Naruto replied with a fond and amused grin. I do have common sense all the time. I just chose to ignore it whenever I want because it's more fun that way. Just think of this as tricking future enemy shinobi into underestimating you just because of your less than stellar performance in the academy. They deserve it for being stupid enough to believe only the reports. Kurama piped up. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, long-term planning for greater results instead of some quick and easy chaos now, huh? You know me so well. Troublesome. I suppose it's a good thing it's only you that gets attention from troublesome women. Shikamaru muttered, making all the females within earshot glare at him briefly, including the one within Naruto. He shrugged them off easily. He had seen scarier expressions from his own mother. You're telling me? I have enough problems with mom and sis. I'd rather deal with normal civilian women any day of the week instead of the scary kunoichi we know. Kiba joined in with a laugh. It's your loss then. We're more fun. Anko teased with a saucy smirk just as her order came. As she began eating, she noticed Ino and Hinata had discreetly put a hand each on Naruto's thighs and were gently stroking up and down. They weren't anywhere close to touching what would have been inappropriate in public, but it was enough to distract the blonde as he tried to not bring attention to this sneak attack going on in front of his friends. She snickered quietly as it was hilarious watching him swallow repeatedly, and his uncovered eye shoot the girls' pleading glances when he thought no one was looking. Meanwhile, the 2 girls were putting on an innocent front. Anko smirked proudly as she remembered giving the girls a few simple tips. It was nothing too risque, just to make sure their man kept his mind stuck on them longer, and with a bit more clarity than usual for the next few days. It wasn't like she had any experience in the physical aspects to pass on anyway. It took Naruto a moment to ignore his girlfriend's wandering hands. With a glance at them that promised payback, he cleared his throat and raised his cup. All the others fell silent with their cups raised as well. Up until 8 years ago, the only people who accepted me for what I truly am, aside from several shinobi and the Hokage, were you two, I am Chan and Tuchiasen. I'm so thankful to you for giving me a place every day where I can just be myself and forget my troubles. He began with a slightly thick voice. Tucci nodded seriously and Ayam smiled warmly before wiping a small tear from her cheek with a sniffle. The others' expressions were a little grim. They had a good idea of what his earlier years were like. Naruto looked at Ino adoringly, making her blush. She was definitely remembering their time at the playground the other day. I was in a really bad way when Ino-chan came out of nowhere and just about demanded I become her friend. That was when everything changed for the better for me. She ducked her head with her blush intensifying while the others chuckled knowingly. It was in her nature after all. That also led me to meet two more amazing friends in Shikamaru and Choji. The two aforementioned young men nodded with grins. Just when I thought that was it, a hapless kidnapper literally dropped Hinata-chan into my arms. It was Hinata's turn to blush prettily as the others chuckled. After that, we enrolled in the academy and it's been a great 4 years. We all had our ups and downs as we trained hard in order to serve and protect this village. In the beginning, I was quite selfish about protecting my bonds and I wanted to make sure my friends who enrolled with me He nodded to Shikamaru, Choji Ino, and Hinata. Could protect themselves, so I kinda dragged them into my pace, and we ended up forming this group. One or two may have found that troublesome. Here. Shikamaru cut in, eliciting laughter from everyone. Just when I felt my friendships at that time were enough until after graduation, I was proven wrong when more interesting and amazing people came into our lives unexpectedly over the 4 years we were in school. Anko blushed slightly as she knew that statement was specifically directed at her. She also knew Jiraiya would have blushed if he had been here too. I'm happy to say we became friends and we shared our knowledge and experiences together, and in return, they helped all of us improve even more. Naruto tilted his cup toward Anko, Kiba, and Shino. They nodded back with grins. I've seen how hard you all worked to get here, and I'm honored to be here with you all on this very night as we proudly display the results of our training and perseverance up to this point. He tapped on his new hitite on his forehead. The other new graduates were wearing their shiny new hitite as well. It's going to be the real thing from now on. Remember what you've learned, be sure to protect others and yourself, follow your own convictions, and do what you feel is right. As long as you keep those in mind, I'm sure we'll still be able to get together like this years from now with more great memories to share. Everyone cheered and clacked their raised cups together. What Naruto didn't know was that every person there had just realized he was going to be a natural leader in the future, as they remembered how easily he took charge of almost everything and inspired them over the years without being aware he was doing it. They knew they would be waiting with anticipation to see how one Uzumaki Naruto would take the world by storm, just like his name implied. A short while later, everyone decided it was time to get some rest tonight, and then await team assignment next week. They all split up, saying goodnights to each other. It was troublesome, but I think I barely managed to avoid being the dead last. Shikamaru grumbled. He was walking next to Naruto toward the blonde's apartment to play a quick shogi match before heading on home. Who knows? You might have missed out. Don't bullshit me. This way, I know Hokage-sama almost has no choice but to assign me with Choji and Ino because of our father's legacy. We've already spent years working together, and I have no desire to change that if I can help it. Sakura-san might have improved her personality and skills, but Sasuke hasn't changed much. I refuse to voluntarily work with someone who made your academy years troublesome because of some issues he made up himself. Shikamaru muttered with a slightly protective tone in his voice. It surprised Naruto for a moment, before a warm expression appeared on his face. Thanks, Shika. The Nara grunted in response, having nothing else to say. They continued walking in comfortable silence for a moment before Kurama's voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Hate to interrupt your bros moment. Normally, I don't give a damn about that useless assistant, but I'm sensing darker emotions than usual from him now. Considering how much Mizuki team seriously hates my guts, that's something. What's he doing? He just left the tower and is moving rather erratically toward the northeast section of the village. It feels like he's sneaking around, considering the spikes of fear I felt whenever I sensed patrols near him. The farms? This feels wrong. There's nothing out there, not even a gate to the outside. Thanks for letting me know, though. Naruto? Shikamaru understood from his friend's expression that Kurama was speaking. From the thoughtful expression that flashed across Naruto's face, he knew something was up. Shika, we'll have to put off our match for another time. Mizuki team's acting weird, and Kurama said he seems to be sneaking toward the farms. Troublesome, If he's doing something suspicious, that's an ideal location due to the sparse population. Less chances of being seen. Shikamaru stated in a bored tone, though his black eyes showed he was already thinking through multiple possible scenarios on what Mizuki could be possibly doing. I'd better check this out. You should find someone at the tower and let them know something might be up. Better to risk being too paranoid than do nothing. Not even 6 hours into our shinobi career and we're already involved in something troublesome. The Nara heir grumbled with his brow furrowed. Naruto smiled brightly and clapped his friend's back. I know! It's great, isn't it? Omake, how the catsuits will come back. The Purple Sister's apartment just after Naruto's prank on the ANBU Hyuga sighed in relief as she slipped into her apartment. She just spent the last 15 minutes evading anyone on her way here, not wanting to allow anyone else to even glance at her in this scandalous outfit. This extremely snug black leather outfit that Naruto slapped on her. The nerve of that man. It was bad enough that he got to see her in this outfit, and she was sure someone else had been there to see her like this. But she couldn't remember who it was in her panic to get away. The only thing she was concerned about at that moment was being seen by the blonde. He had been blushing and gaping at her as if she was the most beautiful woman around, and it made her very shy. She flushed heavily at the memory, and couldn't help but relish his candid expression. She knew there was physical attraction between the two of them. They already consciously acknowledged this, since it was no good to hold that in around each other and create unnecessary sexual tension. It was the best option between two people with highly desirable attributes, but wanted to remain good friends and be comfortable with each other. However, even if they already acknowledged this, it did not mean they were going to act upon it, especially since she was currently dating Gecko Hate. Despite that, this still made Naruto currently her second favorite man behind Hate, and she valued his opinions almost just as much as she did her boyfriend's. To get that reaction from him in this outfit, even though he was the one who put it on her and had been ready for the likely stunning view, made her feel rather good. However, this outfit also made her feel practically naked to anyone, and she wondered why anyone other than perverts would like wearing this. Her curiosity now aroused, she moved into her bedroom, unconsciously enjoying the sensation of the soft leather rubbing against her skin. She ignored the mockery of her weapon collection on the walls around her, as she made her way to the full-body mirror she kept in her closet. She gasped as she took in her full reflection. This outfit was even more provocative than she thought. Look at how amazing her legs and butt were with the heels on. Look at how the tight leather clearly defined the delicious curves of her breasts. Look at how wide and pronounced her hips were. Look at how both adorable and sexy she was with the cat ears and tail. Hyuga sighed resignedly as she couldn't stop posing in as many sexy poses she could think of. It was like an unconscious instinct. She knew now it was no use remaining in denial. She loved this outfit, and would reserve it for special occasions, like when she wanted to remind her man that she was the best woman around, just like how this outfit made her feel right now. She also noted she didn't specifically name her boyfriend when she thought her man. Thud. Hyuga jumped and twirled around quickly, ready for anything. What she wasn't expecting was for Gecko Hate to walk in on her checking herself out. At this moment, he was standing stock still with a grocery bag on the floor next to him, the cause of that sound, and was staring at her agape and wide-eyed with a small nosebleed. She noted it was the most excitable expression she had seen on him in some time due to his terminally laid-back nature. Hate had been back from his long mission for a little while and was still getting into the pace of regularly seeing his girlfriend again after so long. He felt like cooking and thought she would appreciate a nice lunch after a busy few days of patrols for Uzumaki sightings. With that in mind, he dropped in on her, only to find her in front of the mirror in the most amazing outfit he had ever seen. Oh, Cammy, that amazing butt! Those wonderful breasts! The delectable hips! And the adorable cat ears and tail! And that was when the biggest coughing fit ever hit him due to his shock. Hyuga, while embarrassed to have been caught like this, was highly amused as she watched her boyfriend double over and cough himself silly for the next few minutes just because of seeing her dressed like this. She just got two very favorable reactions from her two favorite men in one morning. She definitely had to keep this outfit. At around the same time, many other women caught in their own catsuits were similarly thinking the same thing. They would eventually show them off to their lovers and talk about their effect on their men with many people. This fad would eventually spread like a wildfire from that point onward. Somewhere in the nations, the ever-gallant Toad Sage Jiraiya suddenly felt an immense urge to rush back to Konoha and hug his godson for all he was worth. It was fortunate he did not give in to that urge since he was disguised as a bartender in the middle of his spy duties. However, he had a feeling the greatest moment ever so far for super perverts everywhere had just occurred, and he would be ready with his notebook and pen for anything unusual happening in the next few months.